NFL free agency is here. Welcome into this live edition of Seattle Seahawks Today, powered by Chat Sports. Tyler Jones here with you. Thanks for joining us. Day number one of free agency frenzy. We will get you set as we are just under an hour away from the free agency window officially opening. And over this next hour, we will get you set with everything you need to know. We'll go over all of the top free agents that are available on the market, some potential players the Seahawks could sign. We'll go over what the Seahawks have already done at this point, as well as other players that have signed across the National Football League. So glad to have you with us. Thanks for spending part of your Monday kicking off free agency with us here on the channel. Tyler Smith, Smitty, is here with me as well. We'll bring him in just a moment. The big news out of Seattle within the last 24 hours, Tyler Lockett restructuring his deal with the Seahawks, 2 years, $34 million. His cap hit gets greatly reduced from what was going to be $27 million down to about $15 for this upcoming season, and that puts Seattle in position to have just over $50 million available in cap space as they begin free agency today. As you guys file in and we get this show started, shout out your city, and we'll shout you out as we are live out of the gates and ready to go here on this Monday morning. I know it's early still on the West Coast, but that doesn't mean we still can't have a great time today. Shout out your city. We'll shout you out as I bring Smitty in here with me as well. Smitty, happy free agency to you. Start of a new era of Seahawks football under Mike Macdonald. We have a lot of questions today about Leonard Williams. That's our poll question right now. Will the Seahawks re-sign him? We still wonder about Bobby Wagner and Jordyn Brooks. Does Patrick Queen potentially come on board? Geno Stone here. Smitty, what is the biggest question on your mind entering today?
Listen, the biggest question is, will Seattle be aggressive in making moves and trying to fill out this roster? I mean, if you look at the way that this team is constructed right now, I call it deconstructed because there isn't that many players on the roster. It's very thin at a lot of positions, including linebacker, including safety,
right,
and tight end. We don't have a tight end on the roster. We don't have a linebacker on the roster. That needs to change, and it needs to change quick because there's a lot of good talent at those positions, and I think Seattle needs to capitalize on that early.
I agree. Looking at the chat, see where everybody's at today. I got Mike in BC. I got Humble in Fitchburg. I got Adrian in Harbor City, New Jersey. Got God First in Maryville, Washington. I got Felix in Quebec. I got Mad Wolf in Renton. I got Daniel in Washington. Got Joseph in Lake Tapps. I got Humble in Massachusetts. Mikey in Houston. Mikey is in Houston, believe it or not. Aaron Bermuth in the chat, checking in from Portland, Oregon. Also got Wynn and Hayden, Alabama.
Shout out, Aaron.
Donnie Clark in Walla Walla, Washington. Very good town. I had a very good brunch there many years ago. Let's see. I got Mike in BC. I got Doug in Lakemore, Illinois. I got Glenn in Vancouver. Seth in California. Steven in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I got the real New York Vex in New York, New Jersey. Jake, I'm here in Dallas, Texas, right next to the studio. Hey, good to see you, Jake, as we're coming at you from the Chat Sports Studios here in Dallas, Texas today. Got Raw Hector in Los Angeles, where California knows how to party. I got Arch in Tumwater, Washington. I got Gonzalez in Idaho. Ken in Washington. Chaston in Post Falls, Idaho. Daniel in Everett, Washington. I got Tay in Atlanta, Georgia, checking in from Hot Atlanta there. So good to see everybody already filing in. Felipe in Lubbock. Peter in Antarctica. I don't know about that, if that's true. Low Takes in Lakewood. Good to see everybody already checking in. Who is a player the Seahawks should sign in free agency? Somebody that wasn't on the team previously. Who is a new player that you want to see join the Seattle Seahawks? Smitty, I'll start with you here. Who is somebody new that would be putting on the uniform for the first time that you would like to see join the Seahawks organization?
I mean, listen, it depends a bit on the situation with Leonard Williams, but man, I would love to see a guy like Christian Wilkins come up to the Pacific Northwest. It'd be a big change for him, not only in time zone but also in climate, going from Miami over there to Seattle. but that is a guy who can absolutely wreck things up in the middle of the defensive line, and that's something we haven't necessarily seen at such a high level from the Seahawks over the past couple of years. Christian Wilkins is a guy you're going to have to pay a lot of money, but he's also a guy that's going to make a big old impact on that football team, and I like him a lot.
The guy I would like to see myself, Smitty, I would like to see the Seahawks go after Geno Stone. We know they need help at the safety spot.
Definitely cheaper than Christian Wilkins.
He excelled in Mike Macdonald's defense last year in Baltimore, and even with that said, like, that was a Baltimore defense. That safety room that had Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton, he was kind of the forgotten man of sorts. But if he comes to Seattle, the forgotten man will be forgotten no longer. I would love to see Geno Stone come to Seattle and play a significant role, and he's not going to cost a ton either. To me, it'd make a ton of sense to have a guy like Geno Stone, pair him up with Julian Love in that safety room, and I think that would be a tremendous upgrade from what we saw from the safety room in 2023.
Absolutely. I mean, and they're going to have to fill that position. I mean, there's a guy like, you never know. Xavier McKinney is a guy out there that's testing the waters. That in the chat seems to like that as well. Peter says Justin Simmons, if we're going to keep talking about the safety position. There's a lot of really good talent out there. We're getting some Geno Stone love for sure here in the chat. And, I'm liking it. It looks like the chat is trying to address positions of need for Seattle. They're not just trying to go get best player available, like, maybe a situation like the draft might pursue. But we're looking to fill holes on the roster right now. We're looking to fill it with talent, and it looks like the chat's getting involved with that as well.
Yeah, certainly so. Checking in the chat, I see Xavier McKinney, Armstead, Chris Jones. He just got a new deal with the Chiefs, so he's not going anywhere. Geno Stone, I'll take Wilkins over Williams. Geno Stone, McKinney, Geno, Simmons, Geno Stone, best center of the market, go Hawks. So a lot of different options of people making suggestions out there.
And as players come off the market, we will keep referencing this coming back to this question as the day goes on, because there's going to be new guys that we're going to have to be pursuing as guys come off the market.
We'll show you the full list of free agents available coming up in just a bit. But before we do anything further in today's show, let's tell you about our sponsor today. That is PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose two of our players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, maybe it's yardage in football, home runs in baseball, rebounds in basketball. You can mix and match different leagues, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, and more. And with your first entry, you get a $100 deposit match when you go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Use the promo code CLNS. Smitty, let's talk a little NBA for our first PrizePicks today. Little trifecta going on here. Luka, Motorcade, Devin here. Tell me about what we got going on in NBA here today.
Yeah, well, we got Luka, obviously, with the way that he plays. I mean, 35 is all but guaranteed.
He's on fire right now.
He's on fire right now. The team's maybe not winning every game, but Luka is putting up ridiculous numbers all year long for the Mavs. Cade Cunningham, I mean, he's playing a team in the Charlotte Hornets who really don't play a whole lot of defense. They play at a high, quick pace. And the Pistons are coming off a win this past week, so very nice for them beating the Brooklyn Nets. I think they can ride that momentum into a very winnable game in Charlotte. And then Devin Vassell, he missed the last couple of games, but he's one of those guys who's super utility. He's got, just that instinct, that hustle, that effort level that not a ton of NBA players exude these days. And he's a guy who can go out there and do the dirty work. So I got more than 10 rebounds and assists for him as well. If all three of these hit, we place $20 down. We'll make $100 on PrizePicks. So get involved.
So you can make your money back pretty quick in this, folks. Play along with us. Link is in the chat right now. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. Also in the chat right now. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. All right, let's continue. The Seahawks made some big cuts of some notable players. The biggest three, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, and Will Dissly. And I got to say, it wasn't an easy decision necessarily, because you look at Quandre Diggs, he has emphasized everything that means to be a Seattle Seahawk. He has represented this defense so well. He had a down year this past season. But nonetheless, he's been great for morale and been a great leader. Jamal Adams, although he hasn't played great and he's been injury prone and all that, you've invested so much in him. It was hard to just necessarily let go like that. And then Will Dissly. I think that was an easier decision, but with the limitations previously in the Seahawks offense, that one for me, Smitty, was, I would say, I would like to see what Will Dissly could do in a more tight end friendly scheme of sorts. I think he was held back a lot from what he could have been. I understand the Seahawks, from a business decision, pretty much had to move on from him. They didn't have a choice. But part of me thinks he was better than what Shane Walter and Pete Carroll made him out to be. I agree with all three of these decisions.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to sit here and say that it wasn't easy to make these calls.
It wasn't easy. I mean, listen, Quandre Diggs has been a guy who I have been in love with as a football player from the moment he got to Seattle. He was an immediate impact guy. We got him on a really cheap deal, so he played and earned his money. And now he's going to go find something else. Potential. And listen, John Schneider has not ruled out any of the Seahawks cuts from returning back to the team on team-friendlier deals. It looks a little unlikely, the fact that they did not restructure Quandre Diggs' contract like they did with Tyler
He's probably
Lockett.
the most likely to come back, though.
But he is most likely to come back, I believe. Probably the highest impact player that Seattle cut, no doubt. And like what you said about Dissly, I don't think any tight end in that Seahawks offense was particularly used to their full potential.
Yes.
I mean, a guy like Noah Fant, we know he's an athletic freak, a great receiving vertical threat, and he was kind of thrown to the wayside there in that Seattle offense. And could that be a product of really good talent at wide receiver? Perhaps. But with no tight ends on the roster anymore, Seahawks are going to have to make a splash in free agency at that position.
Was it the right call? Y for yes, N for no. Humble says yes. Mr. Rod says yes. Matthew says yes. The Real New York says get rid of him. Let's see. Check it in. Daniel says yes. Matthew says Nick Ballore was a matter of time. Let's see. The Real New York says keep Dissly. He's gone now. We got our first Super Chat today. We haven't got to the Super Chat menu yet. And Doom's already getting us started off on the right notes. He says, I think Seattle should take Joe Milton if he's available in later rounds. His arm strength is insane, and I think he would learn a lot behind Geno. I'll say this, Smitty, when it comes to Joe Milton, quarterback out of Tennessee, I know he didn't put up flashy numbers. He didn't necessarily do anything electric this year. But that receiving core was so bad compared to what was there previously, the year prior with Jalen Hyatt and all those guys. He wasn't put into a position to succeed. I don't think Joe Milton is as bad as what he looked like last year. I think he's fine to be a potential backup in this league. I don't think he'll ever be a starting caliber quarterback, but I don't feel like drafting a guy that's going to be a career backup. Like, if you draft a quarterback, there's the idea in mind that at least someday you would hope that he competes for a starting job. I don't see that at Joe Milton.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the arm talent. There's no doubt about it. But he's just a guy who he was dealt an unfortunate hand this year at Tennessee. I mean, I think he's worth a flyer in one of those later rounds. But do I see him as a long-time NFL starting quarterback? Personally, I don't.
Yeah. So, Doom, we owe you the Old Macdonald song. We haven't even got the Super Chat menu yet, but every $5 Super Chat today, we'll sing the Old Macdonald song. And without further ado, let's get after it. Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. Thank you, Doom. Everybody spam Doom in the chat.
Spam Doom.
For the first Super Chat of the day. Much appreciated, Doom. But we don't want Joe Milton. Sorry. Spam Doom in the chat. Show him some love. And let's go ahead and show him the Super Chat menu.
Why not?
If we will. The only way you can get screen time today, because there is no mailbag today, the only way you can get screen time is with a Super Chat. So if you would like to have your message on screen, like Doom there, then send us a Super Chat. $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. Also via Venmo at Tyler Jones Live as well. First-time Super Chatters, you will get the Seahawks chant. $5 Super Chat will sing the Old MacDonald song. $10 Super Chat, you'll get a raffle ticket for a Seahawks. Actually, this should be our knives we're giving away this month. Not the mini helmet there.
Oh.
We're giving away a set of Seahawks steak knives. Just grab like a knife emoji or something. $20 super chat. You get on our Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. $50 super chat will do a beer bong. I got those ready to go. I know that it's still early on the West Coast, but it doesn't stop us from drinking.
Now, if we have some goals today, no doubt, right? We have some challenges for Seahawks Today to get to. And as you can see, I'm ready for NFL free agency. I'm wearing my shield. I'm ready for the frenzy to begin here in about 45 minutes. But I do have some Seahawks swag that I want to pull out to you guys if we can get the super chats rolling. When we hit $100 in super chats, I'm pulling out the big guns, JSN. Listen, this guy ain't a free agent. He ain't a free agent. So he's going to be around a while. I'm pulling out the JSN throwback jersey.
And this thing is brand new, folks.
Brand new. Got the tag on it, son. Got the tag on it.
I'm
rocking this the rest of the stream once we hit $100 in super chats. Let's go, Hawks.
There it is.
Let's have some fun, baby.
$100, and Smitty will put that on. So be looking forward to that once we reach that milestone. Also, deal of the day.
Let me get to that.
It's Das Boot.
Yeah,
I know it's still early in the morning, but that doesn't mean we can't be drinking early this morning. If we get to $200 collectively, then we will nail down Das Boot. 3 beers in one. We'll drink as fast as we can. Because it's still early out west, it might even have to be a mimosa boot potentially. If John Smith is out there watching, he would be very glad about that. So that is where we're at. We're at $5 in super chats right now. So 195 away, and then we will get to Das Boot. So that is what's on the menu today. Spencer with a super chat. We'll go to Spencer, and then we'll spam S after that. Spencer with a $2 super chat. Checking in. Good to see you, Spencer Gray. Top 2 positions of priority during free agency. Spencer, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to give you 3. I'm going to go interior offensive line, linebacker, and safety. Those are the 3 spots I'm looking for. And they're all pretty close to each other.
I tend to agree
when it comes to priority.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to sway too far off of Tyler's answer there. I'm going to go with the same 3, and then if I had to add in my own 2 cents, obviously tight end position, it's empty right now. We're going to need it.
Going to need somebody. Spencer, thanks for the $2 super chat, my guy. Much love to you. All right. We got 165 people watching right now, which is pretty good this early in the morning for our West Coast audience. But we can get more people here with free agency set to begin in about 40 minutes from right now. We want to make sure we get as many people in the chat we can. So on game days, we spam S in the chat. It's kind of a rallying cry of sorts to get the folks fired up as if they're in Lumen Field. Obviously, we're not at Lumen Field right now, but we want to treat today as if it's a game day. And so over this next minute, I want to see as many S's in the chat as we can. Smitty's going to shout out all the S's.
Oh, yeah.
And whoever spams it the most is going to be the early favorite to be MVP here in today's show. So let's catch it down. I'll start from 5 when we get to 45 here. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Come on, get those S's rolling, baby. Here we go. This is what we do. Shout out Rainwater Games with that first S on the board here. Stephen Brinkley, Doug Stevens, Rainwater Games. Get it moving, baby. Get it moving. Let's ride. The Real New York Vex, Archangel, Casson Reyes. We got the Real New York. We got Owen. We got Doug, Peter, Mr. Rod. The Real New York. Keep spamming those S's. Matthew Gonzalez, Rock, Archangel, Jake Ballard, Peter, Ivan. If I haven't said your name yet, keep spamming S. I'll get to you. Don't worry. Hennick, Owen, Rockman, Eric Canup, Roman, Steven, Sean Martin, Ivan, Kenneth Walker III. How we doing, K9?
K9.
Let's go. Let's keep it up. We got a super chat rolling, and we'll get to it in a minute. Steven, Kenneth, Peter, Archangel, Ronan. Who we got? Who we got? Seth, Eric.
Keep going. Keep going. Too strong.
I don't even know how to pronounce that. Teuchula. Here we go. Kayashi.
10 seconds.
Seth,
Finish
Jake,
strong.
Owen, The Real New York, Tom and Trina. Peter, Owen, Sean Martin, K9. Here we go. Steven, Seth, Owen, Matthew, Ivan, Doug, Kenner, Peter, John Cronin, Chris, Rockman, The Real New York, K9, Peter, Doug, Matt, John, Jake. You guys killed it. You guys killed it. Already increasing the chat.
Went up. Yeah.
Audience went up. You guys are the best.
Great stuff. Another super chat coming in.
We're getting right to it. We're getting right into one. We're partying here on Seahawks Today.
Smitty, let's do this. Let's get the super chat, light driver, and then we'll go over the
Seahawks free agents. Let's do that.
Yeah. All right, Seth with a $5 super chat. We'll sing the old McDonald for that. First, love the show, you guys. Thank you, Seth. I personally think Willie Gay Jr. would be a great linebacker to pick up from the Chiefs. He wouldn't be pricey either.
I don't hate that.
Willie Gay Jr. is not a bad player. I'll say this. I like him a lot more than Devin Bush. I don't like him more than Bobby or Jordyn Brooks, though. I rather bring back Bobby or Jordyn than I would pay the money for Willie Gay Jr.
I tend to agree. I think Bobby would be more in the price range that he commands Willie Gay than Jordyn Brooks. Jordyn Brooks is going to get, he's going to get close to $15 million plus probably here in free agency. And talk about this, we always talk about Patrick Queen and how he evolved with Roquan Smith. Jordyn Brooks really took that big step when Bobby Wagner returned back to the Seahawks this year. This has been the best year of his career so far, no doubt about it. So he owes Bobby Wagner a nice dinner as well.
He does. Seth, we owe you the old McDonald song for that. Much
here we go.
Appreciated, Seth. So here we go.
Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks.
Thank you, Seth. Thanks for that $5 super chat. Much appreciated, too.
Speaking of Bobby Wagner and Jordyn Brooks, let's talk about them.
Let's go through the list of Seahawks free agents that are available for Seattle or for any team to sign for that matter. It is a long list. So without further ado, here they are. Jordyn Brooks at the linebacker spot. Evan Brown at center. Artie Burns at corner. Drew Lock at quarterback. Colby Parkinson at tight end. Nick Bellore at fullback/linebacker. That news coming just as of yesterday as he was officially released there. Also on the list for Seattle, let's go over the next batch of names. They include Jason Peters at the offensive tackle spot. He's not expected to be back. Bobby Wagner at the linebacker spot. We heard last night from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler that it's unlikely that Bobby Wagner comes back to Seattle. But you think about last year, it seemed unlikely around this time that he was going to sign with the Seahawks anyway. And momentum shifted as a couple of weeks went by. He ended up back. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Leonard Williams is on the free agent market. He's probably the biggest priority for the Seahawks to get a new deal done. Our poll question right now, 89% of you say yes, that the Seahawks will re-sign him. 11% say no. Jake Curhan at the offensive tackle spot. He is a free agent, as is Mike Jackson as well at the corner spot. Mike Jackson's been a pretty interesting tenure for him as we've seen him be a starter, go to the bench, and be a starter again. Is this now the time the Seahawks finally say goodbye? We'll see. John Radigan at the linebacker spot, also a free agent, as is Darrell Taylor. And Darrell Taylor's an interesting case study because we've seen him perform at a high level where he gets a ton of sacks and then everything else just doesn't look that great. Does Seattle say goodbye to Darrell Taylor at this point? We'll see. Jamal Adams was released last week. The Seahawks save a ton of money against the cap by moving on from Jamal Adams, and it gives Mike Macdonald a fresh start at the safety position as Quandre Diggs is also a free agent as well. Smitty and I, we talked about it a few moments ago, of the Seahawks players that were released that have the most likely chance of returning. Quandre Diggs is probably that guy. So the Seahawks will need some safety help potentially. We'll see. Will Dissly also was released. The Seahawks at the moment do not have a single tight end at all on the roster at this point in time. As we mentioned, Noah Fant's a free agent. Colby Parkinson's a free agent. Will Dissly coming off a disappointing season last year, but a lot of it had to do with the system that was in play. Shane Waldron and Pete Carroll did not emphasize the tight end position. His number was going to be way too high for what the Seahawks could afford. And so now he goes to free agency, and we'll see what Seattle does. And ultimately, another question becomes, what do the Seahawks do at the tight end position in this Seahawks offense? Will they put a greater emphasis on the tight end spot? That remains to be seen what Ryan Grubb plans to do with the position in Seattle's offense. I would think that it's going to be more of an emphasis on the tight end position. The first news for Seattle was the Tyler Lockett deal that was announced within the last 24 hours. He restructured his contract, keeping him in Seattle on a 2-year, $34 million deal. And for the Seahawks, this is much better, much more team-friendly, as his cap hit goes from $27 million to about $15 million. So a big relief for Seattle, puts their cap space going into today, just over $50 million that they have available. If you like Tyler Lockett's new deal, like the video, which I don't know how you wouldn't like this deal. He stays around, the Seahawks save money, and he's well in position to retire as a member of the Seattle Seahawks at this point. I don't know how you don't like the video at this point. Like the video if you like the Tyler Lockett new deal. Smitty rejoin me right now. Smitty, as far as the Tyler Lockett deal goes, this is something that made a ton of sense, I think, for both sides, because you look at what Tyler Lockett brings to the table here, and he wasn't worth a $27 million cap hit. But I would gladly take him for a $15 million cap hit. And you also think about this, too. In Tyler Lockett's case, he has played his entire career with the Seahawks. He's a Seahawk through and through. He already owns his real estate company based in Seattle and everything. I think Tyler Lockett wants to retire as a member of the Seattle Seahawks. I think that's very clear. And so for both sides here, it didn't make sense for Tyler Lockett to leave because no one was going to pay him that $27 million cap hit anyway.
Nobody's going to pay him that.
And the Seahawks did not need to take a step back in their receiving core either, especially in this new offense where we expect it to be explosive under Ryan Grubb. I felt like this was a win-win for both sides.
I absolutely agree. I mean, he's a guy who's been Seattle through and through, like you mentioned. He's building his life in Seattle, either with the real estate company, his family, his foundations. He has been a Seahawk through and through, and I don't think he wanted to leave Seattle. I think he wanted to get a deal done, and if the restructure gets that done, he's still getting all his money. That's all that matters, and I think he's going to be a valuable part of this team for the next at least the next 2 years to come.
Yeah, I think so. 2 years, $34 million. What do you guys think? You like the Tyler Lockett deal? If you do, like the video. We're at 62 likes right now. When we get to 100 likes, I will crack open a cold beer. I know it's still early out west, but you better believe I got a Coors Light on hand. The mountains are blue, folks. We'll crack that open once we get to 100 likes. But make sure to keep on liking that video. We got 200 people watching as we're about 30 minutes away from free agency beginning. Virgil, what are you talking about? I said Tyler Lockett was going to stay. I predicted that he would stay. It was only a matter of time. So 36 away from 100. Keep on liking the video, and let's get to 100 likes, and I'll crack open that cold Coors Light. The mountains are blue here as we're less than 30 minutes away from the start of free agency. Joshua checks in with a super chat, $5 super chat. I think we should take a look at Sanders, tight end from Texas. He had a great season, so he'll be available in the draft. Not a bad player at all. You look at this tight end class, Brock Bowers from Georgia is the class of the field. If he's somehow available at 16, I would be very happy, and I'd be glad to take him at 16. But if not, a guy like Sanders or some of these other tight ends out there, I think that this becomes a priority. It's something that we should see Seattle select within the first 2 days of this draft, Smith.
I do think that they address it in the first season. If Brock Bowers is there at 16, I don't see how Seattle can go any other direction unless it's some massive fall of a defensive piece in another hole on that roster. But if a guy like Bowers is there at 16, you can't not take him. This is a deep tight end class. I think there's a lot of talent that you can find into even the third, fourth round. So Seattle's definitely going to address it. Hopefully they address it in free agency as well, because they're going to need more than one tight end in the room come September.
Yeah, certainly so. That's another old Macdonald song for Joshua.
Let's hit it.
The only way you can get on today's show, there's no mailbag. You have to super chat if you want to get on screen, be like Joshua. $sign next to the chat box if you'd like to contribute. Here we go.
Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks.
Thank you, Joshua. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Josh.
We are 18 likes away from 100. We'll crack open our first beer of the day when we reach 100 likes. 15 away. Mountains are blue, ready to go. I know it's still early on the West Coast, but that doesn't mean it's 5 o'clock somewhere. We'll have our first sip of the cold mountains when we get to 100 likes. Need 14 more, so make sure to like the video. That's less than half the audience. I got 224 people watching right now. I need just less than half of you to like the video to get us to 100. Let's get there right now. Let's not wait a second more. Let's get to 100 likes and do our part. Let's see. I'm about to do an ad read for Prize Picks. I want to see if we can get to 100 likes before I get done with this ad read. Can you guys make that challenge happen? It's on you. 3 more away. Let's tell you about Prize Picks. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, maybe it's yardage in football, maybe it's goals in hockey, maybe it's rebounds in basketball. You can mix and match different leagues and get a $100 deposit bonus on your first entry when you go to prizepicks.com/SailItS, promo code SailItS for that $100 deposit match. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. We'll put it in the chat here in just a moment as well. Smitty, we're talking college basketball now.
Yes, sir.
This
is March. This is March.
The most wonderful time of the year.
It's the best.
You and I are big hoop heads.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait for the NCAA tournament here, but we got to get through championship week first.
And we are looking at it right here.
And we got some good stuff going on tonight. Our Seahawks fans in particular got to be interested in the Zags. As the Zags have played some better basketball as of late. They got that nice win against Kentucky a few weeks ago.
Knocked off St. Mary's.
I mean, they're on the up and up. I think Mark Few's got this team in the right direction here, and that's why we're high on them on Prize Picks today.
Absolutely. We're looking at the Creighton transfer, the former Blue Jay Ryan Nembhard, following his brother's footsteps, Andrew, there in the Pacific Northwest. We got him to score more than 13.5 points today. Listen, this Zags offense kind of goes as Nembhard goes. He's the commander-in-chief on the offensive end for them. So we got more than 13.5 points for Nembhard. He can stroke it.
Whoa.
You never know. Graham Ike, the Wyoming transfer. I was in love with this guy 3 years ago when he was a Cowboy over there with Hunter Maldonado and that Cowboy crew in the Mountain West. He takes his talents to the Pacific Northwest this year, and he's been a monster in the middle. Just elite shot blocker, elite defensively, but we got him to clean the glass and get some buckets tonight down low. More than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists. An underrated facilitator as well. Get a couple dimes in there for Ike. And then B.J. Freeman, who, this is a guy who I've seen over the past couple of games kind of struggle from beyond the arc. So I decided we needed another team because you can't take only one team on Prize Picks. You got to have multiple in there. So I just decided for a guy who's cold, I think he's just stay cold. Less than 2.5 3-pointers made. Shout out Prize Picks, $100 deposit match using code CLNS.
Link in the chat right now. I still can't get over your wild choice of words there. What a decision on your part. An ad read nonetheless. Electric factor. Smitty, please do not get fired today. We can't have,
shout out Prize Picks.
Can't have Prize Picks pissed at Smitty.
No.
That was wild selection of words there. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. We got over 200 people watching. We are going to be live throughout the day today. And also, as free agency goes on, when the Seahawks make any big moves, we're going to bring you videos as we can.
100%.
If they have a major signing of sorts, we're going to go live on the channel throughout the free agency period. So lock us in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications so you stay alert so you're the first to know when we're bringing you content here on Seahawks Today. And who else is cracking open cold ones at what is it, 8:30 in the morning on the West Coast here? Nobody is doing it like we are here on Seahawks
Nobody
Today.
does it like Seahawks say. Nobody does it like the 12s. Nobody does it like the Tylers.
Let's get to 51,000 subscribers today.
Let's
Sub
get
it
there.
up. Sub link going in the chat right now. Let me know when you guys subscribe as well. Let's do a subscriber roll call.
Okay.
If you are subscribed to Seahawks Today,
Type me.
spam me in the chat. Smitty's going to shout out everybody that's subscribed, and let's get those sub numbers up. Let's spin the wheel of subs and see this thing keep on going up. And let's show you some love to all of our award-winning subscribers today. Spam me in the chat if you're subscribed. Easy way to get some love here on today's show.
We want to be able,
let us
and
know.
listen, we understand not everybody can super chat, so we want to be able to give opportunities for you to shout out you guys who make this channel possible. So if you guys are subscribed, please type me in the chat.
I still owe you guys a beer bong bath. I was going to do it literally about a week ago, but I got very sick, and I was advised do not do that right now.
Hey,
I
listen,
feel better now, so we'll take care of it this week. I am back to 100% full strength after Smitty got me sick.
we make health cautious decisions here at Seahawks Today.
Yes, but the beer bong bath will happen this week.
It's coming.
The beer boot bath. So keep on spinning the wheel of subs. Let's get to 51,000. Smitty, shout out the subs.
Shout out Rainwater Games. It's QWERTY, Owen Barkley, RTG, Sean Martin, Jaden Poterbin, Owen again. We got Archangel, Dizzy, Paratoxic Films, Jake Ballard. Jake Ballard's been here. I know that's my guy. Ronan, Uma Pirate Girl, Anthony Benato Johnson. Here we go. Jake Ballard, Ronan, Daniel Maxwell. Said been here for a long time. But Daniel, I know you, brother. Don't worry. Rainwater Games, he's been here a while too. Sean Martin, the same. Chris, North by Northwest. Oh!
We got a $50 super chat from Donnie. Bang!
Bang, bang, bang! Let's ride! Donnie!
Our timing wasn't great there, but we'll work on that.
It's all right.
Early.
It's early.
First one, everybody spam Donnie in the chat. Donnie coming up big. That's a beer bong for Donnie. Donnie coming up huge with that 50. Everybody spam Donnie in the chat. I'll get the beer bong out. Where's my beer bong at? There it is.
Shout out Steven, Adam. Everybody's still spamming those me's in the chat. Switch those me's to Donnie if you're subscribed. We got beer bongs coming now.
There
We're
we
getting
go.
active early and often
Great
here on
start.
Seahawks Today.
Donnie setting the tone early. And with that 50, that means we're 30 away from Smitty putting on the JSN jersey.
And we're 20 away from free agency officially kicking off.
Can we get to 100 before free agency starts?
I want to wear this JSN jersey all day, baby. All day. JSN. I'll show you guys again.
Everybody spam Donnie, and I'll take down this first beer bong. Cheers to Donnie.
Cheers to Donnie. The Don. Donnie the Don. Sending in a 50. Getting shit
That's how
done.
it's done.
Listen, we need $30. $30 for me to rock the throwback JSN all stream long. All stream long. This shit's hot. It's hot. It's
Hot off the press.
Hot off the press.
tag's still on.
The tag's still on it, for God's sakes. Come on. JSN. I'm trying to wear it. This will be the first time I'm ever actually putting it on, I swear. I'm not lying to you. This will be the first time I'm ever putting it on. So, $30 more in super chats. Let's get there before free agency starts. But whenever we get there, JSN is getting rocked all day.
Whoa.
I'm coming in with fire.
You are phrasing like crazy today.
I'm wild. It's free agency, baby. It's a frenzy. Here we go.
Donnie, thanks for that. Spencer with a $2 super chat. Will Seattle make any splash signings today? I hope.
I hope so too.
I can't say for certain.
The NFC West in general really hasn't made many commitments or deals yet, as opposed to some other.
By the way, Donnie followed up and said, "Wish I was home day drinking instead of being at work." Hey, we'll day drink for you, Donnie.
We got you, Donnie. Don't you worry.
Don't worry, we got you covered. Spencer, I would say this: the most likely splash of sorts, I could see the Seahawks trying to take care of Leonard Williams before somebody else gets to him.
Yeah,
I think that's
agree.
the most likely scenario of a splash today.
He's going to be a highly sought-after guy, and I think
His
Seattle
phone's going to be ringing.
Yeah, his phone's going to be ringing. I think we're going to want to get that wrapped up.
Oh, here we go. This puts us another $10 closer to our mark.
The Virginia Seahawks first came in with a $2 super chat. Shouts out to you. And then she said, let's make it. Oh.
Hey, guys, let's make it a
Special day.
Special day.
I decoded.
Spam VA for Virginia. Virginia Seahawk, you are getting your name added to the Seahawks Today Hall of Fame football. Much appreciated. Virginia, spam VA.
We'll show them the super chat menu so people know what they're getting here.
Well, and Virginia, this is one thing I love about Seahawks Today is, Smitty, yes, most of our audience is in Seattle and the state of Washington, but we got 12s all over the country, all over the world. I mean, even in Virginia, which has literally nothing to do with the Seattle Seahawks, we got 12s in that state, too.
Absolutely. We got 12s in the Northeast, 12s in all down the East Coast, 12s in Middle America, 12s in the South, and obviously 12s in the PN Dub up there in Washington.
Absolutely. Virginia Seahawk, thanks for the 20. You're getting your name out of the football. That puts us now $10 away from Smitty putting on the jersey.
Oh, yeah. And just don't mind me right now. I'm just getting a transparent clip art of some knives. Don't you worry.
Mr. Rod, are you checking in from Ukraine, or are you just trying to show your support? I'm very curious. Mr. Rod, get back to me. I see the Israel flag in there, too. Okay, so Mr. Rod showing his support for some of our countries overseas. Our Super Chat menu will show you coming up in just a moment, as we are now $10 away from Smitty putting on the JSN jersey.
Let's get it.
And we're $110 away from our first beer boot of the day as well. Mr. Rod showing his support there. By the way, I've seen the comments the last couple days. Mr. Rod's been very political lately. So I'll be very curious to see what Mr. Rod has to say today. Here is what we're looking at, folks. First time Super Chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5 Super Chat, we'll sing the old Macdonald song. $10 Super Chat, a raffle ticket for Seahawks steak knives. $20 Super Chat, you get your name added to the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. $50 Super Chat, we'll do a beer bong. And if we get to $200 Super Chats, we'll do our first beer boot of the day. We have now reached $100 in Super Chats, which means it's time for Smitty to put on the JSN jersey.
Shout out to the Virginia Seahawks.
We did it with 15 minutes to spare.
15 minutes to spare. We got room to improve today, baby. And guess what? Just because I'm feeling ridiculous today, next 50 that comes in, obviously Tyler's doing a beer bong. I'm ripping a beer shotgun.
Okay.
Just taking them down today. Let's have some fun. It's a free agent frenzy. Let's get fanatical. That's a word. Let's put on the jerseys.
Who are your top 5 free agent targets outside of our own free agents? And a first-time Super Chatter. Chris, we'll get to you here in just a second. Let's answer this from Virginia Seahawks.
Hell yeah, Chris.
Let's answer this from Virginia Seahawks first. Top 5 outside of Seattle. Christian Wilkins.
Yep.
Geno Stone.
Yep.
Patrick Queen.
Yep. I saw some names yesterday that you referenced earlier in the week that I particularly liked. We got a guy like a Danielle Hunter, obviously.
Danielle Hunter
would be fantastic. Trent Brown there at tackle.
Trent Brown, yes.
You never know. You never know. We might need some serious reinforcements there on the tackle position with the way that those guys got hurt.
Since we're bringing up Trent Brown, here's my idea on Trent Brown, Smith.
Sure. What do you got?
Hear me out on this, folks. And I've gotten some pushback on this idea from folks out there. But I will hold my ground on this take. I am very concerned about Abraham Lucas's knee holding up.
Mm-hmm.
After what we saw last year, I would like to see personally him move to the guard spot and put Trent Brown at the tackle spot. The Seahawks need a lot of help at the interior of the offensive line here. I think, as the great Hannah Montana once said, you could get the best of both worlds that way. And the offensive line would look a lot better. The Seahawks have tried multiple times in the past to get Trent Brown, by the way. Now they have the chance to do so. To me, that could be a fascinating idea. So those are kind of our 5 that we're looking at outside of our own free agents that we would potentially like to see in Seattle. Virginia Seahawk, thanks for that $10 super chat. Much love to you. We'll get to Chris's super chat here in just a moment as well. But before we do that, we have something to show the folks as we reached over $100 in super chats. There it is, the brand new
JSN
jersey.
Let's go. Let me know if I'm good here with the squat. Am I on camera, Tyler?
You are.
Let's go!
For JSN.
Shout out JSN.
Much love. Spam JSN. Spam JSN. Virginia Seahawk.
Rocking it all day long, baby. Let's sign some free agents.
Virginia Seahawk, you are entered to win the steak knives now.
Let's go. And so is
Chris Acosta from El Paso, Texas, with a $10 super chat. Bang!
And he's a first-time super chatter
for Chris.
C!
Hawks!
C!
Hawks!
C!
Hawks!
Let's go!
Spam Chris! Spam Chris in the chat from El Paso.
Chris from El Paso.
Checking in from our own state here, the great state of Texas.
Welcome to the club, Chris.
Chris Acosta.
We're glad you're here.
You ever been to El Paso?
I've not been to El Paso.
I've been to El Paso.
I need to really travel the state of Texas a little more.
It would take you about 9 hours to get to El Paso.
That is a ridiculous drive.
Quick fun fact for the folks out there. El Paso is closer to Baja, California than Dallas, Texas.
Interesting. That's a good trivia question.
Yes. So, Chris, much appreciated. You're entered to win the steak knives.
Shout out Chris, baby.
And you also get that first-time super chat chance. So 100%. Much appreciated, Chris. Everybody spam Chris in the chat.
It's QWERTY's from El Paso as well.
How about that? El Paso. It's very hot in El Paso.
Now.
And Mr. Rod, you'll like this. Very close to the southern border where there's some activity.
A lot of activity these days.
Yeah. Yeah. Stay away from that cartel.
Let's, with about 10 minutes to go until free agency here, why don't we talk about the guys who have already signed, the guys who aren't available to your Seattle Seahawks.
And we'll go around the league.
We'll go around the league, yeah. I mean, teams have been making deals already. We're getting there early. So let's start from the very beginning.
Let's start at the very top. Mike Evans, 2 years, $52 million, 35 guaranteed. Submitted the Bucks. They took care of Baker, Winfield, and Evans. Had a strong finish to the year. Bucks with Todd Bowles back, trying to build upon what they finished with last year. I don't know if they can replicate that a second time, though.
Yes, I do know. Like former Seahawk QB coach Dave Canales, he was the offensive coordinator down there in Tampa Bay, made really good things happen for Baker Mayfield and that crew. Mike Evans is a Hall of Fame talent. Let's not kid ourselves here. First ballot. I mean, the guy is the definition of consistency, and he's won at the highest level. So no doubt about it, Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer. I think this is a guy who wants to stay in Tampa Bay. Why would you not? He lives where you vacation, so it's one of those situations where he's not going to leave a situation that he's comfortable in, and a situation that he can win in as well. They won the division this year, and Dave Canales, I mentioned, he does approve of this new guy that is the offense coordinator now.
Yeah, they brought him in
from
Kentucky.
Brought him in from Kentucky, but people forget he was the Rams passing game coordinator when Baker made that spot start for them back a couple years ago.
Yeah, Baker's very familiar with him. They asked for Baker's input, too, on who they hire to be their OC there. Demarcus Robinson goes to the Rams, 1 year, $5 million deal. Dalton Schultz to the Texans, 3 years, $36 million, $23.5 guaranteed. Texans had a really strong finish to the year, got to the postseason. Dalton Schultz, not a bad tight end. I really like what DeMeco Ryans and that Texans team are building there.
And they got a ton of money to work with Stroud on that rookie deal, and he already looks like a top 12, top 10 quarterback here in the NFL. They can make some serious moves. I think they're actually going to sign one of the big running backs here in the next couple of days.
Zach Ertz going to the Washington Commanders, 1 year, $5 million deal. Ryan Bates to the Bears, 2024 fifth-round pick going to the Bills. Speaking of the Bills, they go Trubisky 2 years, $5.25 million,
Bringing him back.
2.7 guaranteed after the Steelers released him. We'll talk about the Steelers situation more in just a second. But Trubisky and the Bills to me, Schmitty, this is a team with all the free agents they have. I think they're going to take a significant step back in 2024.
I agree. They're missing with the amount of guys that they've kind of gotten rid of there on that roster, and you still got a guy like Von Miller sticking around. They just seem like they're in this purgatory right now. They're really not at that Super Bowl level, but they're still going to keep making the playoffs so that it's going to keep the fans engaged and it's going to keep morale high. But how much longer can that go on until fans get restless there up in Buffalo?
Jonnu Smith staying with the Dolphins, 2 years, $10 million. Tyrann Mathieu, 2 years, $13 million extension with the Saints. Then we got Fairburn going to the Texans, 3 years, $15.9.
He's sticking around.
Yeah, Okafor with the Patriots, 1 year, $4 million. Jalen Johnson, big deal for him with the Bears.
Big time.
4 years, $76 million. You talk about a turn of events. Just at the trade deadline, this guy requested a trade.
He wanted out.
Now he's locked up there for Chicago. Big turn of events for them to keep one of the top corners in football.
He's really emerged as such. You keep him around for the long haul, and the Bears look like they're going to be building something as well with likely a rookie quarterback coming in from the draft.
Yes, Caleb Williams. Drew Tranquill staying in Kansas City, 3 years, $19 million.
He earned that.
Kevin Dotson staying with the Rams, 3 years, $48 million. The Patriots keep Hunter Henry around, 3 years, $30 million. Our old friend, L.J. Collier.
I ain't calling him a friend. You called him a friend. I ain't calling him a friend. He is.
1 year deal with the Arizona Cardinals, but it's one of those things where, okay, fine, keep him.
An atrocity to the game.
Enjoy him. How about Taylor Rapp? 3 years, $10.625 million.
I like Taylor Rapp.
Kind of hoping that, I guess, that he makes the loss of Jordan Poyer hurt a little less, I guess.
I hope so. I mean, he was there last season, and he didn't get as much snaps as he maybe would have commanded had he stayed in with the Rams. I think he's obviously going to get a bigger role this year with the departure of their two safeties.
Ezra Cleveland, 3 years, $28.5 million, 14.5 guaranteed. Ezra Cleveland, I feel like, has been kind of disrespected. He was pushed to the side in Minnesota. Now he gets paid in Jacksonville here. He's a very underrated player for his position.
Absolutely. I mean, he was dealt at the deadline, and it was one of those things like, oh, why was he given away for that little?
Right.
It wasn't a 6th-round pick, I believe.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. He was given away for very cheap, and now he gets a big deal to stick around in Jacksonville and protect Trevor Lawrence there in Duval County.
Yes. Jake Bailey staying with the Dolphins, 2 years, $4.2. Colton McKivitz, 1 year, $7 million with the Niners.
Our own Chase Sr. was not very happy about that.
Yeah. Patrick Scales, 1 year deal with the Bears. Details TBD on that. Johnny Munt with a 1 year, $2.5 million deal with the Vikings. Amir Abdullah, details to be announced with the Raiders. Tavarius Moore stays with Chicago. Justin Madubuike, this is a guy that the Seahawks and many teams had their eyes on, especially with him playing under Mike Macdonald there in Seattle. The Ravens initially franchise tag him, and then they get him to agree to a 4-year, $98 million deal. I like Madubuike a lot. The Ravens basically had the choice. Do we want to spend big money on him or Patrick Queen? You already have Roquan Smith, the linebacker position. I thought this was the right call by Eric DeCosta and that Ravens organization to pay Madubuike as opposed to Patrick Queen.
100%. He earned that money, and he looks like a guy who's going to be a cornerstone of that defense and plugging up the middle for a long time there in Baltimore. He did great.
Cody Ford, 1 year deal
couple
to
of big names here.
Stay with the Bengals. Yep. Brandon Graham with the Eagles. And then Jerry Jeudy, a trade, not a free agent signing, goes to the Browns for a 2024 5th and 6th round pick. This guy we were talking about, Smitty, not too long ago, as the Broncos were shopping a first or a second potentially. They decided to keep him. Then after the Russell Wilson situation, they were desperate for cash. They move on from Jerry Jeudy here. We know about when Steve Smith was calling him out last offseason, said that he was mid and all that he's not a number 1 or number 2 receiver, he's a 3. I feel like this is a really good move for the Browns. You got Amari Cooper there. You got him cheap in that trade a couple of years ago with Dallas. add in Jerry Jeudy, this is a win, I feel, for the Browns here. Even if he is just a number 2 or number 3, you didn't give up a ton.
Absolutely believe it. I mean, it's a cap-saving move by the Broncos. I think both teams win in this scenario. It's a cap-saving move by the Broncos, and it's a low-risk, high-reward move.
I think the Broncos know they're not going to be very good, too.
Yeah, I think they're well aware. They're going to get as much draft capital as possible to kind of rebuild that roster, which, people forget. The last time the Broncos made the playoffs, they won the Super Bowl. I was a freshman in high school. I'm 22, turning 23 now. It's a long time. It's one of the longest droughts in the NFL.
More to count. Eric Murray to the Texans. And then let's talk about our guy, Tyler Lockett. 2 years, $34 million, a win-win for both sides. His cap number comes down from $27 million to about $15 for this upcoming year. And he stays in Seattle. The Seahawks keep the wide receiving core intact. I know he's coming off a down year this past year. We had less than 1,000 yards for the first time in about 4 seasons. But Tyler Lockett, still a very good receiver. And this Ryan Grubb air raid offense, he should have a significant role in it. He wants to retire, a member of the Seahawks. He's in the back end of his prime now. I thought it was a win for Seattle and Tyler Lockett both.
Absolutely. I mean, it kind of just second everything you said there. He's going to be a Seahawk until he retires, hopefully, and he's going to keep making an impact until then as well.
Chris Jones, 5-year, $158.75 million.
Yeah, NBA money coming to Chris Jones.
Over $100 million guaranteed. Chris Jones is the second best defensive tackle in the league, only behind Aaron Donald. I think he might have evolved past Aaron Donald this season with the way he played. He's the most underrated player, I think, in all of football. 100%. The Chiefs would not have some of their Super Bowl rings, maybe all of them, quite frankly, without Chris Jones.
100%.
He is that valuable to that Kansas City Chiefs team. They pay him. They lock him up for the rest of his prime years. They already have Patrick Mahomes on a long-term deal as well. They're going to work out some things with Kelsey here. Brett Veach is a genius. I think he's the best GM in football. And to go from this guy holding out and missing a regular season game,
sitting in a box upstairs,
to now having this deal done, a wild turnaround, a big win for the Chiefs. This is a team, folks, that was the worst Chiefs team of the Mahomes era, and they still won the Super Bowl. This year, they have money to spend. They take care of Chris Jones. They're probably going to sign some more guys and draft well, too. Chiefs are going to be a problem for many years to come.
Absolutely. But that defense is the backbone of this Super Bowl run, and Chris Jones is no doubt the cornerstone of that defense. With a minute left until free agency, let's go a little bit more rapid fire here.
Greg Reynolds, the Lions. Mac Jones, real quick to the Jags. Jags?
He stinks. He stinks.
I don't hate it for them to have a backup quarterback.
They have a backup quarterback now. He's never going to play. He stinks. He's out of there.
Chuck Clark, former Raven, stays with the Jets, 1-year deal. Isaiah Oliver, 1-year deal. Kevin Byard to the Bears. I like what the Bears are doing, spending some cash there. Not a bad player. Baker Mayfield, 3 years, $100 million. Good for Bake. Andre James, 3 years, $24 million. Foley stays with the Texans, 1-year deal. Casey Cryer with the Giants. Robert Jones with the Dolphins. Kendrick Bourne stays in New England, 3 years, $33 million. And then Russ, 1 year, 1.2. Russ staying with the Pittsburgh Steelers as free agency. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy free agency!
Let's play football, baby. Let's rock and roll.
We're here. Free agency is now underway.
Let's fill this roster, and let's go win a goddamn Super Bowl.
Here we go. Let's talk Russ now.
All right.
1 year, $1.2 million for Russ. He'll play on the league minimum. He's still going to get all that Bronco money. I think for Russ, it's a good fit for him. But I don't like it for the Steelers because you're looking at a quarterback that does not like to play between the hashes. That's what Arthur Smith's entire offense is built on.
Yes.
Is a quarterback that can throw between the hashes here. So that seems kind of odd there. And then all the other outside stuff with Russ of just the other things going on here. It doesn't feel like the Steeler way at all. I feel like this is going to end poorly.
I agree. I don't think he's going to work in that locker room. George Pickens is going to hate the guy by week 3. All right,
yes.
Let's get that settled up. George Pickens is going to want to kill the man by the middle of the season next year. And if it's not going well, it's going to be a short leash for Russ because they're not paying him much. and they have no allegiances to him. They could easily go back to Kenny Pickett, who they drafted and believed in over the past couple of years.
What do you guys think? Russ a good fit in Pittsburgh? Why for yes, in for no? I think Russ picked out probably the best team that was looking for a quarterback.
Agreed. Probably best supporting cast as far as other places that he could have gone. I mean, was it Vegas and New York? I mean,
I like it for Russ. I don't like it for the Steelers.
Yeah, I like it for Russ. Best of luck to him.
What do you guys think? Why for yes, in for no? Good move for Russ to go to Pittsburgh or not? Let us know what you think. Zaire Franklin to the Colts, 3 years, $32 million.
Good deal there for him.
Graham Gazgal with the Lions, 3 years, $20 million. Mitch Morse to the Jags, 2 years, $10.5. With Ezra Cleveland too, Trevor Lawrence finally getting some O-line help.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're investing in him, and I think that they've seen that Trevor Lawrence hasn't performed to his fullest potential yet. They're getting the reinforcements there in the trenches to make sure that happens.
Troy Hill, 1 year deal. Greg Zuerlein, Greg the Leg, staying with the Jets, 2 years, $8.4. That's a lot of money for a kicker.
That is, but he's Greg the Leg, man. I mean, he got some serious dough. And listen, the next guy that we're going to talk about here is the last 3 free agents come up on your screen that have signed so far. Chase McLaughlin's getting about the same money there in Tampa Bay. The going rate for kickers is going up. And I think that's honestly indicative of the fact that not every kicker is as reliable as teams want them to be. And the guys out there who have the guys, they're paying them to stay in town.
Landon Dickerson, 4 years, $84 million, 50-year guaranteed with the Eagles. Michael Pittman going to stay in Indianapolis, 3 years, $70 million, 46 guaranteed. Anthony Richardson coming back from the injury. That's huge for him to have his top weapon on a nice deal here.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a guy who came along mightily this season, and he took that step that he needed, not only with Anthony Richardson that we saw early on, but then with Gardner Minshew. I mean, he made Gardner Minshew look like a star there with how many targets he was peppered with in Indy. I like Michael Pittman a lot. I know a lot of people might think he's a little bit overrated, but he's one of those guys who I just think plays the game the right way and gets shit done on the football field.
Man, yes.
Let's do it.
All right. Thanks for joining us. Welcome into the beginning of a brand new hour of free agency frenzy. Day number 1. The clock has gone down to 0 as we begin free agency. Teams can now officially speak to any free agent out there. They technically cannot sign until Wednesday, but we will hear verbal agreements. Think of it like
That's right.
Think of it like high school recruiting. You can give your verbal commitment today and have everything ready to go except the pen on the dotted line today, is basically how this works. So throughout the afternoon, we will see these deals start to roll in throughout the NFL. And we'll keep you updated not just with what's going on with your Seahawks, but other free agent signings across the league as well today. If you're a Seahawks fan, I want you to spam us right now. We got over 320 people watching right now. We want to see that audience crank it up another notch, too. Want to see more people here. Smitty's going to shout everybody out that spams S in the chat over this next minute. So I'll get the S's going. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Shout out my guys who got in there early. Jake Ballard and El Taco, Sean Martin, Nancy Neri, Ivan Hanchett, Sean H., Nillis Boulevard, El Taco, Lowell Red Tiger. Here we go. Nils Boulevard.
Faster.
Here we go. Kenneth Walker. K9 in the chat. Kason Reyes. El Taco. Now, I'm not seeing enough S's. Or do you guys really love the Seahawks? Do you guys really want this roster to get filled out and become a Super Bowl contender? There we go.
Starting
Out the Park Sports. Jordan Taylor. Seth. Out the Park. Official Rich. Ivan. Jordan. Seth. Nancy. Kenneth. Keep it going, Adrian. Keep it going, Adam. Adam Edwards, I see you. Let's ride. Let's go. D. Valencia, Aaron B., Short Vest, Seth, El Taco, Archie Cunningham, Eric, Nancy, Shorty V's, Jordan Taylor, Tasty TV, Archie, Sean, Dane. Keep it going.
10 seconds.
See, now I can't even read all the names. You guys are going so quick. Boskin's here. What's up, Boskin? Jake Ballard, Seth Kaloa, Stephen Brinkley, Chris. Chris is here. We love Chris. Paulo Domingo. How you doing, my friend? Isaac Romero. Ada Morales, Grant Billups.
5.
Keep it going, Beast.
4.
Keep it going, Big
3,
Hawk. Tasty.
2,
Chris. Isaac.
1.
Steven. Keep it up, guys.
Nice work.
Keep the chat rolling all day long. We want to stay live with you guys as long as humanly possible until the Seahawks make a move. After the Seahawks make a move. If our rivals make a move. If Bobby goes and makes a move. We want to stay live with you guys all day, and if the chat's rolling, chat's pumping, we will stay here.
Here's the deal, folks. It's real simple how this works, okay? We do not have a set schedule for today. We can stay live as long as you guys want us to stay live, basically. If the chat's popping, if the views are going, if the super chats are rolling, then we can keep on going. If not, we can sign off and call it a day at any point. We can pull the plug at any time today. It all really comes down to you guys. It's your show. We can keep on. We can explode and have a great time, but it's up to you guys if we're going to keep doing this thing all day. So that's how it comes down to. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. We are 55 likes away from 200, and I will chug the rest of this Coors Light. I know it's still, 9 a.m. on the West Coast? But it's 5 o'clock somewhere. We're still drinking. Mountains are still blue in this Coors Light. I will chug the rest of it when we get to 200 likes. So we need 55 more likes away to reach that next milestone and chug the rest of this Coors Light. And, by the way, I see John Smith has entered the chat. John, we are $83 away from Das Boot, by the way. And we can make it a mimosa boot just for you, John Smith. $51 million. Oh! Seth! $50 super chat! Bang! Seth! Everybody spam Seth! Spam Seth! How about that? Seth says, let's kick off free agency right, guys. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Seth, I'm doing a beer bong. Smitty's got a beer shotgun.
I gotta go get it. So, I didn't know we'd be partying this early. Gotta go get it. So,
what a start today, my friends. Beer bongs. Beer shotgun. It's just past 10 a.m., and we're drinking away. Everybody spam Seth in the chat. Let's kick off free agency right, guys. That is the way to start. And that puts us only $33 away from Das Boot now. How about that? Seth? This one's for Seth. Oh! John with a $50 super chat. Bang! John, I can't put you on screen till Smitty gets back. But we will in a moment. Stay tuned for that. John came through big, as he always does. All right. Beer shotgun, beer bong, everything in between. We're rocking and rolling. Free agency is off to a great start. We'll throw up John's super chat in a moment. But Smitty just walked back in. We'll drink together, as 12s do. Cheers. For the 12s. Oh my God. Woo! How's that feel?
You know, I don't use this thing very often, but I felt like getting it rambunctious today on Seahawks, and it kind of kills me.
Oh my gosh.
I'll do a can shotgun next time.
Okay. There we go. Let's get John's super chat next. Seth coming through big. How about that? Seth, much appreciated. Thank you, Seth. And then John Smith
with a $50 super chat.
Bang! Boot Mosa, baby. What's our available cap space? $51 million.
There you see, my friend.
Is the number. John?
Seth and John absolutely murdering the game.
Tell you what. Here's what we'll do, John. I am going to go get the boot ready. I'm also going to use the bathroom to make sure we're all feeling.
Don't worry, I'll keep you
okay.
guys. I'll keep you guys company.
Smitty will keep you company while I go get the boot ready. John says, by the way, Smitty needs to get comfortable in that shotgun if he wants to be a pro.
Listen, I got you. Next one, I'm going to go back to the well. I'm going to go back to what I know and what I'm good at, because that took a little too long
Everybody
for me.
spam John in the chat. So here's what we'll do. I am going to go get the boot ready. Going to go use the bathroom. We're going to take care of things. When I come back, Smitty,
Yeah.
while I'm gone, every $10 super chat, we'll put a shot of vodka
Ooh.
in the mimosa boot.
We're putting a shot of vodka. We got Tito's on hand. So every $10 super chat that comes in, we're putting a shot in the boot.
So let me go take care of things.
Alex, it is a little more than 51 million with some of the recent cuts.
Waiting on the number to update.
Yeah, the number hasn't updated from any verified source yet. This is after the Tyler Lockett restructure, I believe.
Right.
And with
probably closer to like 54,
55. With the cuts of Nick Ballore and the likes, it's probably a little bit more, but
So-
operate as if we got 50 mil to work with.
So I'll be back. Smitty's going to hold things down.
Let's do it.
Every $10 super chat while I'm gone, a shot of vodka in the mimosa boot.
Shouts out to John, man. What a guy. He's always coming in clutch here at Seahawks Today. That's why we love him. That's why he's the godfather of Seahawks Today. And if you guys don't know what people are paying for here, let's just give you a quick rundown of what's going on. Super Chat menu, first time Super Chatters, if you stuck around here for the last couple of minutes. We had one or two here on the chat. And we give you a Seahawks chant if you're a first-time Super Chatter. Every $5 Super Chat, we're going to do the Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks song. A little preview for you there. A little freebie for you there as well. $10 raffle ticket. We're giving away Seahawks steak knives. I mean, listen, in the wee months of the offseason, we got to get creative with our raffle giveaways. Seahawks steak knives, it's actually pretty expensive value, so a $10 raffle ticket can get you into that. We have a couple entries already here on today's show. $20. We got to get this thing. In town, but the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. You will get your name on the Seahawks football that we have coming into town shortly, because it has not arrived yet. So unfortunate about that there. $50. No, we'll do a beer bong, and every $100, so every $250s, I'll do a beer shotgun, the full kit and caboodle. Crack it open, put it down, and just be an absolute legend. You guys know what it is. So that's our Super Chat menu. $sign below the chat box. Feel free to contribute. We know not everybody can contribute, so we are going to find a way to give other people shout-outs as well during the show here. Seahawks free agency. They've restructured Tyler Lockett's deal to a 2-year, $34 million deal. It is now a $15 million cap hit as opposed to his previous $27 million cap hit. So it's one of those situations where he's looking to stick around. He didn't want to leave Seattle, and he's got to get there somehow. 24 likes away from 200. We have 176 right now. With all these super chats, and we know not everybody can contribute. So the free ways that you can contribute to the show and help support the stream today, liking that video, hitting that thumbs up icon, because the more likes that we generate here on the stream, the more times that YouTube is going to send this stream out to different recommended pages, get more Seahawk fans, get more NFL fans, just get people looking to gather the news of this wild free agent frenzy today. So hit the like button on the video. The Bears signed DeAndre Swift. Is that a fact? Oh my goodness. Did the Bears sign DeAndre Swift? I know Demario Davis, he's headed back to the Saints. We got you up to date on all the previous free agent deals that were done before 11 a.m. This is the first one that I've seen updated here as well as Brandon Allen re-signing with the 49ers. Full details to be announced there as well. Demario Davis, this guy's still kicking, man. He's getting 2-year deals. He's old. I think he's older than Bobby, right? I'm pretty sure he's older than Bobby. Maybe they're about the same age. But Demario Davis got a lot of wear and tear there on that body. And we got a couple of big-time super chatters in the chat here right now. We got to go back to some earlier ones as well. With those 50s that came in, we did not get to appreciate my guy Deshaun Harper here. It says, Seattle, Washington, what do you think about CJ Deuce from Detroit? I would love to see him. He's got a lot of swagger, a lot of moxie, and he plays the position at a really high level. A lot of effort from CJ Gardner-Johnson. I like him a lot. He's one of those guys that is going to be around for a long time. I can see him going back to Philly and potentially having a career resurgence there, like he did and played in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. He just didn't get enough tick with the Lions. I'm curious to see how they feel about bringing him back because he played really well in their playoff run. CJ Deuce is pretty solid. Kaysen Reyes says, if I'm GM, the $5 super chat, that's a Old MacDonald had a farm, Seahawks. Says, if I'm GM, spend 70% on defense and 30% on offense. Only one nice payday for an interior offensive lineman. Thoughts? I agree. I think the big chunk of our offensive money should be on interior offensive line, and then potentially a spot signing at the tight end position as well, because it's definitely a position of need. Thank you, Kaysen. P.S. If you throw in a Seahawks hat, if you throw in a Seahawks hat, I will $50 super chat. What does that mean exactly? Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat what that means, and I will definitely get there with you as Tyler Jones rejoins me now here on the channel. Seahawks Today 2024 Free Agency Live. Stick around with us as we break down all the deals here on the first day of free agency.
You ever seen the movie Napoleon Dynamite?
I have seen parts of it.
So I grabbed myself a quesadilla, and it makes me think of that scene with Napoleon's grandma. What are you doing? I'm making a damn quesadilla.
Oh, I do remember that he says quesadilla in the movie. As we got a first time super chat
for Sean! Hawks! Hawks! Hawks!
Let's
Sean!
go,
Sean!
Let's go. These guys got these super chats in before you returned.
Oh.
So absolutely electric factory that they got some shots added to the Seahawks Mimosa boot.
Oh, yes. Sean Martinez, much appreciated. You're entered to win the knives now, too.
Oh, my God. That Mimosa boot looks ridiculous.
Oh, it does. It does for sure.
And then this is a... Oh, wow.
As I finish this quesadilla.
And then we got another one. Oh, no, that one was from Kaysen.
Okay.
And then we got another
First time super chatter for Jason. Hawks. Hawks. Let's go, Jason.
My guy. So three shots of Tito's.
So here's the mimosa boot in all its glory. And I got to add 3 shots.
Hell?
I'm glad I'm getting some food in me.
3 years, $24 million for Swift. Is that facts? I have not seen that updated on our little tracker yet.
Where did he go?
The Bears, I believe.
So that means
and
that they're...
DeAndre Swift is with the Bears. 3 years, $24 million, $15 million guaranteed.
So that tells me they're probably going for Saquon.
The Eagles,
The
yeah.
Eagles.
Wow. Is Saquon Barkley a Philadelphia Eagle?
I think Saquon's going to the Eagles.
Wow. Oh, did I spell Sean wrong? Am I an idiot? Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm so sorry, Sean.
S-H-A-N.
I'm such an idiot. That's my. I'm getting rid of it.
All right, 3 shots.
3 shots of vodka.
Vodka, there it is. Tito's, America's finest, straight from Austin, Texas.
And then we're gonna get our guy Jason as well involved here. Spam Jason in the chat as well. He's a first-time super chatter. Welcome to the family.
Freddy versus Jason, great movie.
Great, yeah, a lot of fun. Freddy versus Jason. I enjoyed that.
And then the next one. Here we go.
We got another coming in. We got no, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, we ran them all. 3
all right.
shots.
So here is Mimosa Boot
Oh boy.
in all its glory, as we did the mimosa, and then we added 3 shots of Tito's.
As free agency begins, we revisit our question from before. Name a player the Seahawks should sign in NFL free agency while Tyler takes down this Mimosa boot.
Yes. And let's time this thing accordingly.
Okay, I'll stop watch it.
What are we thinking? Can I
think you can get under 18 here.
under 18?
That's the new parameter. You've hit under 20 in your past couple.
O for over, U for under 18 seconds.
Shout out Prize Picks. M for more, L for less.
Yeah, there we go. Yes.
Let's do that. M
for more
L
than
for
18
less.
seconds, L for less.
Shout out Prize Picks. Use code CLNS. Get a $100 deposit match at Prize
I wish
Picks.
you could put these boots on Prize Picks.
I know these boots on Prize Picks would go crazy. I know the 12s would be racing to put.
Oh wait. Kaysen says we missed his second super chat. Before we do anything,
my bad.
Let's take care of that.
My bad.
Kaysen, you will not be forgotten. I want to make sure you're taken care of before we do this boot.
Oh, okay. It looks a little bit similar to your first one. My bad on that, Kaysen.
Yeah.
$10 super chat.
$10 super chat from Kaysen. If I'm a GM, 70% of the cap goes to defense, 30% for offense. Thoughts? Spend the money to get Brooks and Queen, Stone, and clone
this is his
Leonard
defense one, I guess.
to have two. I don't know percentage-wise, but I do like the idea of spending the majority on defense, though. I don't know.
More holes on that side.
I don't know about 70%. That seems like a high number.
Mm-hmm. Maybe more like a 60.
Maybe like 60-40 or 65-35.
Yeah.
But I like the idea where you're going with there, Kaysen. Kaysen, that's another entry for the Seahawk Knives.
Yeah, we got a lot of entries for the Seahawk Knives given away at the end of the month.
Yes. All right.
Name a player the Seahawks should sign in free agency.
Let's get down to this boot. Here we go. Smitty's going to do the play-by-play.
I got the play-by-play and the ever-old reliable stopwatch here as well.
18 seconds, the number.
Drop a name you guys think. Oh, Boskin says Chase Young, prove it deal. We'll talk about some of these in just a second.
I don't think anyone's given him a prove it deal. I think he's earned some money.
He's getting some big money. Mr. Rod says Justin Simmons. The Bills have released Deion Dawkins, huh? Yeah, that's interesting. That's wild. He's on the market now. Kirk plans to talk with the Falcons. That's pretty cool. Williams 100%. And B. McBeck says go after Armstead. Hey, I would love to steal players from the 49ers. Let's get to this mimosa boot.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. And we are off. Jones going with the stand-up approach here on the boot, and he's absolutely murdering this thing. Oh my God, this could be unbelievable. By the way, it is an extension for Deion Dawkins, not a release. He's got this. There's no way. Come on. Oh.
Oh no.
19.31.
Oh.
That was
So
a very
close.
solid effort. A very solid effort. You see
So
it up at
close.
the top right of your screen.
No spillage.
A very solid effort. No spillage. He absolutely cooked it.
I mean, I'll be honest. I could have gotten away with some spillage to get to 18.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't cheat.
No, he didn't cheat. Every drop of liquid was consumed there.
Yeah.
As the big deal of the last couple of minutes, DeAndre Swift signing a 3-year, $24 million deal with the
That's a lot
Chicago
of money for a
Bears.
running back.
Is it though? It's only $8 million a year for young gun.
$8 million for a guy on his third team now?
That will be his third team now, yeah. Which third team at what age? 25,
Yeah.
26, maybe. I just want to get this real quick before. Yep. And we got that. And obviously the big deal for Seattle, restructuring Tyler Lockett's deal as the only move they have made so far.
All right.
In free agency.
So we got a first
Time
Super Chat, the bread maker, 0001.
C
Hawks,
C
Hawks,
C.
Hawks, let's go.
Shout out my guy, bread winner, bread maker.
Oh, the bread maker. Much appreciated, the bread maker. The question from the bread maker is
Spam bread.
spam bread. Yeah, spam bread in the chat.
Spam bread. What a beast.
How much would we pay safety Ryan Neal to play for us? I'm very open to the idea of bringing Ryan Neal back.
I was gonna say,
I don't think he's going to cost that much. I think maybe $4 or $5 million a year.
Seahawk legend Ryan Neal.
Fun fact about Ryan Neal. Let's see if Smitty knows this. I bet Smitty does. Did you know, folks, Ryan Neal was the highest graded safety by Pro Football Focus in 2022
Yeah. I did know that.
in all of football?
For Tampa Bay, right?
No, for Seattle.
Oh, for Seattle, he was highest graded.
In 2022, in all of the NFL.
That's insanity.
And yet they let him walk for nothing.
Let him walk for nothing. And he was good last year.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think about $4 or $5 million is all it would cost to get Ryan Neal back. And I would love that idea.
Yeah.
I'd love that. Let's tell you about today's sponsor, Prize Picks. Prize Picks, a place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Choose 2 more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, maybe it's yardage in football, goals in hockey, rebounds in basketball, home runs in baseball, fantasy points in NASCAR, all sorts of different categories to choose from. Pick 2 or more players and then go from there. And you can play along. PrizePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. Smitty, we're talking hockey now on PrizePicks.
I ain't talking much hockey. I don't know much about it, but we got PrizePicks up the wazoo around here.
So here's what we're going with. And I'll be honest, you and I are not big hockey guys. I like playoff hockey.
I mean, so do I. It's electric.
But I wouldn't say take my advice on this. Let me make this very clear.
We got a lot of picks we're rotating through today.
Brock Nelson, because I totally know who that is, with more than half a point. Robert Thomas, because I totally know who he is too.
He's a beast.
With less than half an assist.
All right, he ain't dropping a dime tonight.
And then Jake Neighbors.
Jake Neighbors I do know, actually.
To have more than 1.5 shots. Is this
shots
on
goal?
goal?
Shots on goal.
Shots on goal tonight.
He's got to hit the goalie.
He's just got to shoot.
Yep.
Shoot or shoot. So if you want to play along with us on PrizePicks, because we're such big hockey guys, then do so. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. Why not give it a shot? What's the worst that could happen? You lose money? Play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. Link is in the chat right now. PrizePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS to play along today. Kaysen with another super chat coming in. Love you guys. What's the best and worst case scenario at 16? Who is someone you would trade if you had to? Let's start off with the first part of that question. Best case scenario, I think, is Brock Bowers is available.
Mm-hmm.
Slides down and is available at
or
16.
Jared Verse, who I think he's moving up draft boards right now, unfortunately for us.
That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario is basically everyone you're interested in is gone.
Yeah.
Bowers, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, all the quarterbacks, and then you just basically have to trade down.
Which wouldn't be the worst scenario in the world. Get more assets, but you miss out on the guys you'd like.
I think really the worst case scenario is if the Seahawks reach for like a quarterback. If they decide, you know what,
If they take J.J. McCarthy, I don't know what I'll do.
If they decide, you know what, we're going to take Bo Nix or Michael Penix at 16, when they can have either one of those guys probably later, then I'll probably not be happy.
Yeah.
That would be the worst case scenario. Who is someone you would trade if you had to? Trade candidate from this Seahawks team? Oh, man. Very good question. Who would I trade? Let me think for a second here. I think a guy that you could trade potentially that might have some value out there, although I do like him. I'll say this, Smitty. But I think he might have some value on the open market. And we already know the Seahawks are looking to upgrade this position anyway. What about a Trey Brown trade?
Yeah.
I like Trey, but I think
Trey.
Seattle wants to do better than Trey Brown.
I admire that. I don't know how much young talent. I don't think this is a very deep draft at the cornerback position, unfortunately. But if we had to trade Trey Brown, he has some of the most value on the team that we'd be willing to part ways with, I believe.
Right.
So that's a guy out there who I think that they could decide to trade. Maybe a guy like. Is it too
There's enough teams that need corners.
Is it too early to give up on a guy like Derek Hall?
I think so.
I think so. I think a lot of this team is from last year's in the year prior's draft class. Trey Brown's been that guy who's been kind of around since about the 2020 or 2021. Yeah. So he's been around for a little bit and hasn't really evolved.
And let me say, I do like Trey Brown, but it sounds like from what the rumblings we've heard, the Seahawks are looking to upgrade the corner position even further.
Well,
I would think that Trey Brown might be a casualty of that.
I also don't think that Seattle has been entirely enthused with the performance of their good old buddy Reek Woolen in the past.
Reek's got to tackle better.
Yeah, he's just got to tackle better, man.
And he tackled fine his rookie year.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, I agree.
Kaysen, thanks for that $5 super chat, my guy. That means we owe him the old Macdonald song.
Here we go. Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks.
Thank you, Kaysen. Much appreciated.
Got a question for you guys.
Seahawks front office looks a little different. Pete is in an advisory role, but he wasn't involved in the coaching search. I don't know how much Pete actually is in the building right now, but this is John Schneider's team at this point. He is the one calling the shots. With that said, Mike Macdonald around, the decisions that are being made. This is the first offseason in the post-Pete Carroll era where John is the guy now. And we've already seen some massive changes from the Pete era of moving on from guys like Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. Geno is going to be back for now. Like, what's your confidence level in the Seahawks front office? Scale it 1 through 10. What you guys think? Smitty, I feel pretty good about what John has done with his decision-making since taking over the operations after Pete was forced to resign.
I agree. He and keep in mind the past 2 drafts have looked pretty fantastic for Seattle. The 2022 and 2023 draft classes. So I'm very confident in John Schneider's ability to draft. The Seahawks haven't particularly made, aside from Draymond Jones, like that was the Seahawks' largest ever external free agent signing in the franchise's history, and I believe it's about a $17-18 million a year average. So they've never even signed somebody that isn't currently on the roster for $20 million. That could change this offseason with potentially a guy like Christian Wilkins coming in. But I think the priority right now for them is to re-sign Leonard Williams, and if they get that done, my confidence is going to remain at a 10. I'm very confident in this front office. I think it's one of the more competent ones in football, and I think they're going to remain that way for the foreseeable future. John Schneider doesn't look like he's losing any gas anytime soon.
Confidence level in the Seahawks front office, scale 1 through 10. Dizzy says 8.63. Very professional Dave Portnoy type score.
I like
there.
that. That is to the nearest 100th.
Yes. One trade. Everyone knows the rules.
That's right.
Ivan says 8. Sean says 10. D.Y. Damian says 9. The Boskin says should have drafted Jalen Carter.
That's a wild take.
I like Devin Witherspoon.
He's great.
I know Jalen Carter's a beast, but I really like Devin Witherspoon. I'm not losing sleep over that draft pick right now. Jason says 8. Adam says 8. Tom and Trina say 7. Who's typing, by the way? Is it Tom or is it Trina? Shared YouTube accounts? I thought we were over with this. Like, my parents, when they joined Facebook, shared a Facebook page. And I thought it was ridiculous even as a kid back then. Why are we sharing YouTube accounts? Get your own account. Beast Mode says 8. C-Fan for Life says 7.32. LOL Red Tiger says 8 and then says 8.5. Seth says 8.9. The Boskin says after getting rid of Pete, 9.
Hey, I agree.
Daniel says 9. Tom is the one typing.
All right, Tom, shout out to you, my man.
How's Trina doing?
Oh, they're saying trade Draymond Jones. I don't know how much value he's going to have, to be honest with you.
That's a bad contract.
Bad contract. I think you got to ride that one out, and hopefully he just increases his production, which I think he's capable of.
Yeah, we'll see. Mr. Rod says 10. You know, I've been seeing a lot from Mr. Rod talking about our president today. I'm almost nervous to see what Mr. Rod's going to say next. Jameson says 9. John says 9.
This is Tom and Trina's only form of social media is YouTube. I respect that because I think you're hanging out with us.
Okay.
You're spending your time with us.
Sosa says 10. Marcel says 8. Some of the numbers going on there.
Still haven't hit, by the way, I didn't notice this. I thought we had hit it already, but we have not hit 200 likes yet, folks.
We're 7 away from 200 likes.
7 likes away.
I will
from 200.
crack open another Coors Light.
Let's get popping.
When we get to 200 likes. But I need 7 more of you to like today's video. Mountains are blue, by the way. Here it is, ready to go.
Mountains are absolutely blue.
But I cannot open it until we get to 200 likes. So 7 more of you like the video.
Hit it. Come on.
Do your part. Let's get
We know not everybody can super chat. It is the freest and easiest way to help out today's stream.
It helps get the show out to more people.
It does.
So we'll when we get there, one more. I need one more to get to 200. Then we'll crack open that cold Coors Light.
Appreciate you guys being with us.
Want to talk Ross after this?
Hey, we can talk some Russ.
Okay. One more. Uno.
Uno mas.
There it is.
Let's talk Russ.
There it is. As if that boot wasn't enough, now let's drink more beer. All right. It is 9:35 here on the West Coast, 12:35 out east. We continue with our live coverage of NFL free agency. Your number one source for Seahawks free agency frenzy is right here on Seattle Seahawks Today. Big news late last night, in case you missed it, Russell Wilson has found a new team. Russ is going to be joining the Pittsburgh Steelers on a one-year, $1.2 million contract, the league minimum, as he will continue to get the money from the Denver Broncos. And now he moves forward with the Steelers, walks into a pretty good situation when you talk talent-wise. The Steeler team with a dynamic offense. They love to run the football with Najee Harris back there and Jaylen Warren, and good receiving core, of course, there with George Pickens and company. Defense is stacked as well. T.J. Watt on one side, Mika Fitzpatrick. They got some good players there.
Cam Hayward, yeah.
Cam Hayward as well, and Cam Hayward was one of the largest advocates for Russell Wilson to come to town.
Really?
In addition to Mike Tomlin. Apparently, those were the two loudest voices in the room.
Yeah, I didn't really know much about the situation. I know he met with them for such a long time when he visited, but I didn't know who was actually advocating for Russ to come to Pittsburgh. So I guess we found out.
Yeah. Cam Hayward, also a former Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner.
Oh, so they know each other well from those meetups.
Yeah. But I guess those two were the loudest, he and Tomlin, to get Russ there.
I like it.
He hasn't been guaranteed the job officially, but we all know what's going to happen.
He's going to beat out Kenny Pickett.
He better beat out Kenny Pickett.
If you don't beat out Kenny Pickett, that's a problem on Russ.
Here's what I look at. For Russ, of all the teams he could have signed with, that was the right choice as far as the best teams that needed a quarterback, that were in the quarterback market.
What were the other teams that exactly were? I mean, he could have went to Minnesota, no?
I think.
Is there a chance Cousins?
It sounded like that the other options after Pittsburgh were Las Vegas and New England.
Las Vegas and New England. Maybe New York as well.
Maybe New York. I think that was the best.
The Steelers are clearly the best suited out of the three to hold a guy like Russ.
Yeah. I think the Steelers were the right choice for him as far as best team goes. But I don't like it for the Steelers because you get all the side circus and sideshow that comes with Russ.
Yeah.
Is he going to want his own office again and bring in his QB coach and then the Ciara and all that stuff? Steelers Nation, let's ride. All that shenanigans.
Steel City, let's ride.
I don't like that with Russ. And then he's 35 years old. What does this mean for Kenny Pickett's future? Are you giving up on him? And then the offense. Arthur Smith comes into place to be your OC. And I think Arthur Smith is fine as an OC. But Arthur Smith's offense is built on the quarterback throwing the football between the hashes, the middle of the field. That is the weakest part of Russell Wilson's game, is throwing between the hashes. So maybe Arthur Smith will adapt or Russ will adapt, but I think this is ultimately going to end poorly. I don't think this is going to work. In the Steelers, I know that most Seahawks fans cannot stand the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I get it. But with respect to that organization, just in all reality, the Steelers are one of the best organizations in football, bar none. Their rings kind of speak for themselves. The Steelers have always had a certain way that they carry themselves and do things. The Steeler way. I don't feel like Russ fits into the Steeler way, the Steeler mold of how they conduct themselves. That's where I see this as an odd fit.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who I just think that is just not going to be cut out for, especially even the roster of teammates that he has there in Pittsburgh. George Pickens is a very emotional guy, very kind of mean-mugging kind of player there in Pittsburgh, and I don't know how well that's going to mesh with a guy like Russell Wilson when he misses him 4 times in a single game. When that happens, he's going to be looking at him like Melvin Gordon was looking at him there on the sideline in that really ridiculous meme picture. So I think he's going to be on a short leash. I don't think Pittsburgh has any, they have no allegiance to Russ. They have no, they don't need to stick with him for the whole year. If he's stinking it up, they can easily go back to a guy they drafted 2 years ago in Kenny Pickett and ride out and see what they have with him. Who knows? He might have improved. Maybe he learns from Russ as far as leadership quality goes.
I think Russ is the worst quarterback in that division.
Deshaun Watson, Lamar, and Burrow, yeah, it's clearly Russell Wilson the worst in that division. I mean, Deshaun is arguable, but he's still young. He's younger. He's got a better. He's a better thrower of the football. I mean, I don't see that there's any debate in that.
What do you guys think? Chime in the chat right now. Your thoughts on Russ going to Pittsburgh? Good move for Russ or not? Why for yes, in for no? Let's see what the comments are saying.
The comments are saying we have another big-time
Flame81 says, love Russ, but this is the last real chance for him to succeed away from the Seahawks. John Smith says, Wilson should have went to a dome. He simply can't play with a wet ball.
I hate that take.
Yeah, very interesting points there. Another signing, Jonathan Grenard.
Big time.
Going to the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings, everybody's watching to see if they bring back Cousins or not, but they take care of Grenard first. What do we think of this move, Smitty?
Cousins might be in Atlanta right now. He might be meeting with Falcons brass right now.
He was looking for houses last week.
Is Florio the guy? Did Florio not make it up? He might be getting vindicated with Kirk Lanta coming soon. Who knows?
Isn't Florio a Viking guy too?
Is he a Viking guy?
I thought that was his team, like that he roots for. I thought he was a Viking fan.
I'm not 100% sure. That rings a bell, though. It does ring a bell. But hey, Jonathan Grenard, big-time linebacker, moving to the cold up north in Minnesota. He's a good player.
I would guess this probably means they're not going to be able to afford Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings are going to look a lot different next year, no doubt about it. But this is a piece that you can kind of build upon your defense, that captain there in the middle. I like Jonathan Grenard a lot.
Let's see. Checking in on the chat. They're still talking Russ. Sosa says, good move for Russ. Sean says, great move for Russ. C-Fan for Life says, could be a legend in the XFL. Tom and Trent says, Ciara will be moving to California and Russ will be a bachelor in Pittsburgh. B says Steelers country. Let's wield.
Is that a fact? Tony Pollard to the Titans.
Ooh.
Oh boy!
How about that?
We're getting hot off the presses. Could the Seahawks be next with their moves?
Tony Pollard to the Titans. So Derrick Henry, we already thought he was gone anyway. Now this officially confirms that Derrick Henry won't be coming back to Tennessee. It also means the Cowboys will be in the running back market as well, whether that's signing another running back or the draft, whatever it may be. But Tony Pollard going to Tennessee, Smitty,
kind of wild.
I'm a little surprised because Tennessee is one of the worst teams, I think, roster-wise for next year. What's the point of spending money on Pollard?
I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
This is a weird move for me.
It's a weird move. Yeah, DeMarco Murray Part 2 says flash. That seems like this way. Listen, Tony Pollard might not be that good. Like, he just might not be that good.
I think he's just okay.
He's just okay. And that's all right. It's fine. He's a good football player. He's not a great running back. And that's what needs to be said here. Seth saying the Cowboys might go after Barkley now. Well, if you saw a few minutes ago, DeAndre Swift is headed from Philadelphia to the Chicago Bears in a free agency deal, 3 years, $24 million for him. This opens the door for the Philadelphia Eagles to pursue Saquon Barkley as well. What is going to happen with that situation? Will he be back in New York? I'm thinking no right now with the way that everything's shaking out, and he could go home and play in his Philadelphia Eagles.
So far, in case you're just joining us here on our live coverage of Free Agency Frenzy Day 1.
Well, let's hit a couple of the deals overall here.
The early movement has been on the running back market, which is fascinating, Smitty, because everybody the last couple of years has been so hesitant on the running back market. And now here we are, the early moves already have been running backs.
A lot of these guys were, free agents until, not free agents, but like operating under the tag or like working out that weird one-year deal like they did last year. It's one of those weird situations where the script is kind of flipped on running backs. Last year, Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley didn't get their deals done until the middle of the summer. So the fact that all these guys are getting signed here in early March, I mean, I'm sure Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler, they're going to want to get deals done here very, very soon with the way that this is playing out.
Another deal coming in. The Chiefs have re-signed my friend, long snapper James Winchester.
Oh, nice. How wonderful for him.
He has had a very good career, actually, as a long snapper. I'm glad to see him stick around there in Kansas City. Good for James, a 3-time Super Bowl champion. James Winchester, staying with the Kansas City
him.
Chiefs.
Got a couple of subs there as well. Keep spinning the wheel of subs.
Let's get 6 more. Get to 50,600 right now.
I'll throw the sub link in the chat. Make it easy for you guys.
Sub it up. Let us know in the chat when you subscribe. If you're a subscriber to Seahawks Today, type me. We'll shout you out.
Hell yeah.
6 more away from 50,600. Spend the wheel of subs. Let's see that number go up and reach our next milestone here on the channel.
Yeah.
And later this week, I will pay off the beer boot bath accordingly. I was going to do it about a week ago, but I was sick, and it was not advised for me to do that back then. So I will take care of that this week, I promise.
Let's hit some of these free agent signings here.
Yeah, let's catch the folks up to speed on
we'll go with the ones that have been signed past 11 a.m. Easter. Or
the
noon
latest
Eastern.
signings. Here we go. Let's get you caught up to speed. Chase McLaughlin, 3 years, $12.3 million. Landon Dickerson with the Eagles, 4 years, $84 million, $50 million guaranteed. Michael Pittman, 3 years, $70 million, $46 guaranteed with the Colts. Big deal for the Colts to lock up one of the best young receivers in football.
That's big time. I think that is a relationship that they're going to want to continue building with Anthony Richardson. Obviously, Gardner Minshew earned a little bit of money because of Michael Pittman last year. He has performed really well, peppering him with targets. He's one of those guys who's like that 10 to 15-yard intermediate route runner, elite possession-catching receiver, but he can also make things happen after the catch, too. He's kind of multifaceted, standing at 6'4" as well.
Demario Davis with a 2-year, $17.25 million deal with the Saints. Meanwhile, Brandon Allen with the Niners, full details TBA. This was kind of the first big signing of the day. DeAndre Swift to the Bears.
Yeah.
3 years, $24 million with $15.3 guaranteed as he returns to that division. Remember, he played for the Lions, went off to the Eagles. Now he's back with the Chicago Bears. Bears expected to have a new quarterback in Caleb Williams. With the pressure that's on that coaching staff there in Chicago, I know they're going to have a rookie quarterback and everything, but this is a team that I expect to go all in with knowing their jobs are on the line this upcoming year. And
Absolutely.
this is one of those moves to kind of show that.
Absolutely. I think they were always going to invest in a running back, and I think this is one of the cheaper options that you possibly could have gotten there with DeAndre Swift. It's going to be an interesting scenario. Well, how involved will he be? Because I know Brian Johnson there in Philadelphia did not really use him to his full extent, only ran him 20-plus times in about 3 games, I believe, last year. So he was not taken advantage of there in Philadelphia. Hopefully Chicago rights that wrong.
Deion Dawkins, 3 years, $60.5 million. A lot of money from one of the best players in football.
Yeah, Deion Dawkins is one of those guys who is just stuck around there for a long time, and he's going to keep protecting Josh Allen's blind side. I'm sure Josh Allen is very excited about that.
Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million, $42 million guaranteed.
Got the details there now.
The Vikings get some help on defense. What's fascinating twofold is not just that you pay Grenard, but the other indications. You're not taking care of Cousins first, and with spending that money on Grenard on defense, probably rules out you bring it back to Danielle Hunter too.
Absolutely. They just don't have the money to do it all. They got to pay Justin Jefferson whatever that guy wants. They just paid T.J. Hawkinson, so they got some big contracts up there in Minnesota. It's going to be interesting to see how they fill the rest of the holes on that roster.
And then the news coming in with just the last few moments: Tony Pollard, 3-year deal with Tennessee. Pollard is an okay back. He's not great. He's not bad. But you look at that Tennessee team, they are not going to be very good next year. They're going to be one of the worst teams in football. They are rebuilding. I don't get this one. Why are you wasting the money to spend on a running back when you're not going to be that good of a football team anyway?
Especially a guy, and I just saw a tweet that says he joined second-round running back Tyjae Spears. he joins a guy who kind of has played a similar role to him as far as the way his career has gone. Tyjae Spears being that more east-west receiving back type. Tony Pollard is not really your in-between the guards, the tackles, runner. He's not an every down, like, 3 down back, like go run it 3 yards in a cloud of dust 25 times a game. That's really not his play style. And the fact that they sign a guy like this, 3-year deal as well with Tyjae Spears on the roster, very interesting.
I like
for Tennessee.
Spears too.
I like Spears a lot. I think could do exactly what Tony Pollard's production will be for this Tennessee Titans team and at a much cheaper price tag.
Yeah. So there you have it. Tony Pollard, 3 years to go to the Tennessee Titans. And those are the moves so far, as we are just under an hour away from the first hour of free agency. And still waiting to see what the Seahawks will do. The big move they did make within the last 24 hours was restructuring Tyler Lockett. 2 years, $34 million is the deal that they get done with Tyler Lockett. Brings his cap number down from $27 million to $15 million. Tyler Lockett, a win-win for both sides here. You bring down that cap number. You keep him in Seattle, a vital role in this offense. And with this new Ryan Grubb air raid scheme coming in, I think that all receivers are going to be very important here. That even if Tyler Lockett gets moved down to the number 3 receiver, if he gets passed up by JSN, he'll still have a significant role.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw early, and listen, Tyler Lockett's also a guy who isn't a fan of taking hits. So I don't think a little bit of less peppering of targets at him would necessarily be the end-all be-all for him. He's not going to be upset if he loses 2 to 3, 4 targets a game here in favor of JSN, mentoring him, and still making a hell of a lot of money there. It's 2 years, $17 million per.
Name a player the Seahawks should sign in NFL free agency. Weigh in the chat, and we'll shout out when you guys let us know about a player that you would like to see in a Seahawks uniform. We've talked about several of our potential targets, but I think the number one priority for Seattle is going to be the Leonard Williams situation here, is trying to get a deal done to bring him back. He gave up a 2nd and a 5th-round pick at the trade deadline. You knew he wasn't going to be cheap anyway, of a long-term deal as is. Our poll question right now, 88% of you think the Seahawks will get a deal done with Leonard Williams. 12% say no. Smitty, how confident are you that the Seahawks get something done with Leonard Williams here?
I'm very confident. I think you invested real draft capital into this guy at the trade deadline. He eventually came on later on as the season goes. He got his bearings, and I think he could be a real valuable piece for the Seattle defense. A cornerstone for the next couple of years, as he is just nearing the age of 30, in the middle of his prime right now.
Checking in on the chat, a player that you'd like to see the Seahawks add. Beast says Justin Fields. He's not a free agent. You have to trade for him. Let's see. Sean Martin says G3. Let's see. This could be D-back or Jamal Adams says bring Brooks back. Sean says Geno Stone. Let's see. George says I want Seattle to get Louis Rezamek. Jay Jackson says Geno for MVP this year. Seth says they need to keep Williams. It'd be a complete waste not to there. Devin says Chiefs and Bengals are after Williams also. Got Pinky saying Keyshawn Jenkins. Hellcharge says I'd love it if Bobby Wagner would finish his career with Seahawks. Ricky says Williams. Will the Seahawks re-sign Leonard Williams? Y for yes, N for no. Weigh in the chat. Let us know if you think Seattle will get a deal done or not. Tom,
I think they will.
Says Brooks and Queen. Rookie says Stone. Dye says Justin Simmons. Jay Jackson says Barack Obama. Okay. Mr. Rod's probably going to like that one based on what I've seen from Mr. Rod today.
Big news out of Green Bay. David Bakhtiari is being released after 11 seasons up there.
He's had a good career
in the Cheese Gang. He's struggled to stay healthy over the last couple of years. That has kind of probably made this decision a little bit easier for the Packers. Who knows? He could probably even go back there. But it looks like it's an end of an era in Green Bay is what the vibe I'm getting from what he announced himself on Twitter.
Jay Jackson, I see your last comment. I'll say this. I don't want anybody to get shot.
Okay, so it's definitely a big-time cap-clearing move for the Packers.
Okay.
Guess how much David Bakhtiari's cap hit was for 2024?
What?
Tyler Lockett at 27. What do you think Bakhtiari's was?
Maybe 25?
40.
40?
$40 million cap hit. They cut that in half by cutting him.
Oh, God. They had to do that.
They had to do that. Why was it not done already?
$40 million.
$40 million for a guy who's not playing? Can't be doing all that.
Goodness. That is
Robert
insane.
Hunt would be a good interior offensive lineman pickup. I wouldn't mind that whatsoever, football fanville.
Yeah. Man, that still blows my mind.
Peter says he's going to the Jets most likely. That makes sense. Yeah, I could see that. With them, they're going to lose out on Mekhi Becton.
They love those former Packers over there.
They love those former Packers over there. Randall Cobb, Aaron Rodgers. They're going to.
Alan Lazard.
Yeah, Alan Lazard. I forgot about him. He's so irrelevant. My God.
I mean, Randall Cobb's irrelevant too.
Randall Cobb, but he's always good for a couple of catches with Aaron. They're just playing catch out there.
Oh,
Over
man.
300 people in the chat right now. If you're not
Good
subscribed,
audience.
you're not alive here at Seahawks Today.
I'm-
Type me in the chat if you guys are subs. We need 5 more subs to get to 50,600.
I need 5.
5.
Spin the wheel of subs, make that number go up. 5 more is all we need
We really appreciate it.
to get us to 50,600.
Marco
Here on today's show.
asking if there's 49ers news yet. Very minor. Things very minor, like Brandon Allen returning back to play some backup quarterback, I believe.
Nothing earth-shattering.
Nothing earth-shattering. I mean, earlier in the week, we've gotten other things as well. They signed an extension with Colton McKivitz, their right tackle. He stinks, apparently. He's been very bad for them, especially in that playoff game, in the Super Bowl. And our own Chat Sports' Chase Sr., the 49ers report, was visibly
Not happy.
visibly livid when they re-signed this player.
2 more subs away from 50,600, by the way.
He was
Yet
looking.
$7 million is a lot for Colton McKivitz.
It's wild. I wouldn't pay that guy a dime. Some other news from around the division. Not much, but there's some minor news. DeMarcus Robinson, who really came along with the Rams down the stretch of last season, he's got another year in LA. $5 million for him.
D-Rob's interesting.
He played really well down the stretch last year. I picked him up in a couple of fantasy leagues. He was cooking.
So D-Rob, with the Chiefs, when he won a Super Bowl there, and it was interesting his time in Kansas City. This was a guy that at times looked like the best receiver on the field. He even outplayed Tyreek Hill at times.
Yes.
And then other times you might as well put him on a milk carton because he just goes missing.
Mm-hmm.
And then goes to the Raiders. And they caught him before the season even started last year. Goes to the Ravens. And the Ravens were so bad at receiver and had all those injuries, he worked his way to be their number 1 receiver. Goes to the Rams, had a nice finish last year. So with D-Rob at $5 million, I like that for the Rams. I don't like it for our position for the Seahawks if the Rams adding a decent piece here. But for the Rams case, if adding a guy like D-Rob, you pay him $5 million. Let's say that he has his milk carton games, if you will, where he's just not involved, just disappears.
Absolutely.
That will happen. But I think $5 million is enough to justify those few games that he is going to look nice.
I just don't think that he is. I think he's aware of this, and I think that any team that was going to sign him is aware of this, including the Rams, who did re-sign him. He's just not an every down receiver. He's not somebody you can rely on to be your number 1, 2, or even sometimes 3 target. He's a number 3, number 4 guy, and I think he's well aware of that. A $5 million deal is more than enough for DeMarcus Robinson. I don't think it's necessarily an overpay. I don't think it's an underpay. I think it's just about what he's worth. Kevin Dotson re-signing with the Rams as well there on the offensive line, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
He's a part of that Rams offensive line last year.
3 years, $48 million.
One more sub, by the way. Let's get to 600.
Uno
mas. He's a part of that Rams offensive line last year that actually outperformed expectations. They were looked at as one of the worst units in all of football last year, and Kevin Dotson was obviously one of the shining stars of that group that really kept Matt Stafford a little bit more protected than people anticipated over the course of the NFL season.
And that was a big reason why. There we go.
Hey,
50,600.
Now we done.
Run up the score a bit. Keep that going. Keep that sub count going. I think that was a big reason why the Rams surprised people last year was because their offensive line overachieved.
Yeah.
Gave Stafford time to throw the football, created openings for guys like Puka Nacua to get available in space.
Absolutely.
Like the offensive line was a huge part of the Rams' success. LJ Collier, former Seahawk.
Everybody drop your laughing emojis in the chat. This guy stinks out loud.
Going to the Arizona Cardinals. How is he still in the league? But if you're playing for the Cardinals, you're not really in the NFL.
This guy's better than, yeah, that's true. This guy's drafted what, 2019? 2020? Yeah, I think it was 2019, right?
LJ Collier.
Let me get that. This guy is absolutely hot garbage. We're
is
done with the LJ Collier. He's garbage.
He's 28 years old now.
Jesus.
Former first-round pick.
And, you know, my lovely
One of the
girlfriend-
worst Seahawk draft picks of all time.
My lovely girlfriend went to TCU, and I always have a poor stain in my mouth for TCU football because of LJ Collier. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, 2019. I was right. First round pick 29. He was a reach then. He's a reach now for any team that wants to sign him. Cardinals, you can have him. He's garbage. And
he stays in Arizona. He only played in one game all of last year.
I mean, who is giving this guy money? I want to meet them.
You know,
give me money.
Every time LJ Collier cashes a paycheck, he's stealing money.
I mean,
he stole a lot of money from the Seattle Seahawks.
Unbelievable. This guy has a 5-year NFL career. It's absolutely
last year
mind-boggling.
Played in one game with 2 tackles.
Yep. Good for you, LJ. I mean, keep committing robberies.
Keep robbing people, LJ.
And then the only deal for Seattle so far is a restructuring of Tyler Lockett's deal.
2 years, $34 million. I like it for the Seahawks. I like it for Tyler Lockett. I think it's a win-win for all parties involved. And Smitty, you look at this Seahawks offense next year. This air raid scheme we're going to see. One misconception about the air raid, by the way, folks, is that's funny from Gerald. He got hurt again.
He did get hurt again.
One misconception about the air raid scheme. Before you go to that next graphic, you want to update cap space?
Sure.
Okay.
What is it now?
Well, the 51 million or whatever.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Absolutely. Let me go back to that.
Hold on, folks. Let me finish my thought here on Tyler Lockett.
Go ahead.
So the Seahawks, folks, this offense, one of the misconceptions about the air raid scheme is that you don't run the football, which is just simply not true. What happens with the air raid scheme is that you try to find balance, keep it up-tempo, but still play complementary football. I think the perfect idea of an air raid scheme is you play up-tempo for the first half, and then the second half, you try to slow things down, work the clock, keep your defense off the field, and win that way. The real thing with the air raid at its best is spreading teams out and taking advantage of getting your guys open in space. And so with that said, with Tyler Lockett in his role here, he might be your number 3 receiver going forward. JSN should take that next step up, I would think, to be your number 2 behind DK Metcalf. And so with that said, Tyler Lockett, the bubble screens, the middle of the field, finding those openings, I think Tyler Lockett's got a chance to thrive in this next era of Seahawks football. I think you're going to see Ryan Grubb put this offense in positions to succeed, and Tyler Lockett, I think, is a perfect fit for what the Seahawks are trying to do with getting these guys out in space and spread you out and keep defenses guessing.
I believe it. I think it needs to be an air raid offense this year. With the talent that they have at wide receiver, there's no excuse for not getting all these guys ample targets and ample attention in an offense like this. It just has to happen.
All right. Here is the synopsis on these Seahawks.
So I threw 51 to 55 million because we haven't heard the only official.
We don't know.
Last official number that we heard from a verifiable source is 51 million. But with recent cuts, looks closer to 55 million.
51 to 55, somewhere in that range.
Operate under 51 for now, though, if you're giving out suggestions on who we should sign.
Here is what we're looking at, folks. Team needs. Interior of the offensive line. Big need at this point. Let's go down. Let's go one by one on these team needs. Interior of the offensive line, Smitty, yes, you have young talent there,
Yeah.
like Olu and Anthony Bradford and company, but the jury's still out on those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Bradford really struggled with pass blocking. Olu didn't get a ton of playing time. He was hurt a little bit last year.
I mean, look who we have starting at left guard. McClendon Curtis?
McClendon Curtis.
What?
sucks. You need some pieces on that interior. And, Evan Brown is a free agent. All your starters of those three spots are free agents from last year. Damian Lewis, Phil Haynes and company. I do like those young pieces, but I am still open to, can we do better than that? Can we go find a piece that's better than Olu or Anthony Bradford? Because I don't know if I'm ready to trust those guys to be full-time starters.
No, I don't know if I could do a full season of Anthony Bradford at right guard. I think we need absolute help. I think they showed flashes last year, which gives me confidence in their ability to learn and absorb information from a veteran that comes in externally. I do think we need to make some changes there at the interior of the offensive line, no doubt about it.
Tight end. Seahawks have no tight ends on the roster right now. Noah Fant's a free agent. Will Dissly got caught. Colby Parkinson's a free agent as well. Tight end position, I think that the Seahawks are more likely to invest in this in the draft rather than in free agency. I could see a world where Noah Fant potentially comes back, but if you're Noah Fant, you might be thinking, hey, I didn't get the targets. I know it's a different system and everything, but I didn't necessarily fit in this system. It might be best for Noah Fant, for his personal sake, to go somewhere else where he can get a fresh start.
I think so. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't the most tight end friendly offense.
Noah Fant's got the right, honestly, to be frustrated.
Absolutely. I mean, he was basically the cornerstone piece of the Russell Wilson trade as far as players coming into.
If I was Noah Fant in his position, I wouldn't want to come back.
I wouldn't want to come back either. I mean, I think he was disrespected by the way that this offense was run. But hey, it is a new coaching staff. It's a new offense. You never know. Maybe they could promise something to Noah Fant that other teams can't.
Edge rusher. You never have too many edge rushers.
Never. We have a solid group there now, but am I really that confident in Uchenna Nwosu coming back from his injury?
Uchenna, question marks there.
Boye's great, but he went missing.
Valleys.
He was milk carton a little bit last year.
Had some peaks and valleys throughout the season last year. He did have 7 straight games with a sack, but then he went, 5 straight without a sack.
Yeah.
Derek Hall, we'll see.
He showed flashes toward the end, but
you got some good options in free agency. Danielle Hunters of the world, you got a chance to upgrade here in the market.
There's a lot of guys out there that are available, and I think the Seahawks would be silly to not pick up at least a rotational piece at the edge position.
Inside linebacker. Currently, the Seahawks do not have any.
We don't have one.
Inside linebackers right now.
There's none here.
Devin Bush is gone. We know that much. He's not coming back. And if he does come back, we'll all pour one out and be very sad.
He stinks.
Yeah, he does. Jordyn Brooks, we'll see. I like Jordyn Brooks coming off the best season of his career. Bobby, the rumor, according to Jeremy Fowler, was it seems unlikely he's back, but obviously time will tell. That could change. And then there's the elephant in the room about Patrick Queen.
Yeah.
Patrick Queen likely not coming back to Baltimore. We know he was successful with Mike Macdonald. The question I have about Patrick Queen, before I would be willing to throw him around some big cash, Smitty, is who is Patrick Queen without Roquan Smith? Because what we saw out of Patrick Queen, he did not flourish until Roquan Smith arrived and Roquan Smith took the pressure off him.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe it all happened to be a coincidence that Patrick Queen came into his own when Patrick Queen arrived. Or when Roquan Smith arrived. That very well may be the case. But in actuality, I don't know how good he is without Roquan Smith. And if he's back, then Jordyn Brooks and Bobby probably aren't back either. Can Patrick Queen be the leader of my defense? I don't know if I'm willing to put the money out there to find out.
I don't know if I am either. And that also, raises concerns with me about Jordyn Brooks, honestly, as well, because the best season of his career clearly came with when Bobby Wagner returned back to the Seahawks and took on a big role. I mean, he led the team in tackles. He was a Pro Bowl selection. Bobby made life a lot easier for Jordyn Brooks to kind of roam and do his own thing and kind of just make plays all over the football field. That's my issue with these guys who just aren't straight up dogs right out the gate, who can carry a defense on their shoulders and not have to ride the coattails of somebody else. That's what makes me wary about those two inside linebackers, Patrick Queen and Jordyn Brooks, bringing them in as big-time, big payday defenders.
Yeah, especially an off-ball linebacker, which is even your priority.
Yeah, exactly.
Safety spot, Jamal Adams gone. Quandre Diggs gone. Julian Love coming off a Pro Bowl appearance. Safety market's interesting because you got some top-dollar guys like Jordan Poyer available, which are probably out of the Seahawks price range. But then you got some guys you're familiar with. Could Ryan Neal return?
Mm-hmm.
Could
awesome.
Geno Stone reunite with Mike Macdonald after having a good run in Baltimore? I think Seattle does invest in the safety position, but not a ton of money. I think it's a Geno Stone, Ryan Neal type quality player.
I agree. I don't think they're going to be making a ton of a huge spot. There really isn't a safety that I would pay. There are a ton on the market, but I don't know if I'd pay that Kevin Byard. I don't think I'd pay Kevin Byard $15 million. I think it's a bad deal for the
safety
Chicago Bears.
positions changed in today's NFL. Corner is way more important than safety right now.
100%. With the way the receivers are playing at this level, I mean, you got to be paying the corners the big bucks, and then leaving the safeties kind of just play that over the top coverage. Make sure nobody beats you over top. I mean, if you can do that, then you can be on my football team.
All right, let's go over these free agents, the notable ones.
We got a couple of new signings here. As I run back up.
Let me go over our own free agents first.
Okay.
That we have there at the bottom of the screen.
Sure.
Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams, I am nervous about him hitting the open market. They had all that time to get a deal done. They got all this money freed up. Nothing's in place yet. You gave up a second, gave up a fifth. At the trade deadline, you knew it wasn't going to be cheap to re-sign him. I am nervous that somebody else is going to swoop in with money that Seattle simply just cannot match. That is my fear. It's not a foregone conclusion Leonard Williams is back. I think they want him back, and I think he wants to be back, but I'm nervous somebody's going to take him away.
I am as well. I'm very worried that if he's not signed within these first 2 days of free agency, it's gonna be looking grim when we're here for Wednesday's happy hour.
Bobby Wagner at the linebacker position had a very good season last year, but now things are different. It's not Pete. It's not Clint Hurt. You know, there's not the loyalty there. I think, Smitty, if Pete was back, Bobby would be back, no question.
I agree.
But with this new era and some big question marks at the linebacker position and with the Patrick Queen potential factor and all this, like, I just don't know. I'd like to see Bobby back.
Uh-huh.
I would sign him to the exact same contract he got last year.
Absolutely.
Pay him $7-8 million. That's fine.
Well worth it.
But I'm not feeling great. We'll see. Jordyn Brooks, he's going to cost a decent chunk of change, coming off the best season of his career at this point. I'll say this: when it comes to Jordyn Brooks, John has had his doubts about Jordyn. Didn't give him the fifth-year option. They've never gotten the long-term deal done.
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me that, like, there's always been this skepticism with Schneider on Brooks.
I think so, and I don't think he's shown that he can be the backbone of a defense, the man in the middle, the captain, the guy with the audio coming in his helmet. I don't know if that's the guy Jordyn Brooks is. He works better as an off-ball linebacker and somebody who kind of plays complementary to the captain.
His PFF grades have never been good.
No, he's not graded very highly. I mean, he makes a spot play here and there, and next thing you know, people are singing his praises for getting a big tackle that was probably 7 or 8 yards down the field.
Daryl Taylor, I would be more than okay with moving on from.
Sayonara.
He's a one-trick pony. He's a great pass rusher. Can't do anything else well. I think you can find other more complete rushers than Daryl Taylor.
For the price that he commands, absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
A couple of outside free agents.
Yeah, let's check in around the rest of the league. Tony Pollard, 3 years, $24 million. Smitty, that one was a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, 24 mil. That's actually a little bit more money than he was expected to get, as the Giants and a couple other teams were interested in Tony Pollard, and he gets the same deal as DeAndre Swift there. You be the judge of who got paid the right money and who didn't between those two.
My guy James Winchester, happy for him. Long snapper for Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to stick around. He's had a really good career there. 3-time Super Bowl champion. Drew Sample, 3-year deal with the Bengals. David Quisenberry with the Vikings. Full details still to be announced.
Another offensive lineman for the Vikings there.
Blake Brandel with the Vikings. Brandon Jones, 3 years, $20 million, 12.5 guaranteed with the Denver Broncos. With all that money they're paying Russ, I'm very curious how the Broncos treat this offseason. Do they kind of just throw in the towel and mail it in and accept the fact they're not going to be good next year?
I think this is a rebuilding moment for the Denver Broncos, and I think it's one of those situations where they well understand that they're kind of in cap hell right now, and there's just going to be no way for this team to become a Super Bowl contender in just one offseason.
And then Lloyd Cushenberry to the Titans.
He was a former Bronco as well, yes. Cushenberry, yep. So
Mr. Rod's trying to claim he went to elementary school with me.
No, he didn't.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Mr. Rod.
I don't know about that, Jim.
Mr. Rod, what is your actual name? Let's go there first, and then we'll figure it out.
Name a player the Seahawks should sign in free agency. I want to see what kind of names you guys come up with as names keep flying off the board here as free agency has kicked off day one. So we're going to...
Gabe Davis to the Jags, 3 years.
Ooh, Gabe Davis to the Jags. Very interesting.
So they're probably not bringing back Calvin Ridley then.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that way. And looks like Dorrance Armstrong, the Cowboy, is staying in division and heading to Washington.
My fellow Jayhawk, Dorrance Armstrong.
Wow. Very
shout out to Dorrance, Rock Chalk. Dorrance, I'll talk about Dorrance just real quick. I won't spend much time. I like Dorrance. He stays within Dan Quinn's system. Follows him to Washington. Dorrance was such an impact player for the Kansas Jayhawks, and this is when we were very bad at football, not like right now, that Smitty, they put his banner outside the stadium before he had even left school.
That's crazy. He's like Zach Edey getting his number retired this weekend.
They did that with Zach Edey this weekend?
Yeah.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, he retired his number.
Good God.
Wild.
That's a decision. That is a decision there. Wild stuff. All right, let's talk Prize Picks now. Prize Picks is sponsoring today's show, and they're offering a $100 deposit match on your first entry. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLNS for a $100 deposit match. Choose 2 or more players in any given category. Get the choice of more or less. Whether you are talking fantasy points, maybe it's rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, home runs in baseball, fantasy points in NASCAR, all sorts of different selections to choose from. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS for a $100 deposit match. And we're talking hoops, college basketball. Awesome, baby! It is championship week. The best time of year in college basketball as the big dance starts next week. And for our Seahawk fans in the state of Washington, all eyes are on the Zags as Gonzaga started to turn a corner. Got that win against Kentucky a couple weeks ago and beat St. Mary's. Now they're trying to win the WCC and be in position to make the NCAA tournament here. Smitty, what do we like about this Zags team? They're going to win the WCC?
It looks like that's the momentum that they're trending in right now. Gonzaga was looking like a potential 10 seed a couple of weeks ago, maybe even lower, looking at a 11 or 12, just barely squeaking in the tournament. But the way that they've played over the last couple of weeks, getting wins over Kentucky, wins over St. Mary's, they're looking at closer to a 5 or a 6 seed here in the big dance. And tonight, they're playing a big one in the WCC semifinals against San Francisco, and they are going to take it to those green and gold boys down there. Ryan Nembhard, the brother of Andrew Nembhard, currently in the NBA. Ryan Nembhard, a Creighton transfer up there in the Pacific Northwest. This offense goes as he goes. I think he's going to get 14 points tonight, taking them more on 13.5. Graham Ike, the man in the middle for your Gonzaga Bulldogs. Absolutely a defensive stalwart, a rebounding machine, just a true center in this day and age of college basketball. I got them more than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists, an underrated disher of the hoop of the ball as well. And then B.J. Freeman, a guy that we saw just over the past couple of games, I saw that he just wasn't having it from the three-point line. So I said, screw it. We needed a third team. We'll put in less than 2.5 3-pointers made here in for this entry. You can fade my picks. You can tail my picks. Just do it at Prize Picks. You get that $100 deposit match using code CLNS.
There you have it. Link is going in the chat right now. I know we have some super chats to catch up on. We'll do that here in just a second. Dan the Man has arrived.
Oh, Dan the Man, you little rascal.
Dan Miller with his wolf avatar. Dan's asking, good morning, Tyler and the 12s. Do you think Russ is done as a starter and will be a backup the rest of his career? No, I think Russ is starting for the Steelers.
He's going to start week 1 next year, brother.
Yeah, I think he's starting week 1.
We had a couple of supers to get
Yeah, let's catch up on those supers, then we'll go to the super chat menu, too. Chance Pace with a $5 super chat. We'll do the old McDonald song for him. We need to sign Justin Simmons. Not a terrible idea.
I don't hate it. How much is it going to cost, I think, you think? Maybe 10, 12 mil?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Old McDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks. Thank you, Chance.
We'll let you know why we sang that in just a second.
Yes. We'll sing it again here for Seth. With Grubb, I'm confident in our passing game. I'm concerned about our run game. Run blocking has been terrible. Walker and Charbonnet get zero help. So here's the thing. With an air raid scheme, you are doing a whole lot more shotgun runs.
Hasn't the run game blocking been a strong suit of the offensive line? Wasn't that their MO last year? The pass protection was the issue.
I think they both struggled.
Neither one was good. The offensive line stinks.
I think schematically spreading guys out, more shotgun runs, just scheme-wise should help out Walker and Charbonnet to excel and do a good job, Seth. But I'm with you. I think the offense is going to be improved with this Ryan Grubb scheme coming into place.
Appreciate you, Seth.
Old McDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks. Thanks, Seth. Michael Hyde with a $2 super chat.
Ooh, this is a good question.
Who is a good tight end 2 for the Seahawks in free agency? Great question. A tight end 2. You might be actually looking for a tight end 1.
Yeah.
But a tight end 2 potentially. Here is who's out there right now. Noah Fant. You could bring back. Gerald Everett. Colby Parkinson's available. Adam Trotman. Here's a name if we're talking specifically tight end 2, besides Noah Fant and Colby Parkinson. That has my eye, Smitty. Mm-hmm. Austin Hooper.
Austin Hooper is there. Absolutely. I think I don't hate that name. Mike Gesicki also a free agent this year as well.
Irv Smith Jr.
Bring back Seahawk legend Gerald Everett.
Yeah.
You want to talk about tight end 2? Gerald Everett, brother.
Logan Thomas also out there.
I like Logan Thomas. He struggled to stay healthy, though.
Yeah. I would lean towards Austin Hooper if we're looking for a new name to be like a tight end 2. That's who I'd lean towards there. Continuing to grow the subscriber count. We got 300 people watching.
We're keeping you guys updated on every move. Look at this move right here. The most recent free agent move, Gabe Davis signing a 3-year deal to join the Jacksonville Jaguars down there in Duval. What do we got?
Hold on. We got another one.
We got a big one?
A big one. Not us, but a big name off the board.
Oh, who's that?
Christian Wilkins.
Is he to
the Las Vegas Raiders?
No way. That is a party happening on the Raiders report.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, and there he is. Christian Wilkins,
4 years, 110. To go to the Raiders. Him and Crosby together?
Whoa, that defensive line has just gotten a little scarier.
Man, Raiders are going to suck next year anyway.
Oh, that'd be terrible. But hey,
but they're going to have a good D-line.
These are the pieces that you got to bring in to make that culture change.
I like the signing for the Raiders, but for Christian Wilkins, it's a bit of a head scratcher. Like,
he gets to go live in Vegas for $110 million? Oh, it's not a head scratcher.
You just not want to win?
That ain't a head scratcher to me.
$110 million. Christian Wilkins going to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh, here we go.
Let us know what you guys think. All right. Oh, first time super chat.
Nice.
Here we go. Say
what?
Say what?
A first time super chatter. For say.
Hawks. 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 Let's go, say.
Spam say in the chat.
Would you trade Geno Smith in a third-round pick for Justin Fields?
Listen, I just kind of want to sign somebody right now. Everybody's signing somebody.
I don't think I'm trading Geno and a third.
No, I would think about trading Geno in a fourth or Geno in a fifth.
I think that's too high.
Yeah, it's a little too high for me.
And honestly, Geno's numbers the last 2 seasons were a lot better than Justin Fields were. I don't know if I want to give up a third in Geno for a potential downgrade to quarterback position. But say, thanks for the first time super chat. And $5 super chat means you're getting the old McDonald song as well.
Let's show them why don't we? What they could be earning here on Seahawks Today. $sign below the chat box to super chat and contribute to the show. We really appreciate everybody who's done so far.
First time super chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5, you get the old McDonald song. $10, you get a raffle ticket for steak knives. $20, Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. We'll add your name to it. $50 will do a beer bong. We are just $20 away from 300. When we get to 300, I'm going to chug the rest of this Coors Light right here.
Ooh.
But we need $20. $20 for a beer chug, as well as getting your name added to the football. $20 away from that next milestone. Let's sing the old McDonald song, though, for that last super chat that came in from Say.
Absolutely. Let me put it back up real quick so we can sing it for him.
Yeah. $20 away from a beer chug.
The one move Seattle has made so far is just a restructuring of Tyler Lockett. I saw C-Fan for Life earlier saying that the Seattle's camp right now is crickets, and that is the case.
That's accurate.
So for our guy Say, we're going to hit him with a
Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. And then Dan coming in.
Dan the
man.
Dan, you absolute savage. Coming in there with a 20. You
Dan
beast.
Miller with that 20, showing off his wolf.
He's a wolf guy.
He is. Seattle needs so much. Do they have enough money to fill every need we have at all positions? So around $51 to $55 million in cap space right now.
Yep.
The answer, probably not.
No, they probably don't. But hey, that's what the draft is for. That's why this team is young. They got a new coaching staff. Listen, Rome wasn't built in a day. If you build it, they will come. This is a foundational year upcoming for Seattle.
Dan, much appreciated. You put us at $300. Just we've been on the air, 2.5 hours? Not bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've been on the air 2.5 hours. The Seahawks have not done shit.
They haven't done a damn thing, and you guys have been
And we've made $300 so far.
You guys are
Dan the man, I'll chug the rest of this Coors Light for you. Everybody spam Dan.
Spam Dan.
In the chat.
Get after it.
Coming through it big time. Much appreciated. Dan the man Miller, cheers to you. Woof, woof.
That is ridiculous.
There we go. That's a chug right there. Much appreciated. So now that we're at 300, that means we're another 100 away from our second boot of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm throwing out a challenge to the 12s right now as
I'm listening.
Dan threw that in. If we get a $50 super chat, this whole beer is getting taken down right now. This whole Happy Dad, Death Row Records, shout out Snoop D-O Double G, Dr. Dre, West Coast Classics. You already know.
No.
It's the Mountain D-O Double G.
D-O-G.
Snoop Dogg.
No.
Death Row Records. Let's crack this thing open and let's go. $50 super chat and let's ride. It's Bears Cave Gaming.
It's in $1. Every dollar counts.
Shout out to you, my man.
Bears Cave Gaming.
That officially put us over 300, so thank you very much.
Yes, much appreciated, Bears Cave Gaming. Bears Cave Gaming, you could send in another super chat with a message, and we can throw it on screen.
It costs $2 to do that one.
Yeah, but much appreciated, Bears Cave Gaming.
So we should maybe throw some potential Seahawk free agents at you guys. Now, Christian Wilkins is off the market. That's a guy who I was absolutely enamored with as far as a potential target.
I have to dispose of myself again after I think the boot finally is hitting me.
I see.
I'll make another offer while I'm gone. Shot sale. While I go dispose of myself after the boot. You guys now know it's real. Every $5 super chat while I go use the bathroom is a vodka shot when I come back.
Yeah.
While I'm out, Smitty will ask some questions away, and we'll see how many shots I have to do when I come back.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right.
Thank you. Now, keep in mind, I said $50 super chat. We're taking down a beer shotgun here in the wee early hours of the Central Time afternoon here in Dallas, Texas. No. Van Randall, you were lying. Van Randall, you were lying. Do not lie. Not good. Lying is bad.
Yeah, nothing's happened.
Nothing's happened with Bobby. We're not playing that games. We're not playing that game.
Fake news gets you blocked.
Fake news gets you blocked. You can't be spamming nonsense. I will remove those messages if you continue to say that. One more, and you're getting hidden on the channel, brother. What's up, brother? You can't do that, man. If Bobby Wagner would never go to the 49ers, we're not playing that stupid game. He's a troll. Everybody spam ass, actually. You know what? Everybody wants to sign. It seems like a lot of guys want to sign Patrick Queen. Everybody wants to sign Patrick Queen, it seems. But if you love the Seattle Seahawks, I want that troll up out of here. Yeah, Hans Mamba knows he's a troll. Michael Hyde says, get out of here, Van. Van, who do you think you are, man? Who do you think you are? Spam those S's if you want Patrick Queen down in the chat. And even if you want Bobby Wagner back, spam those S's. Because Bobby Wagner has not signed to the 49ers. He's an absolute troll. Donnie knows he's a troll. The real ones are coming in hot and getting shit done for us and making sure that this false narrative, this fake news, is not being propagandaed out on our channel here. If Bobby went to the 49ers, I would also cry. Because I was actually looking to get a Bobby Wagner jersey here, and it might have been the smart thing to do, but I think I'll do that after his career is over. I decided to go with this JSN here with the throwback. What do you guys think? Yay or nay on this one? It's a little cold here in Dallas today, so I did decide to go with a little pullover, my NFL pullover. But I got this JSN jersey in after the season was over, and I really wanted to rock it at some point. I just haven't really had the chance to. This is my first day rocking the jersey here with the 12s. Everybody's spamming those S's. Daniel Maxwell, Devin Naus, Hans Maba, Ryan Scar, Morgan Mundy, Sosa Senpai. What up, Sosa? Here we go. Marcel, Devin, Daniel, Sosa, Caden Cole, tie-dye. Couple of real 112s who I remember all the way back from that, I would say, dreadful end to the season for Seattle, missing the playoffs and whatnot. If that's actually true, Worthless, I would be very upset. Phobia is getting a spoon throwback jersey. Very nice, very nice. Bring back Bobby Wagner. And see, that is my dream for the inside linebacker position because we saw what Jordyn Brooks was able to do with Bobby Wagner. We saw what Patrick Queen was able to do with Roquan Smith. I think Patrick Queen could take that same exact mentee role with Bobby Wagner, even though he would probably be the most impactful defensive player out of the two. I think Patrick Queen's better than Jordyn Brooks. I think we should absolutely go out and sign him if that is the case. I don't know if Bobby's going to be back with this new regime. It doesn't seem the most likely, but this is why we do this show, because we want to get you guys' input. We got a $5 super chat coming in from Chance Pace, and he's voicing his opinion to the strongest intent because there's a lot of S's going around there. A lot of guys wanted Patrick Queen. Chance says, don't get Queen. I'd rather sign Williams and Justin Simmons and keep Brooks and see what else we could do and draft the Jerzon Newton guy from Illinois to plug up there in the middle of that defensive line. I don't hate this plan at all. If the Seahawks get all of this done, I would be absolutely in favor of a move like this to be made here.
All right.
Tyler has returned.
I'm back. Tell you what, because I did go pretty quick. I will put 2 minutes on the clock and continue the shot sale going. Every $5 super chat in the next 2 minutes, I'm taking a shot of Tito's vodka, vodka on hand here. We'll see how many come in. I got to take one for Chance. Chance says, don't get Queen. I'd rather sign Williams and Simmons and keep Brooks and see what else we can do and draft Johnny Newton from Illinois. That's not a bad plan from Chance, actually.
No, I agree. I think he's got a level head right now.
Yes.
Chance does.
Level head from Chance. Chance, I'll take a shot for you as the clock is rolling. Next 2 minutes. Let me find my shot glass. There it is. The next 2 minutes, I'm taking vodka shots for any $5 super chat comes in. So I got to take one for Chance. Cheers to Chance. Vodka. Oof.
We have to have a great LB. So, guys,
Oh.
I hope you guys understand. Like, I'm going to show you guys the current linebacker depth chart. And let me tell you.
Old MacDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks.
Let me tell you, the two guys who we have on this linebacker depth chart, they're not exactly stand-up linebackers.
No.
They don't really play. They play with a hand in the ground. And things are looking pretty grim here. We don't have an inside linebacker on the team. There isn't one. John Radigan, Drake Thomas, these depth guys, Nick Ballore, they're all free
It
agents.
ain't great.
They're out of here. We are at the at our wits' end here at the interior linebacker position. It is not looking good for our Seattle Seahawks at that spot. Need to make a splash signing there.
They need some help. Let's see. What else we got here? Titans signed Lloyd Cushenberry. They found a starting center, so the Titans making some moves. Okay, here's another 5.
All right. Who is your favorite nose tackle in this draft class? It's probably got to be John Newton, right?
Johnny Newton be up there. Devondre Sweat would be up there.
Is that what they call him, Johnny?
That's his nickname, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Johnny Newton would probably be the top answer there.
Devondre Sweat's good. Obviously, who's the other from Texas? I'm forgetting his name, missing his name right now. There's the two twin tackles from Texas. Who is it? It's Devondre Sweat and why am I forgetting his name?
Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy, big boy.
To Elijah. Elijah, come forth.
Elijah, we're gonna get you that little song.
Old MacDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks.
Shouts out to you, Elijah. Remember, $50 super chat. I'm taking down this whole beer, death row record, sipping on gin and juice. You already know the vibes.
Oh, yeah. So here's where we're at, by the way. $50 super chat away from a Smitty beer shotgun.
Yep.
$90 collectively away from another boot.
Now, if we get that 50 in like a couple of super chats, like a 2 20s and a 10 kind of deal, broken up in a pretty short period of time, I'll still rip it. The $150 super chat.
And you guys can negotiate amongst each other in the chat too.
You guys can group buy my shotgun right now.
Yes.
Listen, I won't crack this can. I won't crack it until we get a 50.
So
I wanted Wilkins as well, C-Fan for life. He says crickets again.
Yeah.
It is.
We are an hour and a half plus into free agency. The Seahawks have not done anything yet as we wait patiently.
Sosa Senpai seems to agree with you, saying if Roquan Smith didn't go to Baltimore, Patrick Queen would not have had as good of a season as he did. In a contract year as well.
Yeah.
Kind of playing up for other reasons there. Hit that sub button for us. We'd appreciate everybody coming in the chat today. If they stuck around with us for all of Seahawks free agency, we're your number one source for all things Seahawks free agency.
we got 300 people watching and nothing's happened.
Yeah. So you guys obviously are chomping at the bit for some news to go down, and we're going to bring it to you.
Seahawks chomping.
Yeah, no more of that C-man.
That might be what we have to change it to. Chomping, Seahawks chomping.
Yeah.
No one's stopping DK.
I really want Jared Verse as well. I think he'd be phenomenal. I'm not sure that he'll fall to 16, though, unfortunately. I think Brock Bowers actually has a better chance at falling to 16 than Jared Verse does at this point.
Tommy says, I don't think we're going to do anything today. I think they will do at least something.
Even
if it's somebody getting re-signed, I think something happens today.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, though.
Yes.
Sign Queen, keep Brooks, and bring in... Queen and Brooks would be a disaster together. Disaster.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't think either one of those guys. I think it would be butting heads to see who would be the alpha out of the two. I don't think they would complement each other very well.
We will see.
What is Elijah's question? Who is still available?
A lot of guys.
A lot of guys. There's tons. There's millions.
Where do you want to start?
What you got to name a position before we get to who's available.
Kirk Cousins is available. Yeah.
Like
Saquon Barkley.
Danielle Hunter's available.
Marquise Brown, Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley.
Noah Fant. Tyron Smith, Trent Brown, Connor Williams.
Every person that was a free agent.
Robert Hunt.
Every one of our Seahawks.
Dalton Reisner.
Yeah.
Christian Wilkins, Leonard Williams, DJ Reader, Danielle Hunter, Bryce Huff, Chase Young, Patrick Queen, Levante David, Jordyn Brooks, Bobby Wagner,
Frankie Louvu,
Kendall Fuller.
Chase Young, you mentioned?
Yep.
He's there.
Stephon Gilmore.
Patrick Queen.
Cameron Curl, Geno Stone,
Yep.
Xavier McKinney.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. I went through the full list.
We got all the guys.
Did I miss anybody?
Beast Mode says, I want Brock Bowers. I do want Brock Bowers, Beast Mode.
That'd be nice.
Sign Leonard. I mean, can we just re-sign Leonard Williams already, please?
Come on, John.
Jaguars actually 3 years, $39 million for Gabe Davis.
Okay, here's
That's Shane Gillis' boy.
Here's an inside baseball question here for you.
What do you got?
We really won't know the answer to it, but just pure speculation. If Leonard Williams gets a really good offer elsewhere, do they call back the Seahawks with the chance to match, or do you think he's just like, all right, I'm out?
Does Leonard Williams' people call back the Seahawks? That's a good question. I mean, like he said how excited he was to be a Seahawk when he was initially traded.
Because that's my fear, is with him being on the open market, if they don't get something done quick, is that somebody, I know the Bengals were mentioned as a possibility.
I think
if the Bengals say, all right, we got this money for you, that he
know.
just says, you know what, all right, fine, I'm out.
Listen, you'd be wrong to suggest, as we get another super chat coming in from Dan the Man, you'd be wrong to suggest that the Bengals don't have a better chance to win the Super Bowl next year, as of today, than the Seattle Seahawks.
I think the Bengals are going to have a nice bounce back here.
I think they're going to have a nice bounce back. You get a full year of Burrow. They beat
Burrow
us.
finally healthy. He wasn't even healthy last year.
They beat us with a banged-up Burrow last year. So clearly, they're in a better position to win a Super Bowl this second than we are. This honestly comes down to, would Leonard Williams want to live in Cincinnati? In Cincinnati? I mean, like, I don't know. That's up to him. But if I was choosing and I got to choose between Seattle or Cincinnati for the same amount of money, I'm going with the Pacific Northwest every time. Dan the Man.
Dan the Man with a $5 super chat. His 10th super chat. We owe him an old McDonald song for this. I will be very disappointed if Seattle lets Wagner walk, bring him back, bring Queen and Stone. I think if I were to survey the 12s, Dan's scenario here is what most people would want. Mm-hmm. Bobby and Queen together. Bobby's still your play caller on the defense. Queen, his second in command, if you will. And Stone playing the safety spot against Julian Love. I think that is the best case scenario for the Seahawks in letting Jordyn Brooks walk.
I agree. I think the Wagner-Queen duo would actually be very solid. And I wouldn't be mad bringing back both Wagner and Brooks. I mean, I just think it can't be a one of Queen and a one of Brooks. I don't think that those guys are ready to take on the whole defense on their own.
Yeah. Dan the Man, thanks for that $5 super chat. Old McDonald song for Dan the Man.
Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks. Shouts out to Dan the Man, man.
Yes. Dan the Man always coming through. Much appreciated, Mike.
Keep subscribing to the channel. We're going to be here with you all off season long. We're staying live as long as you guys absolutely want us to today. As long as you guys keep super chatting, as long as you guys keep keeping the chat moving and rolling and lively and fun.
Oh, yeah.
We will be here.
I'm having a great time.
We'll be here all day long. Let's get it going. Hit that sub button. Keep the wheel of subs moving.
Smitty, I'm having a great time.
I am having a great time. The only deal the Seahawks have made so far is Tyler Lockett.
And that was over a day ago.
Yeah, it was over a day ago, so that's old news at this point. Just got to keep it up there because it's the only relevant news to our channel. Let us go over the last couple of free agent moves here that have happened so far that free agency has begun.
In case you're just joining us, I know it's lunchtime for the Central and Mountain time zones. Almost lunchtime on the West Coast. People getting the chance to check in on day one of free agency. Here's what's happened so far. Chase McLaughlin with a 3-year, $12.3 million deal with the Bucks. Landon Dickerson, a ton of money with Philly. 4 years, $84 million, $50 guaranteed to keep him around there in Philadelphia. Big deal for the Eagles.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just keeping another one of their talented offensive linemen after they seem to be losing a few this season.
Meanwhile, Michael Pittman, 3 years, $70 million, 46 guaranteed with Indianapolis. The big winner for that deal is not just Michael Pittman, but Anthony Richardson to have his number one receiver locked down for the next several years.
You got to have that number one receiver. That's my fear with a guy like Bryce Young there down in Carolina is he doesn't really have that number one go-to guy. I mean, is it Adam Thielen at age damn near 40? You got to get a guy help, and Anthony Richardson's got that in Michael Pittman.
DeMario Davis, 2 years, $11.25 with the Saints, $13.25 guaranteed. Brandon Allen will stay in San Francisco as the backup quarterback there. Full details TBA. DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $24 million with the Chicago Bears, $15.3 guaranteed. Caleb Williams expected to be their starting quarterback. Matt Eberflus is back. Our old friend Shane Waldron is their OC now. Despite playing with a rookie quarterback, the Bears, a lot of pressure on that coaching staff and that front office. They're going all in on this season.
I think the Bears are going to have a real big turnaround next year. They're going to be looking at a potential playoff run next year with the addition of likely Caleb Williams in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Meanwhile, Deion Dawkins, 3 years, $60.5 million.
He loves Buffalo.
With the Buffalo Bills. A lot of cash for Deion Dawkins there.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best, one of the best left tackles in the game, and he's protecting one of the best quarterbacks in the game, and he continues to do that, and he continues to live a nice life up there in Orchard Park, and just keep being that franchise left tackle that he's been for the past couple of seasons. Good deal for Deion.
Meanwhile, Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million, 42 guaranteed. Minnesota always made a couple of moves, and not probably the moves we expected. Obviously, all eyes are on Kirk Cousins, Danielle Hunter, but now they take care of Grenard here. Makes you wonder, what are the Vikings' priorities here?
Well, this is definitely their Danielle Hunter replacement as far as it goes. I mean, Jonathan Grenard is one of those guys who can he can be an impact player in multiple scenarios, whether it be the defensive line or maybe a rush linebacker or something like that. I mean, Grenard is a guy who can pass rush and run stuff, so multifaceted player there to replace Danielle Hunter up in Minnesota.
Tony Pollard, 3 years, $24 million to go to the Tennessee Titans. Titans aren't expected to be very good. Spears is already a very good young running back here. This one a bit of a head-scratcher, why they would spend on the running back position when they're not going to be very good and you already have Spears there. Tony Pollard, not a bad football player, but 3 years, $24 million doesn't make a ton of sense.
Yeah, I mean, he got a little bit more money there than he would have elsewhere had it have been the Giants, Bears. I believe the Raiders were also looking into Tony Pollard as well, and they offered him less money. He took the payday in Tennessee.
James Winchester with the Chiefs. Their long snapper going to stick around. Drew Sample with the Bengals.
Blocking tight end there in Cincy.
3-year deal. Meanwhile, David Quisenberry with the Vikings there. Full details to TBA.
And they made more moves.
Yes, Blake Brandel as well. Brandon Jones, 3 years, $20 million, 12.5 guaranteed. That's probably the biggest move the Broncos are going to make.
Yeah, they don't have much money to explore other options.
Look, Quisenberry with the Titans. Dorrance Armstrong with the Commanders, comes over from the Dallas Cowboys, played in Dan Quinn's system there.
His best year of his career.
Dorrance Armstrong is a pretty decent football player. I think this is a nice, sneaky find for Washington here.
They need as much help as possible on defense, and if that's Dan Quinn's philosophy, I'm glad he's bringing some familiar faces over to Washington.
And then, one of the biggest signings of the day so far, Gabe Davis going to the Jags, 3 years, $39 million. A loss that we expected from the Bills.
Yeah.
The Jags, I think they were looking at, they probably couldn't afford Calvin Ridley, and this is their next best thing.
If that's the next best thing, I'm worried for that Jags. He ain't that good of a football player.
Christian Wilkins, 4 years.
Massive.
$110 million, 84.75 guaranteed.
All but $16 million is guaranteed. That's
you play alongside Max Crosby. I know the Raiders aren't going to be that great next year, but you have one of the most lethal defensive lines in football now.
Essentially, 3 out of those 4 years are fully guaranteed for Christian Wilkins. That tends to blow up in the Raiders' face, but I think this is a safe plug-and-play in the middle defensive lineman who is going to complement Max Crosby fantastically.
Cam Lewis, 2 years, $4 million with Buffalo. Gunnar Olszewski, thank you, with a one-year deal
I think
with
that's all we got.
New York Giants. So that is where things stand right now.
Right on a perfect 4 we ended there. Nice.
Yes, very good stuff there. So we'll continue to follow as we get more updates rolling in as we're nearly 2 hours in to NFL free agency.
The only deal we've seen so far, as we get a super chat rolling in here, is,
little compensation update on Drew Sample, 3 years, $10.5 million.
now the Seahawks. The reason the Seahawks down below have 51 to 55 million in cap space. Big reason for that is this Tyler Lockett restructure. His cap hit was originally $27 million. It's bumped down now to $15 million.
Saved about $12 million.
That's a crap load of money in this NFL. That's a top end safety you could sign here in free agency for $12 million. So it's a great deal for me. I love this Tyler Lockett's new deal. As I have to update his spelling of his name. I've watched this guy play football for a million years, and
2 T's.
2 T's is the guy on Lockett's deal. If you love his new deal, like the video, please.
Like
Hit
it
that thumbs
up.
up icon. We know not everybody can send in a super chat today. So,
We are 35 likes away from 300.
free and easy way to
I will
help out the
take
show.
a shot of the vodka when we get to 300, but we need to get to 300 likes. 35 away. So like it up, like the video if you like Tyler Lockett's new deal, if you like hanging out with us here on Seahawks Today, providing you free Seahawks coverage here on a Monday, still morning out on the West Coast, but that doesn't stop us from talking Seahawks football and spending the day with you here on the channel today. Hit that like button. We certainly appreciate it. 32 likes away from reaching 300. We'll take a shot when we get there. Another super chat.
We'll throw it up in just a moment here, folks.
We'll get to in just a second from Kason Reyes, waiting on technology to cooperate accordingly. So stand by for that from Kason. So get to that. Worthless. This is my show. Last time I checked. We'll get to it when we can. So stand by for that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're experiencing some technical difficulties with Super Chats right now. I'm going to have to fix that behind the scenes real quick. So appreciate you guys
So
sticking around
Kason,
with us.
stand by. We'll fix accordingly here in just a bit.
We will read it, no doubt. No guarantee if we can get it on screen as
A
of
little
right
technical difficulty right now.
now. But we're going to try our best here. Sorry about that, Kason.
Kason, the message that he sent in: who wins a 100 meter race, Hill or Metcalf? Who is your favorite active football player? Can I get another sketch impression?
Was that from? Is that about me? We mean, what's up, brother? Tuesday, check Tuesday. Cancel.
I don't know what that is.
This kid plays Madden, and he has just become a little bit of a social media phenomenon.
Okay.
Just because of his one-liners and the character that he plays.
How good is he at Madden?
He's pretty good. He plays with Jinxie on Madden there, and they're kind of taking over the streaming game right now. He's cooking. He's getting a lot of notoriety, and he's a really nice guy as well. So we made the right guy famous in sketch.
That's why we got so many here to keep us updated with the Gen Zers.
Yes, the Gen Zers. I'm very well versed with them.
I as a millennial, I try to disassociate from the Gen Zers. Gen Ys were bad enough. Gen Zers are a whole nother
What are
level.
you?
I am at the very end of the millennial area.
Oh boy.
I'm technically a millennial at the very end.
Damn.
Yes, I am old. I will be 28 years old this year, folks. There's another sub. Thank you. Now, as far as who'd win a race between Tyreek Hill and DK Metcalf, I think I'd go Tyreek.
Yeah, Tyreek would smoke his
It'd be a
ass.
great race, but Tyreek would probably win 100 yards.
He would smoke him. 100 yards, he would smoke him.
Who's your favorite active football player?
That's a good question.
Smitty, what's your answer here?
Favorite active football player? Oh, man. JSN's getting up there for me. I can't wait to see how he evolves. Active football player. Yeah. Give me Jackson Smith and Jigba.
You know, if I'm going to answer a Seahawk, I gotta go Devin Witherspoon. I love what Witherspoon's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be my second choice, no doubt.
Just the way that he's playing, the way that he's flying, and he's just getting started too.
Agreed.
If I'm choosing outside of Seattle, I love watching Patrick Mahomes play.
Oh, I mean, Mahomes.
He is must-see TV every time he's on the television. Like, I don't care if they're playing the Jets or if they're playing the Buffalo Bills. I got to watch Patrick Mahomes every time he's on TV.
Absolutely, no doubt about it.
That would be my two answers there, if you will. So, much appreciated. Thanks for the super chat. We do owe the Mike Macdonald song for that $5 super chat.
Yep.
Seth, that was from Kaysen. Kaysen, much appreciated. Sorry we couldn't put it on screen. Got a little technical issue here, but
trying to fix it.
We'll still pay off accordingly. So for Kaysen here, old MacDonald had a farm. C-I-E-I Hawks. Oh, there we go.
Another sub as well.
Another sub. Subs keep on rolling as we continue. We are about to enter hour number 3 of free agency. Smitty, would this be the equivalent of the witching hour?
Yes, this would be the witching hour for sure.
The witching hour of free agency ahead. Hour number 3. Still waiting to see if the Seahawks will make a move. Coming up in just a bit. So stay tuned as the Seahawks, we're waiting to see what exactly they are going to do. Still waiting for that first move here. Before we begin a brand new hour of free agency, let's tell you about today's sponsor, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. Go to prizepicks.com/SailItS. Promo code SailItS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry, whether it's rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, maybe it's fantasy points in NASCAR, home runs in baseball. We got it all on Prize Picks. PrizePicks.com/SailItS. Promo code SailItS for a $100 deposit match. And we are looking at the NBA for our Prize Picks today. Luka, he's on fire right now. Got him hitting more than 33.5 points. Cade Cunningham, Motorcade. We got him with more than 24.5 points for the Detroit Pistons. And then Devin Vassell got him with more than 10 rebounds. Let's put $20 down on this. If all three of these hit, we're making $100 on Prize Picks. PrizePicks.com/SailItS. Promo code SailItS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. The link is in the comments and description of today's video. About to throw it in the chat right now as well. Play along with us. Prize Picks, proud partner of Seahawks Today by Chat Sports. Glad to have them on board here on today's show. Prize Picks, play along with us. Going in the chat right now. Who is a player the Seahawks should sign in free agency? We've gone over the list of some of the top free agents available. Still waiting to see what the Seahawks will do. Salmon is asking, will the Seahawks sign Patrick Queen? Patrick Queen's still available. I think he's kind of the big name free agent outside of the organization, Smitty. Everybody's got their eyes on. Will Patrick Queen be a member of the Seattle Seahawks when it's all said and done? What do you think? Do they pull it off? Do they sign Patrick Queen?
I'd love to see it. I think the chat would as well. I just don't know if he can come back and be the sole inside linebacker that runs this defense. We haven't really seen it at a high level yet from Patrick Queen. He had Roquan Smith. That's why I'd like to bring Bobby Wagner back in that sense and kind of have a mentor-mentee next, kind of just smooth transition of power there at the inside linebacker position. He kind of gets thrusted into a brand new role if he goes to Seattle and doesn't have any veteran leadership aside.
Yeah, he has to do something different than he was in Baltimore.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
And that's not an easy task. Yes, it is the same system he played in Baltimore, but it's a totally different role he would be asked as far as that goes. So who's the player you want the Seahawks to sign? Weigh in the chat and let us know what you think. And let's ask you, should the Seahawks sign Patrick Queen? S for sign, P for pass. I'm a little skeptical. I'll be honest, how I feel, Smitty, I would lean towards no, but I'm not going to hate it. I'm not going to be mad if they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to be upset. If they give him $20 million, I'll be upset. But if they give him a $17, $18 million deal, I can't be that mad at it. I like it.
Just in. We have our first departed Seahawk.
Oh, no. Who's that?
Colby Parkinson going to the division rival LA Rams.
Oh, wow. That's Rams making a couple signings here. They just got Lions Pro Bowl guard Jonah Jackson signing with the Rams on a 3-year, $51 million deal as well.
Colby Parkinson going to the Rams, 3-year, $22.5 million with $15.5 guaranteed. They overpaid big time.
Wait, how much money?
3 years, $22.5 million.
That's almost $8 million a year.
With
over
$15.5 guaranteed. You can have him.
You can have him.
You can have him.
I thought he was a good player. I actually thought he was a good player, but you can have him for that.
I'm not paying Colby that amount of money. You can have him. Colby Parkinson, just in, off to the LA Rams. 3 years, $22.5 million. You know, I'm fine with that. I'm glad the Seahawks weren't paying $22.5 million for Colby Parkinson. I can live with that. The first Seahawks player off the board, Colby Parkinson, to the LA Rams. He's a California guy as well, so he's moving back home. I'll say this, Smitty, as far as now facing Colby Parkinson goes, the best thing about Colby Parkinson was that he was a very good red zone threat. And the Seahawks, you know, that was kind of the focus of their red zone offense.
Yeah.
Was to get the ball to Colby Parkinson. Now you face him, I don't fear Colby Parkinson. This is not, I don't feel like this is a needle mover that all of a sudden the Rams offense is over the top because they got Tyler Higbee and Colby Parkinson. You can have him. I don't think this changes much for the Rams.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But what I do think is what that changes for the Rams is the guy that we have on screen right now, Jonah Jackson.
That's a big deal, getting Jonah Jackson.
That's a big deal, man. The Rams are taking the Seahawks.
Where did the Rams find all this money?
The Rams are also finding a lot of interior offensive line help, obviously re-signing Kevin Dotson and then bringing in Jonah Jackson. The Rams are loading up and just looking like they're making a bigger gap on the Seahawks than what they had at the end of last season. I mean, they were the better football team. They beat us twice, and they're the ones loading up on the interior offensive line.
CFan for Life says, I was gone for 4 minutes. Did I miss anything? The Rams got help on the interior of the offensive line with Jonah Jackson. Their O-line was already good as is. $51 million over 3 years, $34 guaranteed from the Detroit Lions. And they also took Colby Parkinson away from Seattle. 3 years, $22.5 with $15.5 million guaranteed. So for the folks at home watching, you're going to see something happen in real time. I am, Smitty, going to record a short for YouTube. The folks can see me do this, but after I record,
I'll take
Smitty
over.
will kind of hold things down for a moment so I can post it.
I just want to see if I can get this. If you want to wait like 5 seconds, see if I can get this.
3 years, $22.5 million. If he hits certain performance numbers, Parkinson can void the deal after 2 years. Is the official news on that. So that coming in just within the last few moments. Colby Parkinson to the LA Rams. Chat seems very appreciative of Colby, like very happy for him. I'm a little surprised. I thought there'd be a little more axe to grind from the chat, seeing him go to division rival.
Yeah, I mean, is he the most valuable piece of the roster? No,
absolutely not.
I actually probably would have rather brought him back than Noah Fant, to be honest, because of just the blocking upside that he provides.
Right.
But
red zone threat.
Yeah, he's a red zone threat. And he actually could do a lot with the football in his hands. A little bit of an underrated catch and runner. I liked Colby Parkinson, man. I did.
Here's another idea. So, Parkinson or John Schneider a couple days ago did a radio interview with Seattle Sports 710, and he was talking about asking prices being too much. Makes me think that Colby Parkinson may have been the guy he was talking about. Because there was no way in hell the Seahawks were going to pay him 3 year, $22.5 million.
No, they weren't going to pay him that much. There's no chance.
This is not a situation where they didn't get the chance. Oh, Josh Jacobs to the Packers.
Really?
Whoa.
That's wild.
Josh Jacobs to the Packers just in.
And Darnell Savage to the Jags as well.
How about that? Josh Jacobs, I think, was the best running back in this market.
Yeah.
Goes to the Green Bay Packers. They've already had a good run game the last couple of years with A.J. Dillon and Jones and everything, Aaron Jones.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Darnell Savage to the Jags. It's a good deal for them. And then obviously Colby Parkinson to the Rams. We'll wait on the official Josh Jacobs news here.
And another one coming in.
Bryce
Huff
to the Eagles.
To the Eagles. 3 years, $51.5 million. Free agency getting a little crazy now.
It is getting wild. It's heating up big time.
The witching hour has arrived with NFL free agency. I'm shocked about Josh Jacobs going to the Packers.
I know.
Like, I thought he could leave Vegas. I didn't think Green Bay was on the table.
Green Bay is wild.
Now, if you're the Packers, Jordan Love, along with Josh Jacobs,
and Aaron Jones is still in town.
that offense is going to be dynamic.
Yeah, and isn't A.J. Dillon still there too? I mean, that's a weird backfield they got going on right now. How much?
Are they going to run the wishbone?
How much do they pay him?
Yeah. Josh Jacobs. I'm shocked. Josh Jacobs, a stunner, going to the Green Bay Packers. News coming just moments ago. The best running back in this year's free agency class headed to Green Bay. And a small market franchise and everything. Yeah, that's something.
Josh Jacobs headed to the Packers. Full details TBD. And then Bryce Huff heading to the Eagles.
Are we good now for me to record this short?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, we're all set.
So, folks, you're going to get to see when we do these YouTube shorts that you see on the channel.
And Super Chats are back, by the way.
Super Chats are back, so we're about $80 away from $400.
Unfortunately, cannot get Cason's last one up on screen, but that's just the way. It's the way of the world, man. It happens. Send in another $5. We're guaranteed to get it on screen.
Technology sucks sometimes.
It does.
Hate to admit it. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do this short on Colby Parkinson that's going to go up on our Seahawks channel. You guys get to see me record it in real time of what's about to go on the channel. And then, as I'm posting it, Smitty's going to hold things down for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely.
Folks, here it is. Now you get to see me do this. Get my phone out. My iPhone, I think XR. Is that what I have? I've had this phone for over 2 years now. I looked at I thought about upgrading iPhones, Smitty. I'm amazed. Like, these new iPhones are not hardly any different than the phone I have now. I'm like, why would I waste my money?
Which one do you have?
I have, let's see. Let's go about device here. I have the iPhone 13 Pro Max. It's 2 years old. And the new iPhones now, I thought about upgrading. And I'm like, wow, I'm not getting any bang for my buck. It's no different than the phone I have now. I might as well hang on to what I have.
Yeah, might as well. I'm a 13 Pro Max guy. I don't think it's any different than the following.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
It's no difference.
All right, so I'll record this now, and then Smitty's going to hold things down. Here we go.
Sir.
3, 2, and 1. Oh, wait, let me pull up the details. Let me see it for myself here real quick on Parkinson. Get that number before I get started.
Colby Parkinson heading to the Rams on a 3-year, $22.5 million deal.
22.5? Okay,
$15.5 million guaranteed.
Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. The first former Seahawk is off the board. Tight end Colby Parkinson is headed to the division rival LA Rams on a 3-year, $22.5 million deal with $15.5 guaranteed. Not a surprise that the Seahawks did not bring back Colby Parkinson, as the Seahawks are expected to retool that tight end position. Not to mention The Rams straight up overpaid for Colby Parkinson. It would not have made financial sense for the Seahawks to match that offer that the Rams ultimately gave to Colby Parkinson. What do you guys think? Thought it was a smart move by Seattle here to move on. Weigh in the comment section. Subscribe to Seahawks Today for more free agency coverage. All right. There we go. So now I will post this on the channel, and Smitty will hold things down while I do so.
Yes, sir. What do you guys think about these deals going down? Like, it's which is the most shocking deal to you guys today? What is the most shocking deal you guys have? I think this Josh Jacobs deal is pretty shocking. I don't know the full details yet. I'm not sure anybody knows the full details yet. At this point, I mean, Colby Parkinson's not really a shock. Darnell Savage heading to the Packers is a pretty cool deal as well. I think Josh Jacobs, though, going to the Packers, man. Like, how much did they give him? How much money? What's the most shocking free agent signing you guys have seen so far? I'd say Christian Wilkins going to the Raiders is fairly shocking, but nothing out of the ordinary as far as like the guy's going to get a payday and they had the money to give it to him. So I don't think that was incredibly shocking. Tony Pollard heading to Tennessee, the Titans. That's pretty shocking to me. Weird situation down there. I mean, they basically have the same player in Tyjae Spears for a lot less money, but they're going to give Tony Pollard $8 million and still be pretty bad this season. The least shocking news of the week: Russell Wilson going to the Steelers. That isn't a shock to anybody. As far as trades go, we had 2 trades so far. Jerry Jeudy headed to the Cleveland Browns, 5th and a 6th round pick to the Broncos. It's a cap shedding move for Denver. They needed to get off that contract, and they also needed to bring in some draft capital as well for a really bad team. Like the Broncos are really bad. As far as Seattle goes, the only deal that they have made so far, that's why I'm asking you guys, give me your confidence level in the Seahawks front office right here. Scale 1 to 10. It's been crickets so far, have not made any moves, but you obviously know they got to be working in the shadows. They've restructured Tyler Lockett's deal to a 2-year, $34 million deal, and that provides them with $51 million in cap space. Took his cap hit from a $27 million to about a $15 million, shedding $12 million in that deal. Tyler Lockett remains a Seahawk, will likely retire a Seahawk. And then we got the other trade, Mac Jones to the Jaguars. He stinks out loud, man. He's going to be out of the league in 2 years. Don't get it twisted. As far as other, I mean, is this an overpay for our guy Dion Dawkins up in Buffalo, protecting Josh Allen? 3 years, $20 million per. I don't know, man. You know what's shocking to me is Demario Davis still in the league on a 2-year deal now. He's getting a 2-year deal. He's like 40. Still playing at a pretty high level, though. Shout out to Demario Davis. As far as Seahawks go, Colby Parkinson departs from Seattle, and he will be a Los Angeles Ram. 3-year, $22.5 million deal, $15.5 million guaranteed. It's a little more than I think Seattle wanted to pay the guy, and he goes to a division rival now. Kind of a scumbag move, but you know, who cares? He wasn't a game changer. He won't be a game changer for the Rams, except he's probably going to catch a game-winning touchdown against us. Now that I said that, Jonah Jackson, the Rams keep the ball rolling. They get a Pro Bowl guard from the Lions. Would have been a nice pickup for Seattle. It's about $17 million per, and I think that's something that Seattle could have absolutely invested in on the offensive line. Is that interior offensive lineman. I didn't even know Jonah Jackson was incredibly available. I thought he would have went back to Detroit, but he ends up in L.A. And, I guess another shocking deal might have been Jonathan Grenard to Minnesota. They seem to be letting go of Danielle Hunter and potentially Kirk Cousins now, so that's interesting. But I think everybody's by far most shocking deal today is Josh Jacobs. We don't know the details yet. We don't know how much money he's getting, but he will be in Green Bay for the 2024 NFL season, pairing up with Jordan Love, Aaron Jones, all those young receivers, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Romeo Dobbs. Like, that group has really, really got something going. And I guess with the youth in that wide receiver room, and even in the tight end room as well, they have a couple of really young, nice young guns in there as well. Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft are two real nice young names in that tight end room in Green Bay. So they have the opportunity here to overpay, I guess, a little bit, or to shell out some money to the running back position. They pick up Josh Jacobs.
There you go. Smitty, thanks for catching everybody up to speed.
No problem.
Getting the short up on the channel right now about Colby Parkinson going to the LA Rams. A big overpay on the Rams' part. They can have him for that cost. Goodness. Also, another thing, an interesting point that was brought up when it comes to Colby Parkinson getting paid, Smitty, is that he gets paid before Noah Fant does. I'm surprised. I thought Noah Fant would have been the Seahawk to get his future sorted out before Colby Parkinson did. To me, that's a bit of surprise that a team like the Rams would pay for Parkinson as opposed to why not just go ahead and get Noah Fant then?
Yeah, but I think Colby Parkinson allows a little bit more blocking upside as a tight end than Noah Fant does. Noah Fant is obviously that vertical threat that you're looking for in a receiver. They kind of have that in Tyler Higbee, no?
Sure.
I think as far as a red zone target, and a middle of the field catch and run guy, and even a sideline guy, Tyler Higbee excels in a lot of facets of the receiving game. Colby Parkinson can help be that yin to his yang, and yes, be a good pass catcher, but also provide a little bit more in the run game than Noah Fant would.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's get to our Super Chat menu. We are $80 away from Das Boot, our second boot of the day happening. Also, the next $50 Super Chat that comes in, Smitty is going to do a beer shotgun.
Absolutely.
We can also negotiate, too. We can get a couple people to send in $25 each to make the beer shotgun happen. Here's what we got on the menu here. First time Super Chatters, you get the Seahawks chant. $5 will sing the old McDonald song for our new head coach, Mike Macdonald. $10 Super Chat. Get you a raffle ticket to win our Seattle Seahawks steak knives, which will be great for eating your filet mignon. $20 Super Chat gets your name added to the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. $50 Super Chat will do a beer bong. And as mentioned, $50 Super Chat, we will get you the beer shotgun from Smitty and get to $80 collectively. We'll do the boot. So that is where we're at right now as we continue our live coverage, free agency frenzy, day number 1 here on Seattle Seahawks Today. Jones and Smitty here with you. Thanks for spending your Monday with us, as we know some of you are at work right now, on your lunch break, whatever it may be. We're having a great time here on the channel covering free agency. Still waiting for the Seahawks to make their first move. They lost their first player as Colby Parkinson is headed to the division rival LA Rams, but now we wait and see what John Schneider and company is going to cook up. Who's a player the Seahawks should sign in NFL free agency? Let us know in the chat right now. We'll shout you out when you guys give us a name that you would like to see in the comment section. Let us know right now as we are entering. It is, just about 11:20 on the West Coast. It's still early. Audience, close to 400 people watching right now. Glad to have you guys here on the channel today. Brooks says, Queen. Oh, yes. Christopher Bryson with a $50 Super Chat. Bang! Christopher!
Let's go!
Spam Christopher!
Spam
Christopher! CB coming in huge with a $50 Super Chat. That's how it's done.
Yo.
Beer shotgun from Smitty on the way.
Coming in hot.
And we're 30 away from Das Boot. Spam CB. Spam CB. Woo! Woo!
Wow. We'll go back to CB's Super Chat because we do have a special one coming in here. It's only $2, but that's right. Every Super Chat makes a difference, baby.
They all do.
Because we got Brandon Van Der Eed, who's our first-time Super Cheddar for Brandon.
Hawks!
C!
Hawks!
C!
Hawks! Let's go, Brandon!
Let's go, Brandon!
Mr. Rod agrees. Let's go, Brandon. How about that? Brandon, thanks for the first time super chat. Much appreciated. Man, now we're fired up.
Now we're playing ball.
Now we're cooking with bacon grease. Let's go.
Now we're playing ball.
Christopher with that 50, followed by a first time super chat. Let's go. Let's ride, folks.
Let's ride. I'm gonna get the shotgun ready. I'm coming over. Let's do some drinking.
Let's do some drinking indeed. Let's do some drinking indeed. I got a beer bong. Smitty's got a beer shotgun. And we're less than 30 away from Das Boot as well. Let's have ourselves a day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, happy Monday. Happy free agency. Let's go. Let's go. Smitty with the beer shotgun. I got the beer bong. We're fired up. We are fired up here, folks. The Seahawks haven't done a damn thing. And yet we're enjoying ourselves here. I like this in the chat. His name, Chris, so you already know he don't miss. That's tough. As our friend Big Tex would say. That's tough. Oh, man. Once Smitty gets over here, and then we will drink accordingly. Everybody spam CB in the chat. Spam CB. Oh, man. Don't crack your teeth over there. Oh, no. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. We're going to need it back soon, though. We're almost time for another one. All right. Here we go. Give Smitty about one more second here, and then we'll drink accordingly. Christopher Bryson's even spamming CB. I love it from Christopher. That's the Chat Sports real one right there. What a beast indeed. Christopher Bryson, my guy, much appreciated. Oh. I know Mr. Rod was saying, let's go Brandon, after that super chat from Brandon there. Mr. Rod's a big Brandon guy. Oh, man. Here we go. Smitty's almost ready. As we'll drink accordingly. It is 11:23 on the West Coast, and we're still having a hell of a time. Here he is. Smitty is ready. Oh, he ran into the light again.
Every time. This is a bad studio for me to run into lights.
He's going to go to concussion protocol by the end of the day.
I'm going to the blue tent.
Cheers.
For JSN, for Christopher Bryson, for the Hawks.
Let's
for the
go.
Wolves. Cheers.
Woo! Let's have it.
How many calories? 100 calories.
Oh.
This Happy Dad is the first calorie I'm ingesting in my body.
Oh, boy.
I have not eaten.
You got to get yourself a damn quesadilla. All right, thank you, Christopher. Another super chat coming in. Another 20. Yes. Paper towels. That's how you know it's real, folks. We're getting the paper towels out and everything. Hold on, folks. We'll get to JLC's super chat here in just a second. All right. Here we go. Oh, it's the first time super chat, too. Here we go. JLC
is up first
time super chat for JLC.
C!
Hawks.
C!
Hawks.
C!
Hawks, let's go.
Spam JLC!
JLC. JLC. JLC.
JLC, let's go.
Let's go JLC. You love to see it. JLC with the $20 super chat. Let's answer his question.
Yeah.
We need safety and DB help. What are your thoughts on Wilson joining the Steelers? Let's start with the safety and DB help. Absolutely. Definitely need safety. I think the Seahawks are going to add at least one more corner, whether it's in the draft or free agency, one of the two. Safety help, plenty of options out there. And I wouldn't rule out the idea of Quandre Diggs potentially coming back.
Agree.
As far as Russ to the Steelers goes, I like it for Russ. I think he chose the best team he could have of teams in the quarterback market. I don't like it for the Steelers. I think that is a disaster waiting to happen. A ticking time bomb, if you will. JLC, thanks for that $20 super chat. You get your name added to the Football Hall of Fame. Now we are $8 away from Das Boot happening. Our second boot of the day.
From another boot?
Yes.
Tyler, I don't know if you can take it down. Can you beat your previous time?
19 seconds previous.
You got room to improve there.
I do.
There is possible room
You could
for
argue.
improvement.
You could argue I'm warmed up now.
You could argue that.
$8 away from Das Boot.
Let's do a quick hit with our friends at Prize Picks real quick.
Yeah, let's tell the folks about Prize Picks.
Nothing too crazy. I mean, let's just let them know what they're in for here. We'll show our picks.
I love me some Prize Picks.
Let's get.
Oh, wait, real quick before you do that.
What happened?
Breaking news just in. Kirk Cousins going to the Falcons.
Oh, no. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta.
Kirk Cousins to Atlanta.
Mike.
4-year deal.
Oh, my God, 4 years.
Leaving the Minnesota Vikings.
Kirk Atlanta. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Kirk going to the Atlanta Falcons. 4-year deal.
Cool.
The Falcons now have their quarterback.
I mean, they might win a Super Bowl.
That's going to be a good football team.
Uh-oh. My goodness. As our guy.
How much did they pay is the next question.
As our guy beat Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Is Seeps in shambles right now?
Seeps might be in shambles. He said he wasn't leaving earlier this morning.
4 years to go to the Atlanta Falcons. I thought he was leaving once he did hit free agency and they didn't get a deal done.
I mean, my goodness. How did the Vikings screw this up so bad? Is this his agent?
Because I believe...
Yeah, his agent tweeted it out.
Smitty, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that the Vikings still have some still have a big cap hit they still have to take on.
I mean, this Kirk Cousins Hall of Fame resume is going to get a lot spicier down in hot Atlanta, Dirty Mango Fana. Slept the game like a Huncho MC Hammer.
Like, that to me is the bizarre part, is that Minnesota doesn't bring him back, and they still have to take a decent-sized cap hit for him leaving, too.
Unbelievable.
What was the point? Why didn't you just give him a new deal then?
Unbelievable.
That's a shocker. I mean, it's a shocker as in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, it's a shocker.
It's not a shocker today.
No, it's a shocker as in Minnesota should not have let him go.
It's a stupid move.
It's a silly move by them.
For Kirk, though, Atlanta, I would argue, is in a better spot than Minnesota is.
Is Kyle Pitts going to be a good football player now?
I think.
Is Drake London going to ascend? Is
Bijan Robinson
going to be more of a focal point?
That division sucks.
That division stinks out loud. Their defense is good. They're going to draft a cornerback aside A.J. Terrell. Things could be turning up in Atlanta. They got a top 10 draft pick. I think so, right? They're close. It's in that 8 to 12 range. Whatever.
All right. Couple super chats coming in.
Yes, sir. Brandon, let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. Get that boot. Boys, yes, we did reach it. We will do a boot coming up in a moment.
Yes, sir.
Then John Smith.
John Smith, my good old godfather.
Missed the first boot when my wife called. I'll go back and watch it. Well, John, we got another one coming.
We got another one coming for you, John Smith, our second one. That adds John Smith and
Brandon to the raffle ticket for the Seahawk knives we will give away at the end of the month.
What a deal! We don't know the details of Kirk Cousins' deal yet, but wow, Bijan is a grown-ass man. Could be interesting in ATL. Yeah, Hotlanda's getting crazy with a little Kirklanda going on right now.
And with the Bucks paying Evans, Baker, and Winfield, I know we say that division sucks. I think the Falcons and Bucks are actually okay. I think it's the two teams around them, the Panthers and Saints, that
They're
suck.
going to be stinky for a little bit, those two. Bucks, I don't know. I think they're in for a little bit of a regression year. They won a lot of games not scoring a lot of points, and they won a lot of games by a lot of close margins. I think Atlanta, who lost a lot of games by a lot of close margins, is going to take that and completely flip the script with Kirk Cousins behind center instead of Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke. Wild. What is this one of the biggest upgrades from a quarterback to a quarterback in NFL history?
You got a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, top 10 quarterback in the NFL. One could argue like top 8, and you replaced two bottom. I wouldn't even say those two are even top 32 quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, not top 32, top like 40 quarterbacks in the NFL. Those two.
Well, and here's the thing too. Kirk Cousins, yes, we can all agree, is on the back end of his prime.
Mm-hmm.
I can live with 4 years of Kirk Cousins, though.
Yeah.
I think you timed that out just right. I would be shocked if Cousins doesn't have 4 more good years of football left in him.
I'd be shocked. What is he, 34, 35?
Yeah.
He's about the same age as Russ, right?
I think that timing works. I'm curious what the number is going to be, but I think the timing is going to be just fine.
Oh, this dude's getting $45 million a year. If he ain't getting Daniel Jones money, come on.
Oh, I think he's getting more than that.
Hey, he's getting $45 million to $50 million a year.
I think it might be 55 to 60.
4 years, 220. That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
It is.
I mean, is that the going rate? We're gonna find out here in a couple minutes.
Let's see. We'll see what the number is. All right. I will go get Das Boot ready. Smitty will hold things down.
Yeah, that's true. The Justin Fields trade market is getting very difficult for the Chicago Bears. Is he going to be our Las Vegas Raiders soon enough? I mean, I think the Bears were hoping that the Falcons would lose out on Kirk Cousins so that they could just dish off Justin Fields down to Atlanta. But that ain't looking good right now.
What's really funny, my father, he just texted me, Cousins to the Falcons, as if I didn't know.
Yeah.
Dad, and then he asked, who's going to Minnesota? Great question, Dad.
Could be Justin Fields, but they're not going to trade him in division. They don't want to get burned. God forbid.
All right. While I go get the boot ready, every $10 super chat that comes in is going to be a shot of vodka in Das Boot.
Yep, let's do it.
I'll be back.
And when Tyler gets back and then finishes the boot, I'm going to go get quesadillas. Didn't he back up RG3? He did back up RG3. Yes, he did. RG3 was very good when Kirk Cousins was the backup down there. And then he took over and asked if you like that. It's a monster deal. It's going to be a monster deal. It's going to be $200 million. Yeah, John. Parkinson's going to the Rams. I was mad that actually occurred because he's an asset as far as a blocking tight end goes. Athletic saying, any big news for the Seahawks? Unfortunately not. We are going to go back to this Kirk Cousins graphic again, no doubt about it. But the only news coming out of Seattle so far is news that happened before the day even began. It was Tyler Lockett's restructuring of his deal. 2 years, $34 million. His cap hit goes from $27 million to $15 million. The Seahawks shave about $12 million in cap. That's what got them to this $51 million cap space available number for the 2024 year. It's going to be one of those situations where, like, the number is fishy right now. Is it $51 million? Is it $55 million? I think it's closer to 55 than 51 right now with the cuts of Nick Bellore and the likes. But it is the only action that the Seattle Seahawks have made so far. Name a player that Seattle should sign in free agency. And if you send in a $10 super chat, we're putting shots in the boot. Don't worry about that. But, man, Kirk Cousins going to Hot Atlanta, Dirty Mango Fanta. It's unbelievable, man. Seahawks should trade for Mahomes, Dustin. I would love that. That'd be fantastic. I don't know. Like, you know what's crazy? I don't think anybody in the NFL is like completely untouchable except that dude. Except Patrick. I think you could offer a Godfather's, plus he's old. You could offer a Godfather offer for Travis Kelce, a Godfather offer for Josh Allen, a Godfather offer for Lamar Jackson, a Godfather offer for Christian McCaffrey. There isn't an offer you could put on the table for Patrick Mahomes. And the Kansas City wouldn't even pick up the phone. I don't care. 10 first-round pick, Kansas City won't even pick up the phone. They won't pick up the phone. It's crazy. He's never leaving Kansas City. We saw what happened. That joke about, like, oh, yeah, put a bunch of scrubs around him, see how that works out. Yeah, we saw it work out this year. They won a Super Bowl again. Sign me, Joe Green. I'd be in for that. The big 7'5". I like that. It's good. He's a good player. Arik Armstead is a name who I'm kind of shifting towards now, as Christian Wilkins is off the market, and Edith, what about DK? What's going on? Mark Caswell said, I'd take Mahomes if his wife left if he left his wife in KC. Brittany's rebuilding her image a little bit. She's a Swiftie friend now. Sign Barry Sanders in for that as well. It'd be fantastic. The entire 53-man for Mahomes, Kansas City would laugh in your face. There isn't a player on this. What is going on in there? Throw in Tyler Swift. That's not me. Chris Jones, the Seahawks. Well, no, unfortunately, he has signed a massive record-breaking deal with the Kansas City Chiefs. That dude got paid. He's the backbone of that defense. You see the patch up on his. You see the patch up above that 9 Super Bowl patch. You want to know? Guess what? He's a reason for a lot of those. They don't have those without Chris Jones. He got a lot of money, man. 5 years, 160. He's getting NBA money out here. He's getting 2016 Mike Conley money right now. It's crazy. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. DK Metcalf is not going to get traded. DK Metcalf is not going to be a free agent anytime soon. They locked him up last offseason. Who should we draft for safety? Cooper DeJean out of Iowa is potentially rumored to make a switch from cornerback to safety, depending on how he fits in to training camp and whatnot, and to the NFL in general. Do you think we'll draft Michael Penix Jr.? I almost said Michael Porter Jr. If he falls, he's got to fall, man. The Seahawks don't have a second-round pick, which is likely where he's going to be selected. And I wouldn't pick him with pick 16. I think you'd have to trade into the second round, potentially wait until the third round to get Michael Penix. I don't think it looks very likely for Seattle right now, actually, unfortunately. The way he played, he balled out against the best competition in college football. And I don't see why he's falling so far. It's because of age, it's because of injury, but anybody can get injured on any given Sunday. Anybody can. What's so bad about being 24? You don't get him for 15 years, you get him for 12? Like, what's the real difference here? If you're asking me if I would rather have J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr. on this football team, I'm taking Penix every single time. It's not even a question. We need a center. I'd like to see what we have from Olu. Olu won the nation's top center award at Michigan 2 seasons ago, and we didn't see much from him this year as Evan Brown came in as a free agent addition and won that job in training camp. We knew Olu would be a little bit of a project, but I think that he is. Oh, what about Lockett? Lockett, yes, he did sign back with Seattle, restructured his contract, 2 years, $17 million per year. His cap hit going into this season was going to be $27 million. It's a big hit for Tyler Lockett. He knocked that down, almost cut it in half to about $15 million, shaving $12 million off the cap. That's why we have this number down here, Seahawks cap space at $51 million. Penix is made of glass, don't need him, says Virgil. I don't hate the take. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate the take. He might be injury prone, but I do think he was better than J.J. McCarthy this season. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. The guy was a better football player than J.J. McCarthy this season, and anybody who's disagreeing with you is lying. They're just lying. I'm interested to see how Mike Morris does next season, says Peter. I am as well. He's a disciple of some sorts of Mike Macdonald. He was coached by him at Michigan. So I think they had a nice embrace during Mike Macdonald's introductory press conference when he was walking through the team building and whatnot. So that was very nice. Hope Mike Morris and Mike Macdonald have something planned for each other here in the 2024 season as Tyler Jones rejoins me in just a moment. Tyler Jones is back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Shout out the Terminator. Shout out Arnold.
All right, so
Boot's coming.
boot is coming. Boot is ready to go. I got a seltzer boot this time.
Ooh.
Last time we went mimosa boot.
This is Happy Dad season.
We're going seltzer boot this time. I didn't see any $10 super chats come in,
No,
but
okay,
I'm feeling generous. Feeling generous because I'm just a good guy like that. I'll put 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, boy.
The next 2 minutes, any super chat that comes in, we will add some Tito's vodka to the boot.
Does that give me time to get a quesadilla?
Yeah, go get a quesadilla.
All right.
Go get a quesadilla. Walt Smitty's getting the quesadilla. Every $10 super chat that comes in, we will add a shot to Das Boot, my second boot of the day. My time was what, 19.3? 19.3 last time round. Can I beat that this time? You could say I might be warmed up now for a second boot. You also could argue maybe he's a little tired now after the first one. There's only one way that we can find out. We'll do that here coming up in just a few moments. Last chance to get in on this deal. Every $10 super chat. Vodka added to Das Boot in just a bit. In case you're just joining us, live coverage of a Seahawks free agency. And Saquon Barkley headed to the Philadelphia Eagles. Saquon stays within the division on a 3-year, $37.75 million deal to go to the arch rival Philadelphia Eagles. How about that? What a move for the Philadelphia Eagles and a huge loss for the New York Giants. I imagine that Marshy's in shambles next door. Saquon, 3 years, $37.75 to go to Philadelphia. 3 years. Saquon's been wanting that long-term contract for a bit. And now he's got it. Now he's got it. Saquon off to Philadelphia. John Smith with a $10 super chat. That's another shot that we will add to Das Boot. Much appreciated, John Smith. What do you guys think about that? The big players are off the board or falling off quick. Josh Jacobs is off to Green Bay. Saquon Barkley's off to Philadelphia. Kirk Cousins is off to Atlanta. Now the clock is ticking. What's going to happen with Leonard Williams? What's going to happen with Patrick Queen? Oh, my. Oh, me, oh, my. How about that, folks? What do you think? Saquon in Philly. What do you guys think? This is something. John Smith asking, do we think Rashad Penny may be of interest to Seattle now? I don't think so. Penny couldn't even get on the field in Philadelphia. I think he's done. Yeah. No, we're not bringing him back. Oh, my gosh. What a crazy 20 minutes. Cousins to Atlanta and Saquon to Philadelphia. Oh, my goodness, folks. 3 years, $37.75, 26 guaranteed. That's a nice payday for Saquon Barkley. That is a nice payday. Edit says, is Noah Fant a free agent? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And not just the fact that he got paid, but to go to a rival within the division like that, that is wild. That is wild. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley in the same backfield. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, folks. Man. I'm in awe right now. This is something. This is something. All right, boot time. Boot number 2 of the day. As we've reached $422 in Super Chats. I'm already 1 boot in. Antonio Gibson to the Patriots? Okay. As we've already done 1 boot today, here's my second. My previous time was 19.5. Can I beat that with my second boot today? Will I beat 19.3? Y for yes, in for no. Weigh in the chat. Will I beat my previous time? No, it doesn't always go like this. This is a wild day. Before we do Das Boot, let's get to our first time Super Chat. We'll throw it up anyway. I think you're right, but we'll do it anyway. Okay. The Bread Maker with a $5 Super Chat. Would you rather have Queen and Bobby or Queen and Brooks? Smitty, you and I, we answered this question earlier. Queen and Bobby's the answer. Queen and Bobby's the answer. You have Bobby still as your play caller on the defense. Queen next to him. And you roll that way. I think that if you have Queen and Brooks, there's too many question marks about leading the defense and how things are going to operate. I think Queen and Bobby is the combination that we like the best as far as that goes. Here it is on Cousins. 4 years, $180 million. A $50 million signing bonus. $100 million guaranteed. He's going to get $90 million in 2024 and 2025, plus another 10 in 2026. It's a good day to be Kirk Cousins. How about that? All right. Boot time it is.
All right. Listen up. I'm timing it.
All right. Let's go to the double box. I'll take my headset off.
We'll go. It's all right. I'll stay up here.
Okay.
Because they want to see the boot. The kids want to see the boot.
Let me stretch a little bit. Oh.
All right. Yeah, he just dropped an F-bomb on Saquon Barkley.
All right. Now we're stretched. Now we're ready to go. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Oh, former Packers guard John Runyon is going to the Giants.
Let's go. Here we go. 19.3. Can we beat it?
Now you see 19.3. It's still here. 19.31. Can he beat it? Here we go. 4, 3, 2, boom. The stopwatch has begun. Jones going with a spillier approach this time out, but he's absolutely hammering this thing down. I think this is a clean, easy, gonna get it, no doubt about it. 16-6-5.
Yeah!
16-6-5.
Yeah!
16-6-5.
Who do you think you are? I am. Let's go.
Shout out the bread maker.
How about that? I was just getting warmed up.
He was just getting started.
Warmed up.
He was just
getting
started.
Just getting started. That one's for all the 12s. That one's for Mike Macdonald.
Yes, sir.
That one's for Geno, for DK, for Tyler. That's how we do it. Woo!
Woo! I fucking hate some of these people. What is going on?
What are we doing? What are we doing, chat? Spam Jones. Spam Jones after that. That's a performance right there. Jacob never doubted. Spam Jones. Spam Jones. Here we go. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, yes, Matt caffeinated. Tony Pollard went to the Titans about an hour ago.
Yeah, where you been, Matt Caffeinated? A little hot in this studio. I'm going to take the jacket off. We've reached that point of the day.
Uh-oh. It's getting hot in here. Jones taking his clothes off.
Oh, boy.
Jones is getting naked on stream.
John Kitna? He retired like 10 years ago. No. You don't know who John Kitna is? Smitty, come on. Former Bengals and Lions quarterback. Smitty didn't know who John Kitna was, folks. Spam F Smitty in
Sorry,
the chat.
I was born in 2001 and not born in the era of when the guys just handed the ball off.
Spam, he was the quarterback before Carson Palmer in Cincinnati.
Oh wow, the one that got the number 1 pick?
Yes.
Okay, so he sucked.
John Kitna, also former Cowboys backup.
Oh boy. Jesus.
F Smitty in
This
the
guy,
chat.
the guy you're describing might be the worst football player of all time.
John Smith says former Seahawks quarterback too. I almost forgot.
I was going to say, I've heard of him being related to the Seahawks, actually. Central Washington
Yeah.
University. Jesus.
Spam F Smitty. F Smitty. F Smitty. He almost got. Didn't know who John Kitna was. Oh. Gosh, that's funny. Ricky says John Kitna wore number 7 with the Seahawks. That doesn't help Smitty out. I can tell you that right now.
Only 7 I know is Geno and R.I.P. Tavares Jackson.
The F Smitties are flowing. The bread maker F Smitty. Sorry, bud.
Shout out Rico Suave. You the homie.
Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Can the Seahawks do something? Please? Can we do something, anything? I feel like everybody else but Seattle's doing something.
Rainwater games. I always shout you out. What are you doing? Say F me.
Oh, my gosh. This might be the most the chat's been popping all day.
This is the most the chat's popping all day because I didn't know who John Kitna was. The guy sucked.
That's good.
We should trade a third for Justin Fields. No, we should not. He stinks.
Oh, God. DJW, please. Anything. Anything.
Andrew Van Ginkel to the Vikings.
John Smith says, as I recall, the Seahawks are never busy on day one. They got Draymond Jones last year on day one.
That's right. I was hyped.
Yeah, I was too. And I regret it.
John, teams do overpay in the first week, it seems. But, like, eventually guys are off the market. Like, the Seahawks made a splash signing last year with Draymond Jones. But, like, they didn't really bring in anybody else of significance besides Bobby Wagner, who wasn't commanding big money.
The F Smitties are still going.
Thank you, Rainwater Games. You legend. Some of these F Smitties are
People
coming.
came out of the woodwork for F Smitties.
People literally came out of the woodwork. People who haven't chatted all day came to tell me to go F myself. That's very interesting, and I'm actually recognizing a lot of these names as well. So these are loyal 12s telling me to go F myself.
They've been waiting all day to say F Smitty.
Ridiculous. Seth K. Aloha.
They're still saying it.
What the hell? All right, official Seahawks prods. Shout out to you, my man.
Okay, I got a little poll for you here.
What do we got?
Let's settle this once and for all. Over this next minute, I want to see, can we get more F Smitties or W Smitties?
Okay. Okay. Appreciate you. Worthless, shout out to you, my man. You guys are killing it.
How many can we, in this next minute, can we get more F Smitties?
I won't spam anything. I'm not gonna influence the chat. I'm just gonna let you guys rock.
I want to see as many as we can of either one over this next minute, and we will see.
Listen, I do love being the villain, but not here, man. Not with my people.
Do people want Smitty to F himself, or do they give the W's to Smitty? What more can we get? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Oh boy, we're there.
How many more can we get?
Oh, this is rough.
So
man.
far, F Smitties are winning.
Is winning. Shout out to you guys. DJ saying.
How many more can we get in the chat? W's start to take over.
All right, W gang. Let's go.
W's are taking over.
Jason Russ doesn't know what to believe.
Can we get more F Smitties or W
Smitties? Oh, Seth flipped. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Shouts out to you guys. Absolutely killing it right now.
30 seconds in. Keep going.
This is
F Smitty or W Smitty?
I have a checklist here. I'm going to check off chat rate spike for an F and W Smitty right now.
This might have to be a new thing.
That is ridiculous. I love what we're starting here.
10 seconds to go. Keep going. W Smitty or F Smitty?
This is like, let's go Cena. Cena sucks. This is awesome. Hey, the W's took over, baby. W's took over.
5 seconds.
Oh, I lost my mic
3,
cover.
2.
Oh, man.
1. I think the
W's took over at the end. You guys
W's
absolutely killed it. Shout out to you guys, man. Appreciate you all.
Oh,
wow.
my gosh. That was incredible.
Thank you all.
That was an electric factory.
Even the Boskin said W Smitty. I don't always get a ton of love from the Boskin. Appreciate you, my man.
The Boskin's a tough judge.
He is. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying he's a bad guy or nothing. He's tough judging.
Last offseason.
Got high standards.
Last offseason, I remember me and Boskin had a nice back and forth during the draft. He was not happy with me, but I think he came around.
Should we put a new poll up and just let him decide for the rest of the time? Is it W Smitty or F Smitty?
Let's put the poll up.
Oh my goodness.
I'll put it up right now.
All right. Whatever you want.
I'll put this up right now.
This is ridiculous. Hey, listen, we got to pass the time somehow with the Seahawks sleeping at the wheel right now. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Saquon Barkley to the Eagles, 3 years, $37 million. He got paid the most of any running back that has been signed so far today. We don't know about the Josh Jacobs details yet, I don't believe.
Here's how I'm writing this poll. How do you feel about Smitty? F Smitty? W Smitty?
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
You guys only got one vote. You only get one vote, so choose wisely.
Now's your chance to be anonymous.
You can be anonymous. You don't choose wisely, but you get one vote. You don't get to take back your vote and then re-vote.
F Smitty or W Smitty?
It's not how YouTube polls work, man.
So far, W Smitty winning.
All right.
But your chance to be anonymous. If you
really hate me, go for it.
If you think Smitty should F himself, here's your chance.
This is a ridiculous poll. A couple more free agent signings to roll over.
Smitty hates John Kitna.
I do hate John Kitna. That guy, I was told nothing but bad things about the guy over the last 5 minutes. He stinks.
Get your votes in. How do you feel about Smitty? F Smitty or W Smitty?
Jason Rusk saying Smitty's a 12. That's all that matters. I appreciate that guy.
Rainwater Games says F Tyler. What?
What
did I do?
Can't even hit 16 seconds in the boot. Maybe if he did, we would hear news about Leonard Williams.
I have done. My record is about 13. So I have before. Just
my guy Rico don't know John Kitna either. He stinks. Not you, Rico. You know John. John's terrible.
Rico.
C-Fan says, without Smitty, who's going to puke during games on live stream? It was one time!
Smitty didn't puke for nothing.
That was a great tagline that we had this season. Smitty didn't puke for nothing.
Yes.
I really didn't.
The Smitty committee. Who is on the committee?
Sounds like I got some committee members here. It is ridiculous. Antonio Gibson signs.
It looks like you still have a decent number of haters, though.
I love that. I don't want to be universally. Who wants to be universally loved? That's weird.
Gerald says,
Conceded
LOL,
much?
F Tyler. What did I do? What did I do?
The chat turning on you and loving me is not who's on my bingo board for today.
Don't get ahead of yourself. It's only been 2 people.
Sean Murphy Bunting signing a deal with the Arizona Cardinals. It's a good deal for them. I like SMB.
Sean Murphy Bunting, okay.
John Runyon signing a 3-year, $30 million
I love
deal.
that stash.
That's a great stash. I wish I could. I aspire to grow a stash like that.
That is a Midwest American stash. I don't know how that's going to work in New York, though.
Yeah, that's true.
3 years, $30 million.
Seahawks Prod says W. Smitty because he's not a Niners fan. I appreciate that.
Worthless. This is brutal. Shitty committee.
Whoa! I thought it was Smitty. No!
The shitty committee.
Andrew Van Ginkel signing with the Vikings. It'll be a 2-year, $20 million for him.
I think you could. The people that love him are the Smitty committee. The people that hate him are the shitty committee.
You know what's actually kind of funny? That the reason I remember John Kitna's name is actually because I was looking at jerseys to potentially give away on the channel, and that was one of them that was like really cheap and affordable for the because it was autographed and it was affordable for the channel to give away. I think Smitty needs a Kitna jersey now. I don't know.
I think you might need a John Kitna jersey now.
Oh man, you know what I'll have to do? I'm gonna get if I see a John Kitna jersey, the away version of the throwback, I'll cop it.
Kaysen says you're always a W for that sketch impression.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Check Tuesday. Cancel. Tyler has no idea what I'm talking about.
I know who John Kitna is, but I have no idea who that is.
He don't know who Sketch is. He don't know Sketch.
Dan the man. Oh, Dan.
Dan.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh!
Dan the man is asking. Let's see what happens. Let's do F Jones or W Jones and see who wins the poll between Jones and Tyler.
Okay, so we'll do that. What time is it now? 2:02.
Let's we got to sing the Mike Macdonald song first.
We got to sing the Mike Macdonald. Maybe about 2:15 or like 2:10. We'll restart the poll with F Jones and W Jones.
We got to get our final results on
we got we still got more people coming into the chat.
Yeah.
64-36 though. That's where we're gonna keep it. That's where I love it, baby. Let's ride.
That's a sweet spot.
It's a sweet spot. I don't need to be loved by 7 out of 10 people. 6 is fine enough for me. 6.5.
Kobe Parkinson update courtesy of Greg Bell.
Oh, good.
Seahawks attempted to re-sign him, but not at that price.
Yeah, they understood it.
Of 3 years, 22.5. So they tried, but it was too much for them, according to Greg Bell. I think that's what we thought, too.
Yeah.
I think we thought that they would try, but there was a point where they wouldn't break the bank.
So as a native New Yorker myself, as we know, the 12s go global, the 12s go national. I am a native New Yorker, and I'm in a group chat with a lot of Giants fans.
Okay.
They're not happy. Saquon Barkley has quickly become one of the most hated athletes in New York. In about a span of, what has it been, 15 minutes since he signed?
He pulled a Kevin Durant.
He snaked them. He went to the crosstown, like not the crosstown, but he went to the, divisional rival.
And think about this too. He could have gotten more money with them last offseason than the money he just signed for with Philly.
Yeah, weren't they giving him like 4 years, 48 or 4 years for 50 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So he
took the same deal to go to Philly. Kind of scummy, not gonna lie. Saquon Barkley to the Eagles, 3 years, $37 million.
3 years,
$26 million of it guaranteed. I think that's the kicker, to be honest. He's getting $26 million guaranteed, which
that's a decent amount of guaranteed money.
Yeah, that's a decent amount of guarantee for that deal. I mean, it's about 66%, a little bit, almost 70% of the deal is guaranteed. And that's what these running backs are asking for.
All right, Dan Miller, we will we'll sing for you.
Let's do it.
Oh, McDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks.
And now that I have some quesadillas in me, next $50 super chat that comes in, I'm doing a shotgun.
So Troll Photographer says F. Jones, he hates Vince. Me and Smitty actually both hate Vince McMahon.
He sucks. He's a terrible person.
Vince McMahon is awful.
I went to SmackDown over the weekend, funny enough.
I've seen Vince McMahon fight in person. I went to WrestleMania a couple years ago here in Dallas, and I cannot stand Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon, he can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. WWE is so much better off without Vince McMahon. I'm glad we got Triple H in charge now, calling the shots.
Shawn Michaels doing up NXT down there.
Shawn Michaels, yeah.
He's killing it.
Now, can we bring Stephanie back? I think Stephanie's great.
She needs to come back. I think the McMahon name needs to chill for a little bit.
Sure.
And then Stephanie will be back, 100%.
Yeah. Jarrell says, who doesn't hate Vince right now?
I know, right? It's a 10.
I guess everyone hates him except Terrell the photographer.
Terrell
says Vince is the GOAT. No, he isn't.
I went to SmackDown over the weekend, and I saw Cody slap The Rock in person. It was nuts. Crazy, crazy stuff. Peter says, I'm glad Cody will finish his story. He better. They're going to lose that tag match on night 1, and then they're going to stack all the odds against Cody. Stone Cold's going to come out. John Cena's going to come out. It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be like an Avengers Endgame thing for Cody
I will
Rhodes.
admit, Smitty's more of a diehard wrestling fan. I'm a casual.
Mm-hmm.
Smitty, I'll be at the Final Four, and the first night of WrestleMania will be during the Final Four.
Yeah, technically it will be.
Will it be worth my time to turn on Peacock on my laptop at while the Final Four is going on?
Night one, I think you could chill. Night 2 though, you got to be there.
Night 2's an off night, that's between the national championship.
Night 2,
Final
you
Four.
got to be there. Roman versus Cody. This is if Cody's finishing the story.
Okay.
Got to be there.
Trell's saying bring back Vince. I don't think that's happening.
I want to. No, nobody's bringing back Vince. He sucks. What I will say is, Corey Hilson says, I've never been here for a live video. New subscriber. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining us. I dropped John Kitna and break your chat. The future is bright. Yes, it is, sir. We hope you come back
Corey.
and break the chat even more.
Keep staying with us. We'll talk wrestling too if you want.
Yeah, we'll talk wrestling. I mean, I know we have a lot of wrestling fans.
We do have. That's one thing about Seahawks. There's a lot of crossover between wrestling fans.
Absolutely.
We might have to go live for a WWE pay-per-view one of these days.
That's hilarious. John
I was
Smith.
actually watching one night Raw on TV waving a sign that said, "Look, Mom, I'm white trash." Mom was not proud.
I bet you that was a good while ago when mothers didn't have as good a sense of humor as they might have today.
That's a great sign.
That's a great sign. That's hilarious.
Oh.
We'll hit that super chat in just a moment here.
Let me get my read in for prize picks, then we'll go to the man himself, and then we'll do F. Jones versus W. Jones.
We want to give good props to man himself. That's our guy.
Yes, the man himself, stand by. Today's show is sponsored by Prize Picks. Prize Picks, a place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. You pick 2 or more players in any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points, if you're talking rebounds in basketball, home runs in baseball, goals in hockey, whatever it may be. Prize Picks makes it simple and easy. Go to prizepicks.com/SailInS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. Use the promo code SailInS for that deposit match. It is championship week in college basketball.
The best time of the year.
Me and Smitty are fired up. We love some college basketball. And we got you covered for our Zags fans there in the Pacific Northwest, Smitty, as the Zags started out slow this year.
Yep.
But got a great chance to win that WCC title.
Absolutely. The momentum is shifting in their favor right now. They're looking at getting up to potentially a 5 seed right now in the NCAA tournament. That'd be huge for the Zags, who looked like they were on the outside looking in for a large part of the season. The offense for the Bulldogs runs through Ryan Nemhard, the Creighton transfer, following his brother Andrew's footsteps. I know you Zags fans love a good Andrew Nemhard. The offense runs through him. He's going to get 14, 15 tonight. That's why I'm taking them more than 13.5. Graham Ike, the man in the middle. This is Gonzaga's arguably best player. He can block shots. He can get rebounds. He can slam it down. Not the best shooter, but he's at that traditional college center that you want in a big man. And I'm taking the more than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists as an underrated passer of the basketball as well. And then I saw B.J. Freeman wasn't shooting the rock as well as he normally has over the past couple of games. I think he continues that cold streak tonight for Vermont. So use code CLNS, get that $100 deposit match. You put $20 down on this college basketball 3-leg entry, making $100 on Prize Picks. It's too easy, baby. Do it today.
PrizePicks.com/CLNS, promo code CLS, $100 deposit match on your first entry. John Smith says he did brought the sign to Raw in 1997.
That's big time, man. That's the Attitude Era.
I was 1 year old in 1997.
I was not even a thought.
Thank you, folks, for that. Another super chat coming in.
Another super chat for the man himself.
The man himself with a $5 super chat says, I think that's supposed to mean Joe Milton. could be available to us due to a good showing? And if so, should we draft him? I don't know what the fascination is with Joe Milton that so many people have.
He's got a cannon. That's why.
I mean, he'll be available, but I don't necessarily want him. Yeah, he'll be available, but the answer is no. I'm going to pass on Joe Milton.
Mm-hmm.
Seahawks can do much better than Joe Milton.
Wholeheartedly agree.
The man himself. That's another song for you. The Mike Macdonald song. You know what? I'm feeling like the DK song.
Okay.
For old time's sake, just to mix it up a bit. We've been singing the Mike.
Seahawks instead of Seaman.
Instead of Pete Carroll.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. We'll change it up. We'll do the DK song instead, just to mix things up. Here we go. Choppin', Seahawks choppin'.
Geno passes.
No one stopping DK. Touchdowns all day. He rolls.
Is that a fact? Did the Eagles also get Xavier McKinney? That'd be crazy.
No way. Let me hit refresh. Let's see. I'm not seeing Xavier McKinney.
No, come on.
Stop with the fake news,
Come on. If you get fake news, you will get blocked.
Fake news is the easiest way to get blocked on today's show. Don't do it. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. All right, the moment you've all been waiting for. Over this next minute, can we get more F. Joneses?
Oh, boy.
Or
So
W. Joneses?
Mine ended at 63-36. That doesn't even count to the 100%, but whatever.
So
175 votes. Well, we'll keep it up for a good 5 to 10.
yeah. We'll start out with the chat first, and then we'll do the poll question after.
Okay.
So,
okay. We haven't done the poll. We haven't done the poll question yet. I see.
Yeah, we'll do the chat spike first.
Yes.
And then we'll do the poll question after. So, here's your chance. How do you feel about me? W. Jones or F. Jones over this next minute? Do you want me to F myself? Here's your chance to tell us how you feel. 1 minute on the clock. Here we go. Type W. Jones if you love me, F. Jones if you hate me, over this next minute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. F. Jones or W. Jones? F. Jones or W. Jones? As we are hearing word that Aaron Jones has just been released, and that's from multiple people in the chat, so that can't be fake news. Aaron Jones is released.
So that makes more sense with the Josh Jacobs thing.
Absolutely.
W. Jones or F. Jones? Over this next minute, spam the chat.
We're getting W's.
I'm seeing a lot of W's right now.
Jason Russ doesn't know what to believe. TJ Smith, that's my initials, brother.
I'm not seeing any F's.
Oh, what the hell?
I see one. This is going very good for me so far.
Oh, man.
You all have been indoctrinated. I love it.
Everybody's W. Jones? Is that what we're thinking here?
Okay, Metcalf gave me an F for not wearing a jersey.
Yep.
I have a jersey. I just didn't wear it today.
Yep.
Cheatham, that's a funny one.
Man.
WTF Jones.
Official Seahawks Prod is a big fan of Jones as well.
Okay. Love to all of you. Love to all of you. I'm giving W's back to the chat. Worthless says, where's the jersey, Jones? It's at home. I had to keep professional today.
Yeah, I would say Peter bringing up a good point. How much did you pay all these guys to spam these W's?
I'm not seeing any yet.
Allen throwing a W Smitty in there. Shout out to Allen.
Okay, official Seahawks prods gives me an F.
He was
Mitch
saying
says
W.
no
He was spamming W before.
That's incredible.
You got a good.
You got way more F Smitties than I got F Jones.
You told them to spam F Smitty for 10 minutes before we did this contest.
That may be true. That may be true. All right.
Got to pull up the poll now.
Now the poll question.
Thank you, Alan. You're an animal. I love you.
W. Smitty. Alan's a real one.
Absolutely.
All right. Now's your chance to be anonymous and show me how you really feel. How you feel about Jones.
Ooh, Seahawks Prods F. Jones W. Smitty. Oh.
W. Jones, F. Jones.
All right.
Here we go.
This.
Poll question's up now.
This is a ridiculous stream.
This is hilarious. I love free agency.
Free agency is so fun because it's laid back because we're not making any moves. The Seahawks are asleep at the wheel. Who cares? We're having a good time. Send in another 50. I'm doing another beer shotgun.
Yeah, why not? We've done 2 boots already. Apparently, the Giants didn't even offer Saquon Barkley.
Really? They were done.
Jason says, Smitty, if you did a boot, you'd probably get more love. That's true. I did 2 boots today.
We got to get 160 more for that to occur.
So Smitty's willing to do the next boot.
I'll do the next boot. If we get to 600, I'll do the next boot.
Okay, so poll question right now. I'm holding steady about 65%. Breadmaker saying yes. Smitty, do the boot.
I will. If we got to get 160 more dollars in super chats.
W. Jones or F. Jones? How do you guys feel about me?
Cash says, bro, whoever feels some type of way about Tyler, y'all will get beat the fudge up.
I'm not encouraging violence around here. We can all get along. We can all be friends.
The AAS, All Around Sports. The Seahawks did not make a move yet.
No, they have not.
Nope, no moves.
Worthless says, we love you, Jones. Most dedicated 12. My pleasure. Even without the jersey. Mike says, what's in the boot? Beer.
Beer or seltzer. Alcoholic seltzer, obviously. But, yeah, depending on what we go with, yeah, beer or seltzers. 3 of them, precisely.
Official says we have more F. Smitty than calls the Seahawks have done today.
Yeah, a lot more.
Kaysen says F because no sketch impression. I'll study sketch, and I will get back on that.
Thank you, brother.
I didn't even know sketch was before today, so I will learn. I will educate myself.
He's hilarious. You actually think he's funny. He said something I was watching one of his clips yesterday. He said something that was like, some guy told him to watch it at mother effer on the golf course, and he goes, "That guy's a loose cannon. I'm more like Nick Cannon." I thought it was hysterical. Like, his delivery is just hilarious.
Peter says the Seahawks should call me. I'm ready. Put
Aaron
me
Jones
in, coach.
Has been released.
I'm ready to play today.
Aaron Jones released by the Green Bay Packers. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We don't know the details of Josh Jacobs' move yet to the Packers. I imagine it's going to be in that Saquon Barkley realm of a deal. Perhaps even more. He's dealt with less injury concerns. He just had 2 solid years back-to-back. I imagine his deal is going to be worth a little bit more, especially with a quarterback on a rookie deal, and as well as young wide receiver talent, young talent overall on that Packers roster. They had the money to pay a guy like Josh Jacobs.
Dan Miller says, you're both loved. We appreciate you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Dan the man.
Tommy D. Tommy TDS. You asking what jersey it is, brother?
JSN.
JSN, brother.
Brand new.
Got my guy, brand new. Just stripped the tag off him earlier. It's my first time wearing it.
Yes. Let's see.
People give?
Blake Cashman going to the Vikings?
Damn, the Texans are losing their whole defense, it seems.
Wolf.
Tyquan Lewis is going to be re-signing with the Colts. Don't really know much about him.
Edge rusher, yeah.
Seahawks obviously getting very involved today. You know.
Yes.
Some teams have 5 free agent signings today.
And we have
0.
Settle.
By
the way,
only move Seattle's made is restructuring Tyler Lockett.
So you weren't here with us last week. You're helping out in other shows. But I looked like a dumbass in our 5 burning questions video.
Mm-hmm. What'd you ask?
I got to the number 5 question, and I tried to be funny and recite some Spanish. I said, question cuatro. Meant to say cinco for question 5. Wasn't my sharpest moment.
Oh, no.
So, but I do know 0. Settle. How many signings have the Seahawks made?
Settle.
Not cuatro.
And if you want to know a question, it's pregunta. Pregunta 5.
How much Spanish you know?
Enough. I got a little Spanglish going on. I took college Spanish in high school. I was very valuable when my friends went to spring break in Mexico. I was always called over to talk to somebody, and I didn't know as much as they thought I did. But,
Probably a lot of Spanish-speaking people in New York, too.
yeah, I mean, Dominican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, the whole nine. We got them all.
Dan, I thought I replied back to your email. Did you send me a new email? Dan, I will check my email inbox right now.
Mr. Rob, we're eating quesadillas for lunch.
Oh, Dan, okay, I see your email. Nobody's won the knives yet because that is at the end of the month. I'm looking at your email right now, Dan. We'll give that away at the end of the month. And yes, I did get your email on the size and jersey. We're going to get you your jersey, Dan.
That's a good question from Peter here. Any prediction where Higgins and Fields will go?
Let's see here. Higgins, I would think they trade out of conference, out of the AFC, back into the NFC. And then who needs some receiver help in the NFC?
Potentially a team like Carolina.
Yeah.
They gave away a lot of their draft assets, although. Oh, no, they got a lot of draft.
Carolina makes sense.
Yeah, Carolina makes sense for that. Even potentially.
What about Washington?
Washington? Nah, they got McLaurin. They got
They got money.
Curtis Samuel. And they got the other guy too. Who they just drafted? Jahan Dotson.
Oh yes. Chicago, they got money.
Chicago, that'd be a splash move.
I'm trying to think who has money in the NFC.
Does Arizona have money? That'd be a big move for Kyler.
Yeah.
Get a big frame wide receiver like T. Higgins. Yeah, no, not Seattle, not Philly. The Giants.
Caffeinated, yes. We can do some jumping jacks for a $20 super chat.
$20 super chat, we'll do that.
We can make that happen.
We'll do 10 jumping jacks each if you send in a $20 super chat.
Oh, Dan, much appreciated, my guy. Dan has quickly risen up the ranks of the Seahawks Today Hall of Fame.
Dan kills it, man. He's a beast. What about the Bills, DK14? Sion Taki? What do you mean? What's going on here?
Mr. Rod, you slowed down on the political talk. You were telling me how much you love Donald Trump earlier.
Robert
now
Hunt.
It's all Hawks.
Robert Hunt, the guard from Miami, is signing with the Panthers. Some good offensive line help.
Ooh.
It should be huge money for Robert Hunt, apparently.
Robert Hunt.
He's the guy who recovered that fumble and then they called it back, even though he flipped into the end zone.
Great name.
Yeah, it's a good name.
Let's see. Kaysen, I never said I was babysitting. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Dude, these agents are cooking today. Like, they're getting guys paid.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's getting their cash. Oh,
All right,
there we go.
NFS shooter.
Shoot.
For the first time,
Super Chatter
for NFS.
Hawks, let's go. Thank you, NFS shooter. Much appreciated. Isaac wants to know how many people in this chat are Hispanic or Latino.
Shout yourself out in the chat if you're repping that.
The Hispanics and the Latinos, let us know.
Yeah.
Mr. Rod's Latino. Any Latinas?
You never know.
Yeah. Should we
Let's
go through the list of free agents?
the list of free agents, like the ones that have signed?
Who've signed, catch people up?
Yeah, we can catch people up. We haven't done that in a little bit.
Yeah, a minute. We've been
All
live since 10 a.m. We're in hour number 4 of free agency. And it has been a busy afternoon for everybody except the Seattle Seahawks. Here is
official Seahawks Prods is not a bot. He's just spamming. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Super Ninja saying Yo soy Puerto Rican. All right.
Poll ended with me at 70%.
That ain't bad. As far there were definitely more anonymous F Joneses than we anticipated here.
Yes. I mean, and as the host of this show, I better have a high approval rating.
Yeah, you should. I hope.
It's not my job to play the heel. That's you sometimes.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but sometimes. With that said, let's catch you up on free agency. Here's what's happened today. Chase McLaughlin, 3 years, $12.3 million with Tampa. Landon Dickerson, 4 years, $84 million with Philly, $50 million guaranteed. Michael Pittman, 3 years, $70 million, $46 guaranteed with the Indianapolis Colts. Smitty, Michael Pittman was one of the bigger name receivers, and
he never looked to be hitting for real free agency, though, it seemed.
Right. With T. Higgins getting the tag and everything, like, the wide receiver market really dwindled the last few weeks.
What's up with the wide receivers becoming the running backs and the running backs becoming the receivers in the last couple of days? What the hell?
Crazy.
Ridiculous.
Demario Davis, 2 years, $11.25 with the Saints. Brandon Allen stays with the 49ers. Full details TBD on that.
Sorry.
DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $24 million, $15.3 guaranteed. Big deal for the Bears to get some help in that run game with Caleb Williams coming in, and then, Eberflus, a lot of pressure on him. Our old friend Shane Waldron is their new offensive coordinator. Bears are looking to make a splash and compete right away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't love this move. I don't think DeAndre Swift is that good. I think it's kind of wasted money there for the Bears. But listen, he's an explosive player who can make explosive plays. It's just the fact that he's on his third team by age 25, just age 26, whatever he is, it's not my cup of tea.
Deion Dawkins, 3 years, $60.5 million. Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million, $42 guaranteed. More on the Vikings here in a moment. Tony Pollard to Tennessee, 3 years, $24 million for Tony Pollard. This was a bit of a head-scratcher because the Titans are not expected to be very good. They already have Tyjae Spears, who had a very good rookie season here. Tony Pollard's an okay back, but I did not think it would be Tennessee paying him $24 million.
Yeah. It's funny because Tennessee offered him the most money out of any suitor that he was potentially looking at. I know the Giants, Bears, and Raiders were interested in Pollard's services, but the Titans came in and swooped in with the most money of any deal, and that's the mentality that Pollard had when signing.
Drew Sample, James Winchester staying with the Chiefs, their long snapper. Drew Sample, 3 years, $10 million with the Bengals. David Quisenberry with the Vikings. And then there's plenty more here. Blake Brandel with the Vikings. Details to be announced. Brandon Jones, 3 years, $20 million with the Broncos. Probably the only deal they'll do. Big deal anyway. 12.5 guaranteed. Lloyd Quisenberry with the Titans. Dorrance Armstrong following Dan Quinn to the Commanders. 3 years, up to $45 million.
So that's the details we've gotten on that. Nice.
Yeah. Gabe Davis going to the Jags, 3 years, $39 million. And then the biggest deal of the day, Christian Wilkins leaving the Dolphins to go to the Raiders, 4 years, $110 million, $85 guaranteed, and playing alongside Max Crosby. You got Devontae Adams there. I find it interesting, Smitty, the Raiders, they got some big blue-chip type players, but they don't have a ton of talent around those guys.
Yeah, their depth is definitely lacking. They have holes at multiple position groups, and they still are missing a quarterback. So who knows how big of an impact Christian Wilkins. Like, how many wins does that add for LV?
Right. Cam Lewis with the Bills, 2 years, $4 million. Gunnar Olszewski, 1 year with the Giants. And some others here. Tyler Baidaz, 3 years, $30 million with Washington. Lonnie Johnson, 1 year, up to 2.5 with the Texans. Jonah Jackson, 3 years, $51, $34 million guaranteed. Rams already had a good line, and their O-line got better today. Darnell Savage with the Jags.
Good for him.
Full details TBD. Our old friend, Colby Parkinson, going to the Rams, 3 years, $22.5, $15.5 guaranteed. And based on the reporting we heard from Greg Bell, the Seahawks offered Colby Parkinson, but they weren't willing to pay the money that the Rams put out there for Colby Parkinson.
Yeah. The Seahawks made an offer, and it wasn't that number, and Colby Parkinson decided to take more money, which most people would do, logically.
Josh Jacobs going to Green Bay. They also release Aaron Jones. A.J. Dillon is there. The Packers, with this move for Josh Jacobs, really renewed their commitment on being a run-first football team to open up the passing game for Jordan Love.
I love it. I think Josh Jacobs is the most physical runner. He's the closest thing I think we have in the NFL to a Nick Chubb, funny enough. And that's just a guy who you can rely on for an every down back. And Aaron Jones really wasn't an every down back at this point in his career. He was sharing snaps with A.J. Dillon. There's no more controversy in that backfield. It's Josh Jacobs to go for the next couple of years.
Bryce Huff, 3 years, $51.1 in Philly, $34 million guaranteed. Will Lutz with Jacksonville, 3 years. Full details TBD on that.
Now maybe the most star-studded grouping here.
There we go. Kirk Cousins, 4 years, $180 million, $100 million guaranteed to go to the Atlanta Falcons, leaving the Minnesota Vikings. You look at this Atlanta Falcons team, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and then that defense. I mean, this could be the thing that puts the Atlanta Falcons over the top. You just got a top 10 quarterback. That's a huge upgrade from what you had with Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke previously.
It's not even close. They're not even in different stratospheres, Kirk Cousins versus those two guys. It's an absolute 180 for the Falcons. Excited to see what they do.
On the other side for Minnesota, losing Cousins now, they still take a cap hit on Cousins too. And you don't have an obvious answer at the quarterback position. That's a head-scratcher for me, knowing that you still have to take the cap hit to let him go to Atlanta like that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they seem to be moving on and focusing on paying Justin Jefferson, and who knows if that's the right decision or not when you don't have a quarterback back there to throw to him.
Saquon Barkley leaves the New York Football Giants to go to the rival Philadelphia Eagles, and it sounds like the Giants didn't even make an offer to keep Saquon.
Ooh.
Goes to Philly, 3 years, $37.75. The Eagles last year really fell off. They weren't what they anticipated, after looking like the best team in football. Now you get another running back in that backfield, playing him with Jalen Hurts there. I think it's a brilliant move on Philly. Not only do you get better, but you make one of your division rivals worse.
I mean, Saquon Barkley has to be ecstatic. I mean, running behind an offensive line that could average him more than 4.5 yards a carry for the first time in his career, he's got to be ecstatic to land in Philly.
Antonio Gibson going to the Patriots, 3-year deal. Sean Murphy-Bunting to the Cardinals. And then a couple others here for you. John Runyan, 5 years or a 3-year, $30 million deal with the New York Giants. Andrew Van Ginkel, 2 years, $20 million with Minnesota. Tyquan Lewis with the Colts. Full details TBD on that. Blake Cashman, 3-year deal with the Vikings. Robert Hunt, man, did he get paid? 5 years, $100 million with $63 million guaranteed. Guards are getting some big cash right now. Bigly, Smitty.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah Jackson to the Rams, now Robert Hunt to the Panthers. I mean, that is a big deal. I actually didn't know he was going to get commanded that much money. I mean, what a deal for Robert Hunt and his agent getting him that money in Carolina.
Yeah.
Getting
Big
paid
time.
tonight.
Big time. And then Nichols with Arizona, 3 years, $21 million, 14.4 guaranteed. So
only one move for our Seattle Seahawks so far. It's Tyler Lockett, as we're getting another super chat coming in from
Tyler
me
Lockett, restructured, 2-year, $34 million deal, and then Colby Parkinson gone to the LA Rams. Seahawks did not decide to match the offer there. $5 super chat from the man himself, who writes in, okay, drafting a quarterback, literally, who's the most realistic pick that will be there round one or not? The man himself, it's 3 guys that would be available at 16, potentially speaking. Okay? J.J. McCarthy, and his stock's starting to rise. He might not even be available there. J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix. And I understand, folks, if you're not sold on any of those 3, if that's not appealing to you at 16, then maybe the Seahawks potentially could trade back and go get Bo Nix or Michael Penix later. But those are the 3 that have the best chance of being on the board when the Seahawks pick at that number 16 pick. So we shall see. The DK song for the man himself?
Sure.
Chopping, Seahawks chopping. Geno passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules.
NFS shooter.
J.J. McCarthy praying.
You're tweaking, bro. What do you mean?
Seattle Seahawks get overlooked. You know, J.J. McCarthy, I got a comp for you here. This isn't good, though.
Oh, God.
Here's my fear with J.J. McCarthy. I fear that he's like a Christian Ponder type.
Oh, boy.
Where we love the other stuff and we dismiss too much of the actual performance on the field.
Yeah.
Because when Christian Ponder was coming out of Florida State, people looked at him and said, hey, this is he's a 4.0 student, got a great football IQ. His numbers weren't through the charts, but it was overlooked. It was justified, and then he ended up being a bust. Everything worked out for Christian Ponder. He ended up marrying Sam Ponder of Sunday NFL Countdown, though, so he's okay. Don't worry about Christian.
Nah, he's chilling.
He's fine. But with JJ, that's what I'm afraid of. Everybody's making excuses for him. Like, well, he won a national championship. He didn't have to do too much. But the talent's there. He's a smart guy and all this.
Yeah.
I am worried that it's the Christian Ponder route of sorts when it comes to J.J. McCarthy. That's my fear.
So, with the long list of free agents that we just went over here, name a player who you guys think the Seahawks should sign a free agency that has not been signed already. Drop a name down in the comments section.
Give us a name. Who do you want to see Seattle sign? Whether it's somebody new or somebody you want the Seahawks to re-sign. Weigh in the chat right now. Let us know what you think. Seahawks have not made any moves themselves. So chime in, tell us what you think. Kaysen with a $2 super chat. Who would have a better combine, Tyler or Smitty?
Oh, boy. What a question.
You definitely beat me in the 40.
Okay.
I probably beat you at the bench.
Okay. I probably beat you at, the broad jump.
Yeah.
3-and-cone drill, who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never done any of these before. I don't think either of us would put on a great showing.
It would not be impressive.
Yeah, I don't know. The throwing drills, who knows? Maybe you have me. I
don't know. The Wonderlick I've taken before.
Oh, yeah?
I scored like a 28.
That good? Is that good? Didn't CJ Stroud get like a 17?
Much worse than that, actually. The Vince Young scored like a 5.
Oh, God. Maybe it was like a 7 he scored then.
The Wonderlick is interesting because you have, I think the way I averaged out like an average NFL quarterback.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't bad, but I wasn't great at the Wonderlick.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Maybe they should add beer boot drinking to the combine.
Maybe. We would be neck and neck there.
If we did a Chat Sports Olympics, that would have to be an event.
100% booting would have to be an event.
Who's the player the Seahawks should sign? I see Patrick Queen, Noah Fant, Jeremy Chin, Zietler, Queen, and Fant, Devin White, Patrick Queen. Ben there says I'd have a 10-second 40. I can tell you that much. I can run faster than a 10-second 40. Come on, show some respect. Peter says, I think Tyler has some burners for the 40-yard dash. I can tell you I don't have burners, but I can run faster than 10 seconds. Mr. Foot says Patrick Queen. Chandler says Curtis Samuel. Patrick Queen, Wagner, Henry. Dave says Fant and Brooks. Mark Sanchez has entered the chat.
Mark,
good to see you. Mark says ability. Smith scored 3 on his Wonderlick.
What? Oh, hey, Billy. Wait.
Oh.
Who's Ability Smith?
Ability Smith.
Is that the guy's name was Ability and he wasn't good at football?
I thought you were saying Smitty scored a 3 on his Wonderlick.
If I scored a 3 in the Wonderlick, I'll get kicked out of my house.
Oh, that's funny. Mark, good to see you, my guy.
Name a free agent you want the Seahawks to sign. Got Xavier McKinney, got Danielle Hunter, Kevin Zietler. I would love that.
He says, did we sign Queen? No, we haven't signed a damn thing.
No, you see,
we have done. If you're just now joining us, when it comes to the Seahawks, you haven't missed anything.
If there is a Seahawk move, it will be up here. This is the last Seahawk move that has been made.
Still waiting.
Oh, Achilles Smith. Okay.
Okay.
He scored a 3. That's terrible.
That's bad.
Jonathan Hankins. How old is he now?
Jonathan Hankins. Did you know that he and Mitchell Renz did a burger eating contest one time?
Really? That's kind of ridiculous.
Do you want to guess who won?
Mitchell Renz.
Yes.
He's a good eater, I've heard. I heard he's a competitive eater.
Yes. Mitchell Renz beat Jonathan Hankins in a burger eating contest.
He won a wing competition a couple last year.
Mitch flew all the way to Vegas to battle Jonathan Hankins.
That's hilarious.
Yes. It was incredible.
I agree, Colin Clark. Anyone hope they trade down? More picks would be awesome. Don't draft Sweat. Yeah, I don't mind that. Sign Smitty. I could be down. You see him in the jersey.
Sure.
In the jersey.
Yeah.
Frankie Louvu. I would like Frankie Louvu. Get some help on that defensive line.
Why not?
Or is he a linebacker? I think he's a linebacker.
Let's go to the Super Chip.
Yeah, why not?
In case you're just now joining us.
You're watching Seahawks 2024 Free Agency Live.
The Seahawks have not done a damn thing.
Nope, they're not doing shit.
The only thing you've missed is Colby Parkinson went to the Rams.
We've also been live. We've been live for the same amount as we are for a watch party. It's getting wild in here.
Yeah, we've been live for
Dane
4
Holloway
hours.
spreading. Wait, whoa. Did we actually get him?
No, Queen. No, did not happen.
No, we have everybody.
Dane, stop with the fake news.
Dane, you can't do that.
That's
man.
the quickest way to get muted in this chat is by fake news.
Can't
No
be
fake
doing
news in the chat.
Patriots are informed that they're releasing Devontae Parker. Wasn't that done already?
All right. Here's what we got. We are 150 away from a Smitty boot.
Yes.
150.
It's a fake tweet. Oh, they got got. That's not their fault. They got got by a fake tweet.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
We're 150 away from a Smitty boot. First time Super Chat to get the Seahawks chant. $5 to get the old McDonald song. $10 you get a raffle ticket to win some Seahawks steak knives. We'll give away at the end of the month. $20 gets your name on the Seahawks Today Football Hall of Fame. $50 will do a bear bong. And then 150 away from a Smitty boot. I've already done 2 boots today. Now it's Smitty's turn. Will Smitty make it happen? Can we get 150 more before we shut down the stream? Because here's what's going on, folks. We've been live for 4 hours. We've had a good show today so far. Good audience.
Mm-hmm.
Chat's
great.
been popping.
Yeah. That's
Super
been great.
Chat's been rolling. We can keep on going live throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah.
As long as you guys are super chatting.
And listen, if the
as long as you guys are watching, interacting, everything.
If the Seahawks make a splash signing and say we're off live, we're gonna come back and go live again. Don't worry.
But we do not want to have to leave you. So if you want to keep this show going, send in a super chat, do your part, and let's keep this thing going.
Kenneth Walker III, K9, my friend, you didn't miss a damn thing, brother. We didn't do it. We haven't done anything. Are we the only team to not sign anybody yet?
We might be.
I think we might be the only team to not sign anybody. I mean, if you count extensions,
Well, the Ravens haven't.
They extended Matabike. That counts.
But based on that, the Seahawks restructured Lockett.
Restructure is different. He was already under contract for next season. Yeah.
Matabike was already tagged.
Oh, tag is bullshit. Tag's bullshit. No, we're the only team who hasn't done a damn thing yet. A damn thing. Like, actually, I don't think the Cowboys have signed anybody.
Cowboys never do anything in free agency.
I would say, have the Cowboys done a damn thing at all? I can look right now.
Cowboys
I don't
never
think they've
do
made
anything.
one move. Because we've gone through all of these guys. We haven't said the Cowboys once. Cowboys have not done anything. Not one move. They don't even have a restructure in the last couple of days.
So the second boot's hitting me. I got to dispose of myself again.
All right.
Every $5 super chat when I come back, shot of vodka.
Okay. I'll keep the Super Chat menu up to see maybe we could potentially get some more
I'll be back.
more engagement. All right, folks. $sign below the chat box, easiest way to contribute. I'll do another shotgun if we get another 50 here in a couple moments. So with the most recent free agent signing, we have. I guess we'll go with the most recent splash one, right? I mean, like, are we really gonna talk about Charlie Warner going to the whoever the hell's? Where'd he go? He went to the Falcons. Great. The weapon for Kirk Cousins. Robert Hunt getting $100 million. $100 million is crazy, right? $100 million? It's big time for Bryce Young. Needed protection down there in Carolina. They got it now. Robert Hunt, also sneaky athlete. I don't know if you guys seen his highlights. The guy is a freak. He almost scored a touchdown one time, and I think that ended up getting called back to where he touched the ball. But I have to look back on that. I am exhausted. Not gonna lie. But listen, we're waiting for the Seahawks to make a fucking move. Absolutely ridiculous. They won't do a damn thing. You know, we could have been celebrating a Geno Stone right now. Could have been celebrating a Leonard Williams re-sign, a Patrick Queen signing. Like, this is ridiculous. It's been nearly 5 hours on stream, and the Seahawks haven't blown the whistle. They have not blown a bubble. Not a peep out of the Seahawks front office. Now I'm going to just make sure I'm not missing anything on Twitter here. Interesting. So, Corbin Smith, who I trust a lot from all Seahawks Fan Nation at Sports Illustrated and host of Locked On Seahawks. Yeah, guards are getting money, man, and Seattle, they got to be in a position to go get one of these guys sooner or later, man. Kaysen, yes, I would smoke him in every drill at the combine. Come on now, let's be real here. Colin Clark says, Smitty, what do you think about grabbing a QB with a high upside like Milton in the third or fourth round? I actually don't mind a guy like, don't call me crazy, Spencer Rattler. I think he's got a lot of talent. I'm burning him. Come on now. I'm not even fast. I'm not fast either. Like I would cook him. What are the chances we have both Queen and Wagner together? I don't think it's very high. I actually don't think Bobby's coming back, unfortunately, because this is not his regime. John Schneider loves him, but that was Pete's guy as well. We ate quesadillas, Mr. Rod. Husky Hawk, no. Anything yet? You want to know what the most recent Seahawks deal was? Guess what? It's one with somebody who's already on the team. Tyler Lockett, restructured deal. Guys, this will always be the most recent. It'll be a recent free agent signing that's a big deal, like the Robert Hunt or like Kirk Cousins or Saquon. Or it will be the most recent Seahawks deal, which, by the way, this is that. What am I doing? This. That's my name. And then this is that. Absolutely ridiculous. Michael Fawcett. Yeah, I mean, Tyler's been the one standing, so I'll relay the message, no doubt. NFS Shooter saying, how do you feel about Geno moving forward? Subscribe. Hey, appreciate you. Don't have a little free plug for us. So subscribe to the channel. Shout out NFS Shooter. How do you feel about Geno moving forward? Geno is going to be the starter week 1. I'm fully convinced. Unless a rookie QB that we may draft just absolutely dazzles in the offseason, cooks him up in training camp, looks like a ready to go pro, I would be okay with that because that'd be great for our team. But my money, my odds, and my eyes say that Geno Smith is going to be the starting quarterback week 1. This is probably the last season that Geno Smith starts football games. I would hope the Seattle Seahawks, just as far as like raising the ceiling of this roster, I think it needs to get to the next level, and I don't know if Geno can take him there. But hey, he's better than a lot of quarterbacks in this league. Don't make no mistake about it. Michael Fawcett, $5 super chat. We'll get the song done here in just a second. I'm sorry you've had to stand in front of the camera for 4 hours with no Seahawks action. Yeah, we've been doing a lot here over the last. It's almost been 5 hours actually. We're 12 minutes away from 5 hours live, and there hasn't been a damn thing. Wait, we just got Queen. People are saying that. Jeff Okuda to the Texans?
Yeah, I'm not.
Guys, what are you guys doing?
So apparently, Jeremy Fowler got got.
Jeremy Fowler got by it?
Yes, by a fake Adam Schefter, and that's what's caused all this.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Nothing from Corbin Smith, Duger Michael Sean. I don't think he's going to have anything either.
Yeah. No, Jeremy Fowler got got.
Jeremy Fowler getting got is crazy.
So F. Fowler in the chat for that.
F. Fowler.
Not Chris Fowler. Jeremy.
No, Chris is beast.
I like Chris.
Yeah, we have not gotten Patrick Queen. Everybody calm down. We have not gotten Patrick Queen. Oh man. Jeff Okudah is headed out of the NFC South. No Patrick Queen. No Patrick Queen. We did not. They made us look. Jeremy Fowler got. We did not get Patrick Queen. Thank you, Jeremy. We have not. I'm gonna put it in the chat now so you guys can see it and not just maybe have your volume down. But I'm telling you right now, we have not signed Patrick Queen. We have not signed Patrick Queen. Darrell Moore says, "I hope the Seahawks don't flop this free agency." Well, they're doing it already. So we have not signed Patrick Queen. It was a fake tweet. Jameis is saying we just signed Leonard. No, we didn't. Come on, guys, be for real here. Can we put our... No, we did not sign Leonard. We've not signed anyone, guys. We've not signed anybody.
Not a soul.
Not a soul. They're asleep at the wheel. There's crickets in the Seattle front office. We have not signed anyone. The Seahawks have not made a signing. The Seahawks have not made a signing. Guys, why are we acting like Patrick Queen's Ray Lewis right now, by the way? Who do you guys think he is?
Right.
Like, seriously. Who do you guys think Patrick Queen is? Like, you guys are acting like we potentially are losing out on Ray Lewis here. It's utterly ridiculous. He is not a god.
I didn't realize the hype on this Patrick Queen thing was that big.
I didn't realize either. Swear he's not. I swear. This is ridiculous. No signings. The Seahawks have not made a signing.
Not one.
It is Jover. We are dead. We have not made a signing. Every other team in the NFL except for the Cowgirls have made a signing.
Mr. Rod, that one's for you.
Jover. We stink.
You need to get some quesadillas?
I am going to get some quesadillas.
All right.
More quesadillas coming soon for me, for sure.
Quick note. Put it in the microwave about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to hit that.
I owe how many shots? 2?
Yeah, 2 shots.
Where's my shot glass at? There it is.
What did you say, every $5 super chat was a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of them.
All right. Here we go.
We have not signed anybody.
Cheers. Pin their sis, those chips are not going to help your 40 time. I'm not worried about my 40 time right now. Yeah. Chat Sports Combine still another year away. Cheers. Oh, gross. Yeah. No, we're at the point of the day where the chips and queso are out. Smitty's about to go get some chips and queso and some quesadillas. Mr. Rod says, what's Tyler eating? Had some quesadillas and some chips and queso. All right. You nerd neck? No, the Seahawks have not done a damn thing. Stop with the fake news. My goodness. The fake news is going to be the quickest way to get out of here. Oh, man. So, quick update. Aside from the fake news y'all are spilling in the chat. We are at $455 right now. We are less than $150 away from a Smitty boot. And another $50, and Smitty's going to do a beer shotgun. So we are getting very, very close. We're doing very good around Dan the Man says, I'm disappointed in us doing nothing so far. Yeah, I am too. But be patient. Be patient. I mean, because think about this, right? The Seahawks have to do something, right? So it's just a matter of when. Will it be later tonight? Will it be tomorrow or sometime next couple days, next week? Something is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. So, yes, folks, stand by, being very patient. We're seeing what we can do to get through all that. Oh, Caleb says, how was your lunch? My lunch was very good. Very good. Virginia Seahawk, can you fill me in what I missed the last 2 minutes? Did not miss anything. Didn't miss anything. We are about to enter our 5th hour on air. And it has been a quiet afternoon in Seattle. The only thing that's going on today is that Colby Parkinson will not return to Seattle. He is with the LA Rams, signing a 3-year, $22 million deal. And according to reports, the Seahawks were interested in potentially bringing back Colby Parkinson, but they had no desire to pay him at the rate he wanted. That they felt like 3 years, $22 million was too much, that the Rams overpaid. And quite frankly, I agree. I think the Seahawks made the right call not to throw that money out of Colby Parkinson. Made a good business decision on that front. Got about $8 million per year from the Rams. He joins Tyler Higbee. Right call there. Business decision. That's what a lot of this is. It's just business decisions that you have to make. So, yeah, nothing changed. You didn't miss a thing. Did not miss a thing. Oh! Oh, my Lord. Our biggest super chat of the day. Here it is. Oh, my goodness. George with a $100 super chat. Bang! George! Spam George! Wow!
All right, bet.
Wow!
Bet George. Word. Shotgun coming up. Then I can eat my quesadillas.
Gosh.
Shotgun's coming. Then I'm eating quesadillas.
That was incredible.
George of the Seahawks.
Worthless says, I thought we signed someone. Damn it, Tyler.
No, we don't sign anybody. We still suck.
This is the biggest.
But you guys are the best.
You guys are great. This is the biggest thing of the day.
Yes.
Spam George. Dylan, same thing. Don't get excited like that.
No.
Oh, my gosh. $100 super chat from George. Bear bong.
Everybody thinks we just signed somebody.
We signed George.
We signed George Harmon. That's the guy.
George Harmon, you're a Seahawk.
You beast.
You're a Seahawk.
George Harmon, you are a Seattle Seahawk.
Spam George.
Shotgun race, beer bong race coming up.
All right, let me find a beer. Let me find me a beer. There's a beer. How we doing, Allie? Oh, we're going to need this back soon, no? Okay. We're $45 away from a boot now. From a Smitty boot. George of the Seahawks, strong as he can be. Oh, yes, thank you. All right. Chad is still spamming George. That's great. Another beer bong. Because why not? Jones is Smitty. He's got the beer shotgun. I got the beer bong. George, I love that avatar, too. That's a real 12 right there. This guy is built different. That is spectacular. Corey says, I feel a yak coming. Ugh. Not for me or Smitty. Guess we'll find out. Packers just signed Xavier McKinney. 4 years, $68 million. I would have liked to have had Xavier McKinney. 4 years, $68 million. So, if we were to do winners and losers today in free agency, I think the Packers are a big winner.
Packers are a big winner. They made some marquee signings, man.
If you're a Packer fan, you got to love what they've done today. Oh, did not hit the light this time. Smitty almost did, though. Here we go. Cheers.
Hey, for
Three,
George, Harvey.
2, 1, go. Smitty got me. Oh. George, how about that? Smitty wins. Spam Smitty. Spam Smitty. Nicely done. Smitty's got some chips and queso to eat now. Oh. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do that. 4 years, $68 million. Oh. Been there since Tyler drinking out a nose netting pot. I don't know what that means. Oh. The Giants were already bad. Now they're falling apart even more.
They're looking at a last place in the NFC East finish next year.
Oh yeah, Giants are a disaster. And honestly, I'm here for it. Of the teams outside our division, I hate the Cowboys.
I hate the Giants, man.
I hate the Giants. And a new rival of ours from just streams last year, but especially now, the Steelers can go kick rocks.
Oh, yeah. Steelers talk, bunch of bitches.
And now they got Russ. F the Steelers.
Yeah, no, it's really F the Steelers now.
You know what, folks? Spam the chat right now. F the Steelers. F the Steelers. I hope Russ loses every single game the rest of his life and fails in Pittsburgh. I hope it's a disaster. We don't wish any good for Russell Wilson, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and especially Jack Sperry and Coop and those fools over at Steelers Talk. More like Jeffrey Pooperstein. Oh. Yeah. F the Steelers in the chat. All right. No. Answer's no. All right. Let's tell you about Prize Picks. Prize Picks, place to go for daily fantasy made easy. Here's how it works. You go to prizepicks.com/SailAS, promo code SailAS for a $100 deposit match on your first entry. Pick 2 or more players on any given category. Get the choice of more or less, whether you're talking fantasy points in NASCAR, rebounds in basketball, goals in hockey, all sorts of different stuff to choose from. Go to prizepicks.com/SailAS to play along today. We're talking college basketball, baby. Championship week. Gonzaga, the Zags in action, and they're trying to win the WCC. They've played a lot better basketball the last couple of weeks. Smitty, I feel really good about what the Zags are going to do here in a couple of days and what these guys are going to step up and do.
I do as well. Graham Ike, the man in the middle there, we got him. He's one of the quintessential college basketball big men, and he can fill up the stat sheet, blocks, rebounds, points, and sometimes some assists as well. So we're going to take the whole kit and caboodle tonight. More than 30.5 points, rebounds, assists. And then his backcourt meet, Ryan Nemhard, brother of Andrew, former Zag himself.
Yes.
I'm going to go, the offense runs through him pretty much, and I think he's a scorer/distributor. Tonight, I think he's going to have to take a little bit more of a scoring load against a really high-powered San Francisco offense that's looked better over the past couple of weeks as well. Give me the more on 13.5 points. And then B.J. Freeman down low. He has looked pretty cold from three-point range over the last couple of games. I'm going to go less than 2.5 three-point field goals made by him. If you put $20 down on this entry exactly right here, making $100 on Prize Picks. Use code CLNS, get that $100 deposit match. This could be free for you guys.
Free money. Yeah. We will put the link in the chat right now so you can play along with us. PrizePicks.com/CLNS. $100 deposit match on your first entry. Play along with us today. Prize Picks going in the chat right now. All right. So, here is where we're at, folks. We are at the beginning of a brand new hour of free agency frenzy here on Seahawks Today. Tyler Jones, Smitty here with you on this Monday afternoon, day number 1. It has been a busy day throughout the National Football League, except in Seattle. Tyler Lockett restructured his deal within the last 24 hours or so, 2 years, $34 million. Colby Parkinson left the Seahawks to go to the LA Rams. The Seahawks had the opportunity to match, but decided not to do so. And that's all that's gone on for Seattle. If this is all you're catching up, you haven't missed much. We're still waiting to see what the Seahawks will do. Who's the player the Seahawks should sign in free agency? What do you guys think? Give us a player that comes to mind that you'd like to see in the chat right now.
Wilkins is a Raider about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, Christian Wilkins off the board.
About 3 hours ago, probably.
Let's see. Diego says Clowney coming to Seattle.
I wouldn't mind that.
Maybe. His role would be much different than his first go-round in this Mike Macdonald scheme. So that would be good. What do you guys think? Who's the player you'd like to see in Seattle? First-time Super Chat. Rico says Leonard Williams. Eric says Geno Stone. Marcus says we need a guard. Okay. Davian says Queen. Will the Seahawks do anything? Check Tuesday.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see your Super Chat case in my bed. Check Tuesday, brother. Check Tuesday.
Is that another one from that guy?
Yeah.
What does Check Tuesday mean?
Check Tuesday means it's on. Like it's just a call. Like he just makes pre-snap call-outs when he's playing Madden. and Check Tuesday is like it's on too, but it doesn't mean anything really.
Okay. I'm finding out more about this YouTuber.
Rebecca's Hot. Rebecca's Hot means hot route to the running back.
Okay.
Yep, it's a good one.
Is that like his girlfriend or something?
No. He just made up a name.
Okay. So Rebecca's hot.
Yeah, yep. And we got a first
time Super Chatter for Shane
Miller. For Shane C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks.
C.
Hawks. Spam Shane.
Shout out my guy Shane.
Spam Shane. Shane wants to know. So when Lockett restructures, does he take a pay cut? Or what happens to the extra money he was going to make? He took a slight pay cut. Not much. They mostly just kind of moved around the cap hit and such. What's the big deal with him restructuring? He did take a pay cut, but not a whole lot.
It's like a giant loophole for these people.
Yes, that's what it is. Shane, what do you want? Old McDonald song or a DK song?
Still Old McDonald. He's his first-time Super Chatter. He's coming in new, and this is a new era of Seahawks football. There we go.
Old MacDonald had a farm, C-I-E-I Hawks.
We're going to extend that song, by the way, by the time the season comes around. Just don't you worry.
Oh, yeah.
We don't even know who's on our roster yet, though, so we don't know who's going to be in the lyrics.
Right. A DK there and a Tyler there. Everywhere.
JSN and all. Man, it's going to be guys, man.
Dixon, real 12th man fan. I think we need to draft a good tight end. I would agree, Dixon. I would like to see the Seahawks invest in that tight end position and get a younger star and play a significant role. Because here's one thing I've mentioned a lot, Smitty. Okay? Hear me out on this, folks. You look back at the conference championship games. What did all four teams have in common? The Niners, Chiefs, Ravens, and Lions. They all four didn't have elite quarterbacks. They all four didn't have great defenses.
Uh-huh.
They all had great tight ends, though.
Yep. They did all great. They did really
Kittle in
yeah.
San Fran.
Yeah, wow.
Kelsey in Kansas City. Mark Andrews. And Isaiah Likely, really, in Baltimore. And then Sam Laporta in Detroit.
Wow.
The path to
Never thought about that.
to the top, you have to have elite tight end play.
It's a safety blanket.
You have to have elite tight end play. And I think you need to go get a guy like Brock Powers potentially in this draft and be a difference maker for Seattle. Dixon, thanks for that super chat. Then, Davion.
With another first-time super chatter for Davion.
Hawks. Hawks. Hawks.
Let's go, Davion.
Spam Davion. Much appreciated, my guy. I'll put Davion in the chat. Davion, his message didn't get on screen, but this is what he said after. I would like us to beat the 49ers, or at least build up to face them. Davion, that's an interesting point because, you know, as you're going through the trajectory of what's ahead for the Seahawks here, Smitty, like, before we talk winning the NFC or winning the Super Bowl and all that, you got to take care of the division first.
Got to beat him once, man.
Like, it's a tall task to take down San Francisco. And San Francisco is going to be very good again next year. But that's mission number one. And then you go from there. Davian, thanks for the super chat. What's the DK song now?
Sure. Chopping,
Seahawks chopping. Geno passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules. Thanks for that. All right, we're $30 away from a Smitty boot. Smitty's trying to hold it together, though. Smitty doesn't know if he can pull this off. Should we find out? Because I would like to find out. Because he's not so certain. Okay. Folks, we're not taking a lunch break around here. We're just taking care of eating in front of you. Because we're pretty much family around here at this point. So, Devin Singletary. That's bad. You went from Saquon to Devin Singletary?
That is horrific.
That's malpractice. That is straight up malpractice. 3 years, $16.5 million.
For Devin, really?
For Devin Singletary.
So you'll pay him $5.5 million, but you won't pay Saquon double that?
I don't get that.
You won't even offer Saquon double that? And guess what happens? You lose your other good player too. The only two good players in the Giants left. They're gone. They don't have any more good players.
I'm going to look forward to the Giants being bad again.
I am too. I can't wait. I need my friends to shut up.
So, with your friends back home in New York.
Yeah, they're optimistic every single year. Every year.
Which friends are more painful to deal with, the Giants or the Jets fans?
Well, the Jets fans, they have a little bit of cause now, but they were the worst for a long time. They thought they were winning the Super Bowl with freaking Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh.
So normally the Jets fans are worse, but the Giants fans over the last couple of years, so it's basically just whoever has the worst quarterback, to be honest.
Is more annoying.
Yeah, because sorry, excuse me. The Giants fans for the last 5 or so years were convinced that they could win a Super Bowl with Daniel Jones.
Right.
Even my most logical of friends would say that you still gotta wait it out. You still gotta see. I think if you give him the weapons, he'll be able to do it. Daniel Jones stinks. He's terrible.
You know, so usually, like in the New York sports market,
they're very pessimistic.
The fan bases are split. Like you have the Jets, Mets, Nets group.
Yep.
And then you have the Yankees, Giants, Knicks group.
Well, because that Jets-Mets and
Nets.
Nets group is Long Island, big Long Island coalition. That
Right.
usually get the Islanders in there too, and the Rangers go with the Giants and the
So
Knicks.
that group, I imagine, has got to be more miserable
Oh,
because
God.
they've just never seen happiness.
No, they've never.
See, at least with the Yankees, Giants, Knicks group,
They've won
they've won titles.
every decade. They've won titles. Every decade.
But that other fan base got to be just awful.
I feel bad for them because they're not as vocal either, obviously, because they don't have any real ground to stand on.
How much misery are you put through by being a Yankee fan but not being a Giants and Knicks fan?
The Yankees are really disappointing every single year, man. I'm not gonna lie, like they disappoint every single year. Every year they have high expectations.
And all that payroll.
Yep. Every year they have high expectations, and every year they disappoint. There has not been a year since I have been watching baseball, which has been since they've. Keep in mind, my three teams are the Yankees, Celtics, and Seahawks. My bad, guys. Maybe that's a sports crime. I don't really give a shit. But my three teams have been in the top 10 in win percentage over the last decade, right?
Yeah.
Not one of them's won a shit. They haven't done anything. They just build me up and then break me down every spring. Every single time. I just get built up and broken down. It's awful.
If you're mad about Smitty being a Yankees fan, then I'll save you the headache and not tell you who my NBA team is.
They wouldn't like that.
You would. I'll say this: you would not like it at all if I told you who my NBA team was. I'll leave it at that.
Michael Fawcett, Ridley is probably not going to be with the Jags anymore, especially after the signing of Gabe Davis by Jacksonville.
I'm from the state where my team is at, so that's my excuse. But I will save you the headache and not say what team that is.
Speaking of which, I know you're.
Me and Tyler Lockett are from the same hometown, same name too.
I support the Mariners. They might be in my league, but I do support the Mariners. I want them to be good. Speaking of which, I know you're not a fan of this school, but it is a hometown school for you. Porter Moser?
Oklahoma, yeah.
We will see you in Chicago, my friend. He is going to DePaul.
OU fans would be very pleased with that.
They don't want him anymore?
They think he's a fraud.
He might be a fraud.
That he hasn't done enough. In fact, if Porter decided to leave Oklahoma and go to DePaul, they might not force him to pay a buyout. They might just let him walk.
To be fair, I wouldn't necessarily I can't necessarily disagree with the Boomer Sooners because they've made a couple Final Fours in the last 15 years. Like they've been a good program.
Oklahoma is the best college basketball program to never have won a national title.
I can get behind that.
They've had a lot of success. Some very good Hall of Fame coaches.
Yeah.
Kelvin Sampson, Lon Kruger.
It's Gonzaga, but it is. I'd give it to Oklahoma.
I give it Oklahoma over. I mean, because they've been good for 40 years. You go back to the 80s and such. Gonzaga wasn't relevant till the early 2000s.
I guess that's true. When few got there, they were irrelevant when Stockton was there. I'm not sure. I don't even know where they played him. Oh, see, these people, Worthless is a Thunder fan.
Oh!
Shit.
George with another $100 super chat. Bang! George! Oh my Lord, George!
Can we spam George in the chat, please?
Spam George. We'll gladly answer his question. We'll dive all into this. Can you explain how comp draft picks work if we don't get any free agents? For people who don't know. George, that's a great question. Everybody keep spamming George in the chat. We'll answer this question. So, basically, if a player of value of sorts leaves your team, then you get a comp pick of sorts that's based on when they sign. There's a certain time frame they have to sign. And also like their accomplishments of sorts. So some guys are going to be worth getting you a 3rd round comp pick. Some guys are going to be worth getting you a 6th round comp pick. And you don't get them till the following year. So let's play an example here. If I don't know, let's take the Ravens here. The Ravens, if Patrick Queen signs elsewhere, are expected to get about a 3rd round comp pick for him.
Yep, because of the money that he's going to command plus the position he was drafted in and whatnot.
Right. But if Patrick Queen, for whatever reason, if he waited till May, I think it's like May 1st, to sign, then the Ravens would not get any comp pick at all. It's based on the value of who you are, when you sign, and where you're drafted, and your accomplishments and all that. So it's a bit of a mess, but that's kind of the gist of sorts how comp picks work.
Yep.
George, $100 super chat. I guess I'll do a couple beer bongs, and
I got to do the boot, I guess.
Smitty will do the boot.
Fudge.
Everybody keep spamming George in the chat.
Keep spamming George, man. We're having a good-ass time today.
We're having a hell of a day. The Seahawks have not done a damn thing.
Seahawks haven't done shit. Can you imagine how lit the stream's going to be when the Seahawks do something?
Right? We're at $669. Getting sexual. Nice.
All right.
So I'll do these beer bongs while Smitty goes and gets the boot.
Yeah. All right.
I'll do the first one for George. Keep George's super chat up there. George, this one's for you, my guy. Cheers. Woo! There we go. First one down. Keep spamming George. George, I hope I explained comp picks well for you. My pleasure, my friend. 12s, what a performance today. The Seahawks have done nothing. Not a damn thing. And you guys have made this an interesting day. Okay, sweet. Okay, gotcha. Gus Edwards going to the Chargers. I like Gus. That really tells me the Ravens are going for this marquee back. The rumor that's been out there for the last couple of weeks. So that's Grover Stewart staying in Indy. 3 years, $39 million. I like that for Indy. That's not a crazy amount. 3 years, 39. That makes sense. Another beer ball incoming for George. The Gus boss gone. Yeah.
Ravens will get Derrick Henry, don't worry. Or the Cowboys. Is that what the Cowboys are trying to figure out right now? Are they getting Derrick Henry? Who knows?
Derrick Henry owns a house in Dallas.
He does. Works out there in the summers.
So, Peter asks, are y'all going to be live tomorrow? If they make a big move.
Yeah, they make a huge move, and I don't think we would.
We're not planning to go live, but if they do, we will.
Would we go live for? I don't know if we would go live for a re-signing Leonard Williams. I don't know if it was like a massive 5-year deal, maybe. But
it's all situational.
It's all situational. I don't think a Geno Stone would command a live, but a Patrick Queen might. Patrick Queen.
Oh, if they sign Patrick Queen, we'll be live.
We're going live.
No question.
Yeah.
It all depends on the situation.
It basically all depends on Patrick Queen here. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Another beer bong. How we doing, Allie?
Are we
We're here.
Are we getting Otto Porter? Make it happen.
What's going on with Otto?
He got waived by the Jazz.
Really? Oh,
Who's here? Oh no, not this fraud.
Jamal Adams is back.
I'm not calling the guy behind the keyboard a
Cheers.
fraud. I'm calling the guy on the avatar fraud. Jamal Adams. Look at you.
Jamal Adams has made his return to Seahawks Today.
All right, listen. I can get behind this.
Not all of his question fits on screen, so I'll read from the chat box. The Seahawks should sign Evan Ingram for his versatility and playmaking ability. With ability to line up in various positions, Ingram will create good plays and provide Geno another reliable target. I don't hate that idea.
I don't hate that either. Nope. Great.
He didn't play great with the Giants, but he kind of found new life with the Jags.
Yeah, I agree. I don't hate the move at all. I think the Seahawks could benefit from a move like that.
So Jamal Adams is now entered.
Patrick Queen is a rumor. Yes, Chris B. We have not signed Patrick Queen, and there is no report that we are going to sign Patrick Queen at this time.
It's not a first-time Super Chatter, so that means somebody changed their name to Jamal Adams.
Okay.
Who are you really?
I was gonna say we've never gotten a super chat from Jamal Adams. Who are you?
Who are you actually?
Let's sign Jimmy Graham. I don't know about that.
I don't know, Jim.
Maybe for a bag of chips. Boots coming.
Steelers signed a punter,
Jesus.
Cameron Johnston.
Oh, that's who that guy was?
Yeah.
I looked at him. I was like, this guy is not even worth
Who
it.
the hell is this guy? So Gus Edwards goes from John Harbaugh to Jim Harbaugh.
That's not bad. Keeping it in the family.
Yes. We are one in the family, one in the Lord. All right. Davion with a 5. That's a song. I don't understand. What's the deal with getting Justin Fields? I'm an Ohio State fan. He was a great quarterback. Just look at where he's playing. I don't know what you mean by that, Davion. I'll say this. Oh, they are. Oh, they are. We would do the same if the Seahawks signed a punter. Davion, it's all about value with Justin Fields. I don't think anyone should be spending a first-round pick. I don't think anyone should be spending a second-round pick on Justin Fields. But if it's the third, whether it's Seattle or any other team for that matter, I think that could make sense. A third-round pick for Justin Fields, now we're starting to figure things out. That could make sense for me. Davion, thanks for the $5 super chat. Let's sing the DK song for Davion. I got it. Smitty's getting his boot ready. Here we go. Chomping, Seahawks chomping. Geno passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. He rules. Thank you, Davion. Thank you for the $5 super chat. We're at 684 for the day now. Hell of a day on the channel without anything going on. In case you're just now joining us, the only thing that's happened today for the Seahawks is that Colby Parkinson signed with the Rams. And the Seahawks opted not to match the money that Colby Parkinson got. Here's the boot. In all its glory. That light is 3-1. It's winning. What are you thinking time-wise today?
Well, this is not as big of a boot. It was not filled to the brim.
It's a seltzer boot.
It's a seltzer boot, but it's still pretty fairly regulation. I would call this regulation. Maybe a little bit less. I'm gonna give it 16.5.
16.5.
16.5. What'd you go? 16.6?
16.6, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
0 for over. U for under. Corey's still giving you shit for not knowing who John Kitna was.
Great. John Kitna blows.
That was like
He sucks.
that was like 3 hours ago too.
Oh my god.
That's a guy that's been here a while.
You've been here a while. I appreciate you, my man.
It's been a minute since we talked John Kitna on the show.
No, Eric, it's not water. It is Happy Dad seltzer that just poured the last one in.
Yes.
Right.
All right, here we go. O for over, U for under on the Smitty boot.
Okay, we got a little bit of mix. I want to see some. Let me see some replies. Let me see some chats before we kick this thing off. The Bengals, my ass.
Oh, Geno Stone to the Bengals.
Oh, shit.
Damn. I wanted him. That sucks. That now. Oh. That's not good.
Oh no, we suck again.
Geno Stone. That's the guy we needed. It doesn't disappear as much as I thought. Yeah.
All right.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Clock is rolling. He's chugging. He's chugging away. The bubble is coming. How will he get the bubble? There he goes. He's got the bubble now. Still going. Down to the finish. A little spillage. Still going. Still going. Bam! 15.3. And still. Smitty. Getting it done. Spam Smitty. Spam Smitty in the chat. Nice work. There we go. That felt cold. That's a cold one. Ooh. Oh my gosh. How about that? How about that, folks? Smitty coming in hot. Spam Smitty in the
under
chat.
hit, bitches.
He hit the under. Show him some love. Dan the man doubted you. He said you were going to be over.
Damn, the man saying over after the bells already rang. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man. So Geno Stone got 2 years, $15 million.
We couldn't pay that.
We couldn't pay 7.5. $7.5 million.
I'd be dropping so many F-bombs if I wasn't a part of a family-friendly YouTube show right now.
Right.
Because this is actually ridiculous.
Next
Geno
$10
Stone.
super chat is we'll call it a swear jar for Smitty.
Okay.
If the next $10 super chat, Smitty can go on a profane rant
Oh my God. Yeah.
about what we've seen today.
Stan Gelbaugh. No, nobody knows who that is.
We will money for the swear jar. Next $10 super chat, Smitty can go on a profane rant and use any word he wants.
This is utterly ridiculous, is what this is.
But we got to have a $10 super chat. We have to have a reason to be profane. I want to see who's going to be the one. Who wants to see the R-rated version of Smitty? The Boskin wants to see it. Boskin, $10 super chat. We'll get the rated R Smitty.
Rated R superstar Smitty.
Rated R superstar.
How ridiculous is that? He's in AEW now, wasting his career away.
Oh.
Could we still get Ryan Neal? Yes, we could.
He's out there.
He's unsigned. I wouldn't mind it. Pissed we didn't get Geno. Yep.
I'm very curious. Who's going to send in the 10 for this?
Sign Richard Sherman. Should we sign his DUI ticket too? All right.
There it is.
All right.
Trigger wants to hear this profanity race rant. $10 to the swear jar.
I mean, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. All right. This team is. Are they even awake? What kind of bullshit is this? We can't pay $7.5 million to Geno effing Stone. We don't have a safety in the roster besides scheme-ass Derek Reed, who's kind of tough, but he's really only that good on special teams. What is going on? Yes, Boskin, I saw Randy Orton match on Friday. It was dope. See, I don't like dropping that many F-bombs. They lose their luster. But I will say, John Schneider on day one of free agency, you a bitch.
We'll call that level 1.
That's level 1. We could get worse.
Another 10, we'll go up to level 2.
I will say, listen, Patrick Queen signed somewhere. Look at me. I'm talking myself into Patrick Queen like I think he's Ray Lewis now. It's ridiculous. See, the guy is not that good, but we need to get him.
So we'll call that level 1 swear jar.
That was level 1.
Another 10 will go up to level 2, and Smitty will...
That'll be the inside linebacker rant.
Smitty will take it up another notch.
That'll be the inside linebackers and tight ends rant.
And he's got thoughts.
I do have
Next $10 super chat. We will go up another level, and he won't be saying words like effing. He'll take that another notch. Kids at home watching, you will need to hear this.
You will need to hear this.
All right, here we go.
Oh, God, another one?
Big Smoke. Let's start off with his message, then you can get into your rant.
All right, fine.
Big Smoke writes in, so if Mike really wanted Geno with 2 years, $15 million price tag, that seems reasonable with our cap.
No shit.
So is it maybe that Mike didn't want him or that Geno said no? Well, the latter could be true because the Bengals, let's face it, are a better team than the Seahawks are. That's possible. But even if, let's just say, bump it up a bit, I would be willing to even go further. Let's offer him 2 and 17, 2 and 18. I would guess that the Seahawks probably didn't want to turn this into a bidding war.
Bidding war for fucking Geno Stone? Are we serious?
I hate to admit, but I think that's what happened.
Listen, we have
All right.
So Jarek Reed, Julian Love. Julian Love's good. Kobe Bryant. Those are the safeties on our roster right now. How confident are you in those guys to succeed? Listen, I don't think it needs to be a profane swearing. I think it just needs to be me taking my anger up to the next level. Profanity can be one thing. It needs to be used at the right time. We don't have an inside linebacker on the roster. There's nobody playing the middle linebacker. Usually there's 2 of them on the field, and we have 0 on the roster. Jordyn Brooks is not that good. Patrick Queen is not that good. But guess what? We need him. We need him. We might suck. We might suck. Are they sleeping? Are they sleeping in Seattle? It needs to be sleepless in Seattle. They are sleeping in Seattle. They are knocked out. They're taking melatonin in Seattle. Utterly ridiculous that they have not even looked to make a deal so far today. Have heard 0, zilch, nothing, nada, no. Ooh, Jones rants.
Jones rant.
Dan the man.
Dan the man.
No, we're not firing John Schneider. He can still draft really well, okay?
Right. All right.
Devin Bush, a free agent, by the way. He's gone.
Mom and Dad,
sucks.
if you are watching, turn away. This is for my Seahawks audience here. I will rant accordingly here. I'll try to keep up. So I got to go to level 3 now.
No, you can go to your level 1.
Okay. All right, here we go, folks. Every $10 super chat, we're going to do these rants on the Seahawks here and keep it real with y'all. So my turn now, since Dan asked for me. Here we go. What the hell are we doing here, folks? I mean, we missed out on Geno Stone over $7.5 million. I mean, what the literal hell are we doing here? We had a need at the safety position, and there was a cheap option, a player that had 7 interceptions, second in the NFL, that had played in this scheme previously, and we just let him go to Cincinnati? No one wants to go to Cincinnati. Why would you want to go to Cincinnati?
No vacations in Cincinnati.
No one does. That one blows my mind, okay?
Ridiculous.
All right? So...
No banana. Absolutely not.
Banana? Absolutely not.
What is wrong with you?
No way.
No.
We're not saying...
It's an insane thing.
We're not saying naysayer.
No. We're not letting a naysayer know.
We're not letting a naysayer. So there we go. Like, This shit's getting out of hand.
Yeah, this is bullshit is what it is.
Oh.
My hair looks like shit. I look like shit. The Seahawks look like shit.
All
Big
right.
Smoke says, at this point, this is what I said about the linebacker position. It goes for the tight end position. It goes for the safety position. It goes for the cornerback position. It goes for the edge position. We don't have any goddamn players! There's nobody on the roster! We don't even have a backup. We have one QB! If he goes down, we don't have a football team!
And that was for free.
And that was for free.
That wasn't even $10. Big Smoke, as to the point, we have the least players on the roster of the NFL, but the 8th most cap space. Scared money don't make none. Got to do something here eventually.
we suck for real. We suck. What's going on, man?
Chopping, Seahawks chopping. Geno passes, no one stopping. DK. Touchdowns all day. Eagles. Michael Hyde back with another 5.
Shout out Michael Hyde.
All right, Stone and McKinney gone.
Maybe it has to be like a snow day. I'm going to flip my jersey around and see if we get signed
safety
somebody.
draft targets. Also, JSN, do something. And John Schneider, do something. You don't have to sign, but just give us something. Something. Anything. Something, please. Yes. Who are some safety draft targets? Let me tell you. You're going with the Mitchell Wrens.
New vibes. We're going Mitchell Wren's season. They signed Christian Wilkins today for the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's sign
And
somebody.
he was wearing his jersey backwards, so.
It's got to work, baby. And it's also my last name, so it's kind of sick. Oh, not in Jig, but no, it's Smith.
Top safeties in this year's draft. Cameron Kitchens from Miami. Tyler Nubin from Minnesota.
You could argue Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, there's some talk that he might move to safety in the NFL.
Yeah.
Kalen Bullock from USC. Rod Moore, Michigan. Some of the names to watch there, so we'll see.
We know not everybody can super chat, and there are many ways to help out the stream, help out the channel in general. Subscribe, man. We just want to provide entertaining and informative Seahawks content for you guys.
By the way, John Smith, you didn't miss a thing. Nobody has signed with the Seahawks.
Nope,
we did
John,
miss out on Geno Stone, though.
We might have signed the new vending machine coordinator, though. That'd be sweet, right?
Yeah, we might have got a washing machine.
Yep. We might have gotten a new.
We traded Monix for a washing machine.
We got a new janitor. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
No, we suck, dude.
John, we have a new game that we're playing now. For every $10 super chat, you get a rant.
Yeah, you just get a rant.
You just get a rant. And Smitty's at level 3 now.
Yeah.
So he's going to get a little more profane as we move up. I just passed level 1. But every $10 super chat that comes in, you get your choice. You get a Smitty rant, you get the Jonesy rant, and we've raised the stakes. We get a little more animated and show our true feelings here. In the super chat count, we're at $725. So we're another 75 away from a boot. Which, based on how Smitty feels, probably would be me.
Yeah.
Smitty's on the struggle bus right now, if we're going to be honest.
I would love that, Tootie Miranda.
What did Miranda say?
Said, maybe we can just look at a deal done for Justin Simmons. I wouldn't hate that. I like it. But he's kind of washed, no?
Yeah, maybe so.
I feel like all these guys who get cut, like they become a hot commodity all of a sudden, but like they more likely than not are washed.
The Seahawks just tweeted, "Thank you, Nick Ballore."
Good thing we got a $10 super chat because I'm about to talk about that.
Virginia Seahawk. Let's hear it because I'm at a 4 right now. So I assume they want you to go up then if they're at a 4.
I guess so.
We'll give you this one, Smitty. Rant time for Smitty. This $10 super chat.
Thank you, Nick Ballore? Is that all you have to fucking say right now? I mean, my God, the only position on the roster that is filled is wide receiver. We don't have any football players.
Thank you.
No secondary, no linebackers, no edge, no defensive line. The one guy we need to sign is going to leave in an hour if we don't get anything done.
And we're tweeting.
And we're
Thank
tweeting,
you, Nick Ballore.
thank you, Nick Ballore, who never even fucking played.
We never even did anything.
He was terrible.
Thank you, Nick Ballore.
Thank you, Nick Ballore.
For what? For what?
My God. John Schneider, Seahawks front office. Why do you have to embarrass me every single time? God damn it. Oh, my God. Do something.
That's got to be an all-time tweet today. Thank you, Nick Ballore.
Thank you, Nick Ballore. What the fuck did he do? Name one Nick Ballore highlight. I dare you. I'll Venmo $50 to somebody who gives me a Nick Ballore highlight. Please. Please, I'm begging. $50, Nick Ballore highlight. You got one? Oh my God. $50, Nick Ballore highlight. Let me know. Swear to God, he has zero. He has zero. Never done a damn thing on the field.
Gardner Minshew to the Raiders.
Good for them, honestly. It's the best quarterback they've had in 5 years.
Best quarterback in that QB room right now.
100%. Good for them. That's a great move.
2-year deal for Gardner Minshew.
It is definitely, yeah. Nick, multi-time special teams Pro Bowler. Kick rocks, dude. What the fuck? Nick Ballore sucks. He's zero value. He's nothing. Zilch. Nada. Forced fumble on a kickoff. Did they recover it? Probably not. Could it be more forgettable? Nobody uses a fucking fullback anymore.
Devin Duvernay to the Jags.
Good for them. People make it signing. Hey, nice. Good for you.
2 years, $8.5 million. Metcalf that's old news. Where you been?
I mean, my God, man. What the fuck do we got to do to get a player? I just want a football player.
Oh, my gosh. That's funny. If you want more rants like that, we can go up to level 5.
I don't know if you want to see
for
level
Smitty.
5.
Another $10 super chat will raise the stakes.
Hey, kept the bench warm. Good for him.
Yeah. It has been a day. But nothing's happened. We're having a great time.
Oh, it's been an awesome stream. Hell of a time.
Mr. Rod says, Tyler, give me a quesadilla.
Yo, like, actually, what are we doing? We suck, dude.
Oh, no. We suck again.
Oh, no. We suck again. Sign me! I'll go play!
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today.
Utterly ridiculous is what we got.
In non-football news,
What's that?
let's all have a laugh for a moment. Staff at Deadspin just received an email informing them that the company has been sold to a European firm and none of them will be retained.
Everybody at Deadspin's getting canned.
That fraud site can go kick rocks. Get out of here.
That's terrible.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Pour one out for Deadspin, folks. Pour one out for Deadspin. Cheers to the death of Deadspin. What a disgrace to sports media and journalism. Cheers.
Cowboys fans have to be even more pissed than Seahawks fans right now, right? They haven't made a single move. They can't even put a Tyler Lockett graphic up there.
Yeah.
Like, at least in our chat sports database here, the Seahawks are featured once. They got Tyler Lockett's restructure. We got a restructure, baby!
Oh! Trigger. At least we have K9. Also just got called by the Seahawks. I'm being signed as dishwasher.
Yeah! Breaking news! Nitsu J. Trigger. New dishwasher 1 for the Seattle Seahawks. Let's
We
ride.
should put that as an L3.
Yeah. Breaking. Nitsu J. Trigger.
Nitsu J. Trigger has signed with the Seahawks as dishwasher 1.
If we signed Derrick Henry, I would actually I'd be down. Like, I would just be like, oh, he'd probably play linebacker, right?
Yeah.
A Seattle source said Seattle not making a move right now until late today or tomorrow.
Don't make us stay here all night, Seahawks. Come on.
Dude, I'm not playing around. I'm not coming. Like, I won't. I in my sleep, man. I'm running on no sleep right now. Nick has been released, yeah, because he's ass.
Dishwasher 1.
Nick Ballore should be dishwasher 2.
All right, so $20 trigger.
What does DW1 mean?
You're going back on the football.
DW1. Who's that?
Dishwasher 1.
Oh, dishwasher 1. Yes. My bad. I'm in a haze right now.
Everybody's spamming dishwasher 1.
Aaron B. Is that Aaron Vermouth?
I think it is Aaron Vermouth. I think he shortened his name.
All right. You cut it down, you little rascal. Did we re-sign Williams? No, we didn't. No, he's probably gonna leave because we don't sign players here. We might disband as a football program.
Right.
King Favela says, I got signed as the backup water boy. That's pretty sick. Good for you. Glad to know that they're making personnel changes on the field.
Oh.
Yeah, Tyler Lockett and Geno Smith, both restructured contracts, right? You know what that does? That creates more cap space to sign external talent. All the external talent's on the fucking market. It's all gone. Everybody is gone.
Rainwater Games says Smitty is not drunk enough. Why'd y'all stop drinking?
Give me 50, I'll do a shotgun.
Another beer shotgun for 50.
50, I'll do a shotgun.
Here's the thing, folks. We are.
I'm eating quesadillas. I'm pissed. I'm like half drunk right now.
Here's where we're at. Another 50, and it's another boot, and it's a beer shotgun for Smitty. If we get 50 more.
Oh, that's actually a fact.
Ben there says, LL, Smitty's crazy mad right now.
Hey, no shit. Why are you not?
Are you not entertained?
Right.
Boskin says Adam Sandler to the Hawks. I'd take that.
He'd be great. He's an athlete.
Yeah. The water boy.
Bobby Boucher to the Seahawks?
Why, he'd be a difference maker.
He would. Look, we have Bobo. Bobo can play. All right, listen. This is what I'm kind of in for. I'm in for this. We may need him to do just that. Bobo playing all 11. I like it.
All right, let's do this.
Ben there says if the Seahawks draft a wide receiver. If the Seahawks draft a wide receiver at 16, I will legitimately storm the Seahawk headquarters. I will storm.
You'll go straight January 6th.
I will go January 6th on John Schneider's office. Real quick.
Who's down for an insurrection on John Schneider's office?
Listen, let's not radicalize the chat. But I'm thinking about it. If they draft a receiver, if they...
Oh! John Smith with a $50 super chat. Bang!
John.
Oh.
LT Drift, why the fuck aren't we signing anyone? Because we fucking suck, man.
The insurrection on John Schneider's office is on. All right. I'll take care of this next boot. Smitty's got a beer shotgun on the way.
Yep. When John Smith hears the deals I make, he just obliges. Like he wants me to get ridiculous.
Let me dispose of myself again before I do said boot.
When you come back, you want to just bring me a grape Happy Dad?
Yes.
All right.
I will do that.
All right. And I'm gonna piss after that.
While I'm gone, every $10 super chat's a shot of vodka in the boot.
Oh boy. If we get $10 super chats while he's gone, shot of vodka in the boot, and he's got to get me a Happy Dad. So
all right,
he's got
I'll
a
be
little
back.
extra time there. All right, folks, I'm absolutely aboard right now by the Seattle Seahawks. They are a disgrace. I put my jersey on backwards. Maybe they would sign somebody. No, they did not. They're absolutely embarrassing. We're a national embarrassment. What is going on?
Insurrection.
We need to sign back Big Cat. Yeah, we do, Jamal. We do. We need to sign John Smith. He'd be a valuable asset. I bet you could lay a block. Utterly ridiculous is what's going on right now. What are your thoughts? Everybody share your thoughts. Is it true Ravens are about to get Derrick Henry? Is that a fact? I don't know. I think so. Oh, former second team all-conference in high school. Hell yeah. Listen, John, we need you because there isn't a middle linebacker on the roster. We don't have any football players. Like, we don't have a team. Like, we legitimately Don't have 40 players. I couldn't name 40 Seahawks right now. This is utterly ridiculous. I mean, are you kidding me, man? I mean, what are we doing? We're an embarrassment. We're a $1 billion company. What are we doing? You guys get that? Let me know. Bro's doing his best Chris Farley as a Seahawk fan impression. Hey, I appreciate that. Farley's great, man. Maybe we'll end up with Quandre and Jamal. Hey, at least they'd be football players. I don't care if they're good, bad, blind, depth. Ugh, can't even speak. Does not matter. As long as you can put on a helmet, strap up a chin strap, and put on your football pants, put the pads in, you can play for the Seattle Seahawks, baby. Listen, I'm just gonna throw out a question for you guys. Don't you worry. Let me put it on the. Let me put it on this one. This guy's gone already. Are we doomed? Let me know. Oh, nope, that's not how you spell R. Look at me, I've been drinking. Are we doomed? Let me know. Yes or no. Are we doomed? We don't have a football team. There's no players on the roster. We literally don't have a team. Are we doomed? Jamal Adams says, sign me back. I don't even think I would do that right now. We need Bobby Boucher. This is how you know. This is where we're at as Seahawk fans right now. We're considering fictional characters to play for our football team. Kenneth Walker says yes. Owen says yes. We might be doomed. Tommy TD says yes. McCaffinated says yes. Gaming with Miles says yes. Everybody knows we're doomed. Now, Anders' choice is not completely but close. Yeah, I mean, we might be doomed. Yes, today, tomorrow, no. Good answer from Ricky Hernandez. Apparently, John Schneider, day 2 guy. Potentially. Bobby Boucher, let the Bulldogs to the Super Bowl. Maybe he can lead the Seahawks to the Super Bowl. Jeremiah Hill's believer says no, we're not doomed. Jake Ballard says sorry, but yes, he is facing a harsh reality that we are doomed. Locke is going to go to the Vikings. Good for him. Hopefully he can start a couple games. Wait, is that a fact? Like right now? Mr. Rod, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Where do you see that? Is it a fact? I don't see anything for a 2-year, $25 million deal. I feel like Gardner Minshew could have got a little more than that, but he might start there. I don't see anything about I don't see anything about what's his name. We are doomed. No, lock to Vikings is not a thing. Is that a thing? I feel like that wouldn't be reported by like the major outlets right away. So let me look up his name on Twitter. Theo Ash. I don't know if you guys know who Theo Ash is. He just talks about the NFL and whatnot. He's a pretty smart guy. He said, I'd rather have Drew Lock for 1 year, $6 million, than Baker for 3 years, $100 million. That's not bad. I'm not seeing anything for Drew Lock, so yeah, this guy can't be real. This is 18 minutes ago. I don't think so. Is Drew Lock? No. This is from one guy. Who is this guy? Connor Leach, the athlete. Looks like the same font as the Athletic. This guy is fake as shit. All right, maybe. I don't know. What the? Yeah, bro. It was a lie. The guy said it was a lie. No, Drew Lock is not anybody. Jalen, what? Jalen Ramsey, a Panther? What the hell is going on here, man? No Drew Lock Vikings. It's not a deal. No, it's not real. It's not real. The guy literally just subtweeted himself saying it was a lie. No, we suck. Jalen Ramsey's not on the Panthers, Jamal Adams. No. Utterly ridiculous. I just want a football player on my football team.
So I put a challenge out there for somebody to tweet me out a Nick Valor highlight, and
It's impossible. What do you
a
mean?
guy named Forrest Luke tweeted me out a tackle of him. It tweeted me out a highlight of him tackling somebody on a kick return.
That's not a highlight.
That doesn't count. Forrest, if you're watching, that doesn't count.
Do you like my new question?
Are we doomed?
We're doomed.
Let's make that the poll.
Are we doomed? Yes or no? Let us know in the
Y
chat.
for yes, in for no. Are we doomed? Yes. No.
Maybe so. We might be doomed, folks.
Oh, man. Are we doomed? Let us know. Y for yes, in for no. Kaysen says, my son is built like a tank and will take the league minimum. He's 3 months old.
I like that already.
So he could take a long-term replacement.
He's 3 months. All right.
3 months. Congrats.
Yes, Metcalf Jaguars signed Devin Duvernay about a half hour ago. Where is Kaysen Reyes? Where's he at? There he is.
Kaysen's been awesome today.
Yeah, he has been a legend. We are doomed.
Are we doomed? Jamal has entered the chat.
Jamal.
Damn, I wish I was on a team. I'm glad you're not on our team.
Ben there says, do I hear Pete Carroll laughing? Well, Pete Carroll's still a member of the organization,
He's
my
still
friend.
employed.
So he is not laughing. He wants the team to succeed.
All right. I'll keep the sale going for 2 more minutes. If we get a $10 super chat in the next 2 minutes, I'm adding another shot of vodka to the boot. This will be my 3rd boot of the day. I might regret this later. Let me get a little more food in my system.
Is everybody making shit up about the Panthers? Leonard Floyd to the Niners. That would suck.
Oh, please, no. Leonard Floyd's a good football player. Oh, no, that actually happened? Shit.
For all the fake news propaganda that you guys have been pushing, the Niners are signing Leonard Floyd.
You got to be kidding me. The rich get richer.
Yep.
Like, how?
Is this guy Tom Coughlin's son?
He looks like...
Who is this guy?
He looks like he could be a Kelsey brother.
I was going to say, he looks like a skinny Kelsey.
Is he the long-lost Kelsey brother? Did Mama Kelsey have a love child she didn't tell them about?
I wonder why they're split up.
Makes you think.
Makes you think. Gardner Minshew to the Raiders, 2 years, $25 million. Good deal for the Raiders.
Minshew mania.
Really great deal for the Raiders. He proved that he can he arguably could reach the playoffs as starting quarterback with the right pieces around him.
Yeah.
And for the Raiders, that's enough.
30 seconds left to get a shot in the boot. $10 super chat gets a shot.
Keep letting us know. Are we doomed in the chat?
Are we doomed? Why don't you go piss right now? I'll wait. Oh, okay. Okay. Are we doomed? Poll question right now. 55% of you saying yes. 45% say no. Yannick, no fake news. No fake news allowed. Come on now. Jamal Adams says he's going to go play for the Huskies, and Andreas says Huskies don't want you, Jamal. It has been a day. Oh. McVitus. I'll add a shot for that. What players we looking at? Great question. Leonard Williams still available. Patrick Queen's out there. All the guys are looking. Basically, everybody but Geno Stone. I guess that's the one silver lining of the Seahawks not doing anything is like it hasn't gone terribly. It's not like they've lost. There's a world where today could be worse if Leonard Floyd was playing for a different Leonard Williams was playing for a different team. It could be worse. But Leonard Floyd's in the division now. Hide your eyes. Hide the women and children. Oh, Geno's in the chat now. We got Kenneth Walker, Jamal Adams, and Geno all in the chat. Y'all are bored. This next super chat's for you. I still don't know who this sketch guy is. Gosh. All right. After we get to this next super chat, then I'll take down Das Boot. Oh! Then a first-time super chat. Hold on a second, folks.
Wait a minute, brother. Listen, Seahawks have signed nobody. They've signed nobody at all. They're not going to have a quarterback. Geno Smith? Is that it? That might be the only player on the team. I don't think so. Meat on meat. Listen, there is nothing like the Seahawks we're doomed. We are Doom City right now. We are literally the city of doom in the NFL. Absolute ridiculous horseshit. Zach Jones, a first-time super chatter for Zach C.
Hawks!
C.
Hawks!
C.
Hawks! Let's go, Zach! We got Geno and DK going back and forth in the chat.
Norm Macdonald, can we have him?
Patrick Queen, why haven't you all signed me yet? Great question.
Bro, because we're frauds. We're Doom City.
The question is, Patrick, why have you not signed
We got the Niners bringing up pass rushers. They don't need that shit. We do.
Jamal just said to Patrick Queen, buddy, Chargers, Jets, and Giants didn't want you.
Yeah, yep. Remember how the Legion of Boom was a parody on the Legion of Doom? No, we are the Legion of Doom now, and it's not the good kind of Doom. We're not bringing any Doom. Doom is us. Yeah, dude, like, I don't need anybody saying DK shit right now in the chat. Like, come on.
What are we doing?
I'll literally block you. Like, I'm pissed off. Like, I will block your shit.
I do got to put in another shot.
I've seen better days when the Seahawks would play.
All right, third boot of the day. Y'all are trying to kill me, but I respect it.
Actually, that's a good point, Eric Cotter. They might be taking the $55 million and then putting it on red in Vegas. Just throw it on red.
John Schneider would be the type of guy playing blackjack, hits 18, says, hit me.
Yeah. PNW Indigenous Hunt says, Smitty sounds like a baby. Well, 22. And is that just like my sound or is that like a tone? Because I'm just upset that my football team doesn't have any fucking players. My bad.
Indigenous. Smitty, do you know what indigenous people are?
Yes, I'm well aware. Stop. Well aware.
That'd be me.
I'm not saying losing Geno Stone isn't an issue, but we're not signing any depth. It's not like everybody's getting paid $20 million today. Like Leonard Floyd, that's a reasonable deal. He deserves $10 million a year. Like we're not. You guys act like everybody's getting massively overpaid, and the Seahawks are like in the shadows, in the weeds, just not partaking in any of that.
Hold on.
Oh my God!
We got some updates from Patrick Queen in the chat. He says, I've been talking to John. He's incompetent. He won't give me what I'm asking for. Oh, poor Patrick.
Like, What do you guys think? Like, you guys act like everybody's getting a $30 million a year contract today. That's not how it's working. Why can't we sign a depth piece? Just one player.
Give us something.
One player, man. It's not that's like, come on.
All right, time for Dust Boot number 3 of the day.
You guys are like, it's loser mentality to think shit like this. Come on.
And Mike Macdonald is in the chat. That's not how his name's spelled. It's MacDonald. It's a nice try.
Alex Stevenson, that's why you're in my chat.
JSN now sending in super chats. We got all the Hawks in here now. JSN, Jamal Adams, Geno, Patrick Queen, Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker says, I'm done. I'm going to ask to get traded. Thanks, JSN. That's funny. All right.
Jamal Adams talking shit to the young gun.
Here we go. Boot number 3 of the day.
I'm coming with a shotgun right afterwards. Do you want me to time this one, or is this one on you? You're good.
Go ahead and time me, but
Not to be taken too serious.
everybody, spam. No overs or unders. Just chug in the chat.
Spam chug. Spam chug. Spam chug. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel as well.
Patrick Queen says, Yo, Jackson, tell your GM to sign me. Mike Macdonald claims this is his burner. That's
Dude,
why his
if
name's
Nick
been
Ballore
said.
joined the chat, I would fry his ass.
I got some Nick Ballore truthers mad at me on X right now. Oh. All right, here we go. Boot time. Just spam chug.
Spam chug.
All right.
Okay, everybody's saying I'm whining, but like we haven't signed a single player. There's been 70 players signed today. We haven't signed one of them.
All right. So here's what's going to happen, Smitty. If I get this boot under 23 seconds, then Patrick Queen is going to be a Seahawk.
Under 20?
Under 20 seconds.
Okay.
If it's over, he's not coming to Seattle.
Uh-oh.
We're going to find out right now. If Patrick Queen is going to be a Seahawk, this boot's got to be under 20. If it's over, then Patrick Queen is going elsewhere. Here we go.
It's on you, my friend. I'm doing the play-by-play here.
This is for Patrick Queen.
Yeah, like,
We're going to find out right now.
I'll talk more after these drinking challenges are done because you guys are just, like, ridiculous.
Here we go.
Shout out my guy Owen in the second here. Ready?
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go. Let's ride. Let's ride. Spam those chugs in the chat. Spam those chugs in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? What's it going to be, Jones? You got it in you, Jones? Boom. The worst yet. But it was under 20, baby. 18.7.
Patrick Queen is going to be a Seahawk
We'll
now.
see you in Seattle soon, my friend.
We will see you in Seattle, Patrick Queen. Under 20.
Yeah, like.
Under 20.
Listen, I'm gonna rip this shotgun. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna recollect my thoughts on the way there and on the way back, and then I'm gonna come back with a level head. All right?
Patrick Queen is going to be a Seahawk after
My
that
bad.
boot.
My bad. I'm upset. The division rivals are signing interior offensive linemen and getting better and extending the gap between us and them. My bad. I'm upset about that. Okay. Sorry, guys.
It's going to be okay. We did under 20, so Patrick Queen's going to be a Seahawk.
Oh, yeah, Patrick Queen's going to be a Seahawk. But guess what? When Geno Smith, week 1, has 0.7 seconds to throw the football, it ain't going to be too pretty.
Patrick, I chugged for you. I did it. Oh, we got Geno in the chat now saying he hates John Schneider. Uh-oh. Oh. I'm feeling that. That was the third boot of the day, folks. Geno. Oh, Steve Largent's now checking in, too. Oh. Oh, my gosh. You called him out.
Bloor, you suck, bro.
DeKalen Sicarius Metcalf also here. DK. Touchdowns all day. Oh. Smitty about to do a boot. We've gone hard today, folks. And there's still more work to be done. All these fake accounts of Seahawks players are just booming the chat. I'm wondering if it's all just one guy. The effort that's in place is pretty incredible. Don't hit the light. Don't hit the light. He did not run into the light this time.
Maybe we'll sign somebody. My bad. You guys, my bad. I'm upset about Seahawks not signing players. My bad.
Here we go.
But I will always be here for you. Let's go, Hawks. Let's go. 12.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There it is. Another. Nice work. Patrick Queen's asking where John Kitna is. Don't ask Smitty. Our enemy list today includes John Kitna and Nick Ballore. Until the Seahawks tweeted, "Thank you, Nick Ballore." Of all things they could have said today. John Smith says, well, at least we have Patrick Queen come to Seattle now. I did my part. When Patrick Queen signs with the Seahawks, you all should be thanking me because I made it happen with that last
Nick Ballore, actually, I would sign you back because you're a football player, and I want you. I want a football player on my team. We have like 20 players in the roster right now. I don't even know if we could play a full 11 on 11 right now.
Man, I like this from Patrick Queen. He said, Jamal, I looked into your coverage stats. Holy shit. No way. No way. Is Brian Burns going to the Giants? No, please no. No, don't let that happen. Don't let that happen. Marsh is trying to convince us that Brian Burns is going to be a Giant. Please no. Please no. Stay with the irrelevant Panthers before you go to the irrelevant Giants. Please no. Oh, man. How we feeling, chat? It has been a day today. Not of stuff actually happening and going on. But we're enjoying ourselves. I sure hope, please. Smitty, that's not Smitty. That's Seeps. Seeps, what are you looking for? Oh, he's got to go that bad. Okay. Hope it doesn't end like I think it will based on that response. Is Brian Burns about to be a Giant? I'm just hearing from Marsh over here. He claims the Panthers beat reporter is saying a trade is about to be done. Yeah. Put on your mic, Seeps. Put yourself on screen too. So Smitty has got to go to the bathroom bad enough.
Yeah.
That Seeps is stepping in. So I assume he's not holding up well. That's my assumption. I don't know what's going on there. But just based on reading the room, it doesn't sound great. I can tell you that much. So
Has he been, have you guys been booting over here a good amount?
he had one boot,
One
but
boot?
he's been on the beer shotguns on an empty stomach.
Ah, yeah.
He didn't eat a ton today. So
That'll do it.
I'm not feeling great about our friend Smitty right now.
see you guys been getting after it.
It has been a show today. And nothing has happened for us. Peter's asking Smitty died.
Oh, wow.
I hope not. I hope not.
OG Ananobi.
OG Anunoby, what a day for the Giants.
What a day for the Giants, seriously. New York.
After losing Saquon.
Yeah. Yeah, Smitty might be vomiting right now.
He might be. We'll find out. We'll get an update when we let you guys know. Phobia, this is Seeps.
Whoa.
No, this is Seeps. Seeps, so back in the day when Seeps started here at Chat Sports, he helped us out a lot here on Seahawks Today. And he's moved on to bigger and better things, hosting our Vikings channel and our Bulls channel, and done a great job, but he still stops in from time to time.
This is where I got it. This is where I kind of earned my stripes a little bit.
When I see Seeps succeed, I feel like a proud dad.
It is a little bit. I mean, I remember we were doing watch parties in the preseason about 2 seasons ago. For
of course. Seeps is a diehard Vikings fan. Seeps, what's been kind of your reaction to Cousins going to Atlanta here?
I think it was a good move for the Vikings, considering how much he, was paid in the end, and it's a new era. The Vikings needed to do it. I would have liked him back, but for that price, I think it was just the right move for them.
Yeah.
But now they're going to go draft a guy, no doubt, or they're going to bring in Sam Darnold.
Oh God.
That's the big
Fields trade?
Yeah, that might be happening. Fields versus Caleb Williams, Sunday Night Football, Week 1.
Oh,
Keep your eyes out.
All right, thank you, Seeps. I'm happy to report Smitty has returned. He is not dead, as speculated in the chat. Smitty's going to put his mic back on here in just a second. We will get an update of what exactly went down in the restroom. Marshawn Lynch is in the chat now. This is getting crazy. How's that DUI, Marshawn?
Listen.
So, Smitty, you're back. You're alive.
Yeah. I'm here.
Anything go wrong?
Nothing went wrong. I actually had a very relaxing time in the laboratory.
You just needed a moment.
Yes.
The chat was worried.
The chat thinks I am flying off the deep end right
They
now.
thought that you may have been puking or that you may have died.
No, I really just needed. I needed to piss. My bad.
I thought it was pretty bad, the fact that you asked Seeps to come in. I'm like, oh no, that can't be good.
No, I just didn't want to leave the stream. Bosses are out there. You don't
Right.
You don't want to leave your stream unattended.
Sure. Tyler says, does Chat Sports do NBA channels too? We do have several NBA channels.
Yes, we do.
Smitty is, you can see him from time to time on our Celtics channel.
Yes, I do a lot. Well, I've watched parties for a lot of the Celtics games.
You do Celtics and Warriors.
Celtics and Warriors. Yep. Very fun. Can Cam Chancellor come back? I would cry real tears. My favorite football player of all time. I would cry real tears. Bo Melton says John Schneider's negotiating with me. Oh no. Bo Melton. He's terrible.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Mike
John's responded, I don't want you. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. John Schneider got a good head on his shoulders. What are we talking about here? Is Brian Burns official to the Giants now? God,
Marsh is trying to say so. I haven't seen it yet. I hope not. I am hoping that that's not the case. If he's going to be on a mediocre team, let's keep him at Carolina. We don't need him in the Giants. Oh, no. Please.
OCU Manura, Justin Tuck,
Brian
Burns. That's the quote.
Is that going to be a T-shirt?
That is the quote I just heard. First of all, no mention of Strahan's wild. And Coop. That is a real quote. Coop. Coop quote just now.
Okay, here's the tweet from my friend Diana Rossini. The Panthers and Giants have been discussing a trade for Brian Burns for a while, per sources. I am told at this point it is not complete, but there is hope they can get there. We'll see if it can be finalized. So not done yet, but it seems to be headed that direction. I wonder what they're going to give up. Oh. That would be wild. Folks, I think we're getting close to winding down.
Yeah, I mean, what else are we supposed to do here, man?
We got other stuff we got to get done, too.
This is the only update we have. And funny, the Ravens haven't made a signing either. That is not relevant to us.
They just lost players.
It is lost players, yes.
Yeah.
Lock to Vikings is not real. No.
No.
Marshawn Lynch telling me we're going to be good? Chill. I might blush. I might be blushing. John Cena signed with the Seahawks, $45 million 3 years ago.
That'd be badass.
That'd be sick. We wouldn't be able to see him, though. Yeah, that's what they're going to be called now, the Sleephawks.
Sleephawks.
Oh, no.
I just know, too, the moment we sign off, they're going to have a big signing. Based on our luck. Yeah. Patrick Queen says, man, I'm tired of this. I'm signing with the Shanghai Sharks on a 10-year, $900 million deal.
Am I blocked by Diana Rossini?
Are you?
How do you spell Diana?
D-I-A.
Yeah.
N-N-I.
Oh, N what? Oh, she's got double N's. My bad.
Okay, so you're not blocked by Diana Rossini.
No.
Diana and I, we go way back. I met her several years ago when I was covering the Chiefs. And funny story, she was sitting next to me covering Chiefs game, and she had to leave early and forgot her phone charger. And she put out a tweet on Twitter that she forgot her phone charger at the stadium, and I still happened to be there. So I tweeted her back like, "Hey, found your phone charger. You want me to send this to you?" And she DM'd me back and said, "Hang on to it till I cover the Chiefs again." And we were friends ever since.
Wow.
She's been on my radio shows and podcasts several different times over the years. So
Very interesting.
yeah,
She nice?
very nice.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Very nice. She's a good friend. It all started with me picking up her charger. To which then I found out later that she lost again. After I went out of the way to go save her charger for her. Yeah.
Will Dissly to Chargers? All right, see, Metcalf and you've been... oh, wait, Peter said Will. I trust Peter. That actually looks true. I'm getting multiple Will Dissly to the Chargers.
Hold on. I'm not seeing anything from the insiders.
Yeah.
There
got
it is.
Schultz.
There it is. Will Dissly to the Chargers. 3 years, $14 million, $10 million, fully guaranteed. Just in. Will Dissly to the Chargers. 3 years, 14, 10 fully guaranteed. I'm not going to miss Will Dissly. I can live without Will Dissly on this team.
Frankie Louvu going to the Commanders? What
His
the
name was
fuck?
mentioned for the Seahawks.
What the fuck?
Here we go. 3 years, $36 million for Frankie Louvu.
We couldn't pay that? 3 years, 36? Couldn't pay it. Cool.
And movement's starting to pick back up again a little bit. We had a little lull, a little pause there for a bit. So no Frankie Louvu. Who are we going to sign? Anybody?
We're a national embarrassment, folks.
So let's do this. I need to get a short on Will Dissly.
Sure. You want to record it?
I'll record it live
in front of the people, and then I'll take over.
And then you'll hold things down while I get it posted.
Go ahead. Why
Yep.
not?
All right, let me pull up the info here. All right. Here we go. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Another former Seahawks tight end is gone as the Chargers have signed Will Dissly to a 3-year, $14 million deal with $10 million fully guaranteed. The Seahawks released Will Dissly a couple of days ago to save a significant amount of money against the salary cap. So now we will wait and see what happens for Seattle with Noah Fant. And you better believe it means a fully new tight end room in Seattle that will get a complete makeover under new offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb. More on this to come as we continue with our live coverage of NFL free agency on Seahawks Today. Subscribe now for free. You'll be glad you did. All right, so I will go post that, and Smitty will hold things down here for a little bit as we continue our live coverage. NFL free agency here on this Monday afternoon, live on Seahawks Today. Smitty, it's all yours. I'll be right back.
All right, 12s. You guys hate me now all of a sudden, so what's up with that? One thing I will say is that there are other teams who are asleep at the wheel right now. They're driving with their eyes closed. They're asleep at the wheel. Tyler's making a lot of noises over there. I can't see what's going on, but there's noises. Buda Baker's going to the Browns. Oh, that's happening apparently. Oh, boy. Free agency is not starting. John Schneider saying free agency started in April. That's crazy. The Buda Baker's Cleveland Brown. Is that facts? Dude, Simon Charles and Wesley Steinberg routinely get everybody. It's so funny. You got to be chronically online to not believe those tweets as soon as you see them. I know those names. Like this guy. If you see double PhD, Patriots beat writer, double PhD in journalism and female anatomy. All right, pal. And people legitimately fall for this guy. Like a lot of people. Not just your average. A lot of people fall for him and Wesley Steinberg, two people who do not exist. They physically do not exist. Fields to Seattle. I think I would. I don't know what I would do. I can't say that on stream. Beast Mode says he'll play linebacker for $20. You want to get CTE for $20? I don't think so. Tight end is a big deal under Grubb. Bet we can draft a guy or two and bring back Fant. I think we can bring back Fant. I'm curious to see what kind of tight ends he wants in the system. Is Buda Baker actually a Brown, or are we just capping here? I don't see nothing about Buda Baker. Buda Baker. Look up his name. I don't see nothing about Buda Baker on the Browns. Why are you guys capping? Why are you guys cap artists? You guys are capping. Justin Simmons is Seahawks. Wait, who's that? That's Ethan DePaul. He's capping. Yep, liar. Seahawks aren't doing a damn thing. Guys, let's be for real here. This is terrible. We got guys named @Nwosu season on Twitter claiming Jadeveon Clowney is going to sign him back. What? Why are multiple people saying Justin Simmons to Seahawks? That's not true. Don't cap. Don't cap now. Don't cap now. Listen. Yeah, they're trolling. They're trolling. Nope. The Drew Lock's not confirmed going to the Vikings. He's definitely not. Bo Nix would be nice. You know what? I'm kind of moving in on Bo Nix. Kind of liking the tape I've been seeing over the past couple of weeks. Get Queen. Simmons is 30. I don't see what's so wrong about a 30-year-old safety. I mean, sign him to a 2-year deal. It doesn't really do much for me. I think I would take that. No, I do not want Fields in Seattle. No, absolutely not. Fields has zero ceiling. He stinks as a thrower. He's a bad decision maker. No, stop. Come on now. Frankie Louvu to the Commanders. That's right. Let's fill you in on some recent free agent deals. Our guy, Will Dissly, signing with the LA Chargers. So these two guys, Colby Parkinson and Will Dissly, just decided to take their talents to Hollywood. Tyler does not like Bo Nix. No, I know that. I'm gonna be the adversary on that. I'm gonna be the guy pushing back for you Pacific Northwesterners. AJ Epinesa, two-year deal, Bills. He hasn't done anything, and I really loved him. I wanted him to be a Seahawk so bad. You guys have no idea. My two big Seahawk defensive line prospects over the past couple of years that I've desperately wanted in the draft: AJ Epinesa and Yetur Gross-Matos. And we got neither one of them, and they both kind of stink. So that's why I'm not a scout. We signed Justin Coleman. Yeah, what, 7 years ago? Thank you, K-Dub. Penix is low. Yeah, Penix might. I think all the quarterbacks are ass. To be quite honest with you, I think every quarterback in this draft, not named Caleb Williams, is kind of ass. Not gonna lie. I don't think any of them are going to be legitimate long-term franchise quarterbacks at all. I hope I'm wrong because I don't want to see guys fail. But no aura. Caleb Williams, he's kind of got it. But everybody else, they stink. Yeah, Kenneth Walker III. I will hide you if you keep spamming. We signed Justin Coleman, bro. It's not that funny. If it was funny, I would let you keep doing it. But it's not that funny. Sign Michael Jackson. That'd be cool. Daniels is a beast, but he was gift wrapped the probably best receiver room in college this year. Maybe Texas, maybe Washington, LSU. They're all probably the same level. And it's real convenient that two of those guys are now generating a ton of draft buzz because they had really, really good receivers in college. We couldn't have given Dissly $5 million. I actually like Dissly a lot. I do wish we could have gotten that done. But again, there's these guys. I just think we need to. I don't think we could. We can't get the same production from a rookie tight end that we take in the 4th round than Will Dissly, who pay $5 million a year. I just don't think so. I don't think Williams will be a bust. I think he'll be solid at best. But mental processing and mental reactions are, a couple things that I'm worried about. Time in the Buckeye. What's going on, my man? Ben, LOL. That's enough time to spam that. Thank you. Seahawks sign Tom Brady. Good one. Time in the Buckeye. What's going on, man? How many chat sports streams have you been on today? Give me a number. Can't call a player overrated because he has a good team. Why? Because he sucked at Arizona State when he didn't have a good team, and then he was really good at LSU the second time around when he did have a good team? What are you talking about here? He's got good deep ball accuracy, but the decision-making, the multi-read attempts, I listen, Jayden Daniels is probably second on my quarterback list, but I'm not entirely confident in him, especially if he goes to a bad situation like Washington. Right. I think they have good receiving talent, but a putrid offensive line. The weapons are good, but what can you do if you have 2 seconds to throw and you're not tall enough to see over the offensive lineman? You got screaming in your face. He's a great runner, phenomenal, high floor because of his mobility, but what's saying he won't be Justin Fields? I think he's going to be closer to Justin Fields than he is going to be Lamar Jackson. And guess what? At the end of the day, Lamar Jackson still can't beat Patrick Mahomes, so who gives a shit? Come on, guys.
So, Ian Rappaport just reported about Mack Wilson, said he agreed to terms on a 3-year, $12.75 million deal, but didn't name a team.
I like that.
Mystery team.
Keep us in suspense. I like that.
Oh, here's the team. Arizona.
Oh, good.
Zadarius Smith going back to the Browns. 2 years, $23.5 million base salary.
Yeah. Well, every single quarterback in this class has concerns. Caleb Williams, mental. Jayden Daniels, injury and just relies more on his legs than he does his arm.
Yeah.
And Drake May, people say he's bad in the pocket and he's got a slow release. Michael Penix, 1,000,000 years old and he's got bad bone structure. Bo Nix, he sucked at Auburn. He was terrible.
And he's old.
And, he's more of a college quarterback style. J.J. McCarthy, he actually sucks. He won stuff, but he actually sucks. He cannot throw to his right. Or whatever it was, his left, whatever it was. I think it was his left he can't throw to. But he just literally doesn't have the an NFL arm talent and NFL throwing ability. He just doesn't. So why would I waste a first-round pick on a quarterback when I literally don't have any faith in any of them?
Yeah.
I don't. And Caleb Williams, high floor, high ceiling. If he can get rid of the mental, he could be the top 5 quarterback in the NFL in the next 2 years. But everybody else kind of stinks.
Let's plan on this. Let's sign off at the top of the hour.
All right. 20 minutes?
So we'll stay live for about another 20 minutes.
All right.
And keep things going here because Smitty and I got other things we got to get done before the end of the night. But how about this, folks? We've been with you all the way since 10 a.m. this morning. The next 20 minutes, this is your last chance to get on the show. Now, obviously, if the Seahawks make a signing in the next 20 minutes, then we'll keep the show going. We'll go a little further. But if you would like to get a question, comment, anything you got out there, send us a super chat as we have 20 minutes left before we'll sign off and call it a day here. $sign next to the chat box if you want to contribute. By the way, we're at $840 in super chats. We're about $160 away from another boot and going crazy and all that. So that would put us at $1,000 for the day if that happens. The Seahawks have not signed anybody. There's been a couple players that moved on to other teams. Will Dissly to the Chargers.
Kobe Parkinson
to the Rams. And, of course, yesterday we had the Tyler Lockett deal come through. But the Seahawks have been pretty quiet at this point, waiting to see what exactly they will do. Not many of their targets that we've talked about have gone to other places yet either. Geno Stone did go to the Cincinnati Bengals, but Patrick Queen is still out there. Leonard Williams is still out there. Bobby Wagner.
He's still out there. We're good.
Jordyn Brooks is still out there. A number of guys that we've talked about here over the last couple of days. Christian Wilkins is off the board. He's off to the Las Vegas Raiders, but that was kind of a long shot anyway. Seahawks have about over $50 million in cap space. So how will they use it? That remains to be seen as we continue here on this live coverage. So the boss just handed me a note.
He heard me talking shit.
He heard Smitty talking shit about J.J. McCarthy.
Let's go. I want to be proven wrong.
He's got a 5 a.m. meeting with James Yoder tomorrow morning in his office. 5 a.m., Smitty in Yoder's office.
That is ridiculous. Listen, I want to be proven wrong. A little film session.
So tomorrow at 5 a.m., when you have this meeting with Yodes, what will you be saying?
I'm just saying listen. I didn't watch every game. Yodes is the quintessential Michigan guy.
Right.
If you want Michigan info, you go to him. I'm just not impressed. Like I don't know why. I'm just not like overly impressed. Like there's nothing that's telling me that J.J. McCarthy should be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. I'm not the only one that thinks that. I might be canned, guy. I might be out of here. It might be curtain call for Smith Dog, but I will stick by my guns. I don't believe this quarterback class is very good.
I'm glad it's you that got the 5 a.m. meeting, not me.
5 a.m. meeting's crazy.
Bright and early.
Ah, up and at 'em.
And that's after daylight savings time and all that.
Yeah, we're operating this last 48 hours on one less hour of sleep.
Yes. So good luck to Smitty. Everybody wish Smitty good luck on his 5 a.m. meeting with the boss tomorrow after.
Don't get me wrong. Listen, a lot of guys can be good after sitting for a year or two, but like the Seahawks have players in place that can make a playoff run. So, like, why would I want a developmental quarterback for the next couple
Marshawn Lynch
years?
says, nice knowing you, Smitty. You don't know shit about college football if you think Caleb Williams is the best quarterback in the draft.
Okay. So every national media outlet has him number one, and I'm an idiot because I agree with them? My bad. What?
Sorry, Marshawn. John Smith says they better not touch Smitty. John Schneider says, don't worry, I'll have Smitty fired. Well, if this is the last time we work together, Smitty, it was a good run.
It was a great run. It was a great run. We did a great stream. One thing I will say.
I would say that this stream where nothing has happened today, this is going out on top.
Yeah, this is absolutely going out on top. Hell yeah. Johnny Manziel is my all-time favorite. Hell yeah, he is. He's sick. I mean,
I love Johnny.
It's Johnny
Manziel.
football, baby.
Johnny football. He was badass.
What?
Wayne says we should go sign John Kitna.
I grew up with Johnny football, man. Come on now. I love that these fake Seahawk players are all banding against me right now. John Schneider's out on me. Jamal Adams is out on me. Marshawn Lynch is out on me.
James Yoder.
James Yoder is definitely out on me now. I pushed the wrong buttons there. When? Oh, you said Penix is our guy, Ethan? I mean, I'm not brain dead. I'm very much alive. But
I'm still getting flack from folks about Nick Bellore on X.
The Nick Bellore is hilarious.
Somebody just tweeted me, he added value from Monday to Saturday. Stop.
Here's a practice player.
That's what the practice squad is for.
It's hilarious, man. Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba hasn't given me any flacks.
Okay, here we go. Here's another.
Here we go. This guy knows what he's talking about.
This draft class ain't nothing special, says
Nitrous.
Trigger.
No. Nitsu J Trigger.
Nitsu J Trigger.
I'm the reason we're not getting anybody? Yep. Blame. Class, typical. Blaming others.
Get those F. Smitties back in the chat.
Blaming other people. Cuckoo, Cocoa Puffs.
Jackson Smith and Jacob's on your side, though. Probably just because you wore his jersey today.
Shout out my guy. Yeah. He's tough.
Daniel says Tyler Jones and Smitty get $8.5 million contract extension for Seahawks chat.
I would never leave.
I sign me up right now.
I would die at QB. That's why I'm not projected top 10. But Michael Penix and Bo Nix, who are 25, they're getting drafted this year. I'm a year out of college, by the way.
Joe James, too negative. Need someone new. People on here.
I've never been more convinced that a couple of these fake Seahawks players are the same guy.
Oh, I think all these fake Seahawks players are the same guy.
Boskin says Smitty's a winner. That's my guy. My guy Boskin. Thank you, Apollo. Appreciate you guys.
You see, the Boskin, he is pretty negative, and so I think you're right up his alley.
Yeah, Boskin's a pessimistic guy. Phobia, Kaysen, shout out to you guys. Man. Listen, it's all in good fun. We're just, I am upset the Seahawks didn't make any signings today, but there's a ton of players left out there. We're just trying to inform. We're just trying to entertain. And did we do that today? I think we did. I think we accomplished that. I think we informed you of every free agent signing that was even remotely necessary. We told you about the Seahawks moves. Guess what? Settle. There were 0 of those.
Settle. We learned that today. Settle.
And we had a great time hanging out. We got a little buzz going. Drank a couple. Chatted with you guys all day. Which, by the way, the chat has not let up all day long.
You guys been on it.
Killing it. There's never been a dull moment. Absolutely electric factory. Thank you guys.
I wondered how today was going to go, and you guys have made this worthwhile.
Absolutely, man.
Got about 11 minutes left. Kenneth Walker says I'm cooked. I'm
No.
here.
He said you did cook, and I sold.
Okay.
Which, I don't think that's right, but you might have cooked, but I definitely didn't sell.
No. We made it all work today. Are we doomed is our poll question right now.
We are doomed. Don't forget, we are doomed.
5% of you say yes, 55% saying no.
Hey, I like how split the fan base is right now. That means we're doing something right.
With over 500 votes.
Oh my God, man, that's hilarious.
Or are we doomed?
This has been a great stream, man.
It has. I don't think I've used the bathroom more than I have during this stream.
Let's go through the free agent pickups one more time, huh?
Let's run through the whole list, shall we?
Let's run through the whole list. Let's see if I can find my guys. Two more. Here we go. Here we go.
Chase McLaughlin, 3 years, $12.3 million. Landon Dickerson, 4 years, $84 million. Michael Pittman, 3 years, $70 million, $46 million guaranteed to remain with the Indianapolis Colts. Anthony Richardson, pretty happy about that.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's going to be happy about that. And Demario Davis, I'm sorry for skipping there.
Yeah.
Demario Davis, another guy who's somehow still in the league, probably older than Bobby Wagner, and he's getting 2-year deals out here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But Michael Pittman, going to be the big dog in Indy for the next foreseeable future.
2 years, $17.25. Brendan Allen signs, full details to be announced. DeAndre Swift, this was the big first kind of shocker of the day. 3 years, $24 million, $15.3 to go to the Chicago Bears. The Bears, they need playmakers. This is a team that's going to try to make a push next year.
Yeah, I mean, you need skill players. The Bears had a ton of injuries at the running back position last year and in years prior. A little bit interesting that they go with the DeAndre Swift route, a guy who has had a lot of injuries in his career so far. And I don't know if somebody who's worth all that money at the running back position.
Meanwhile, Deion Dawkins, 3 years, $60.5 with the Bills. Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million with the Vikings. Tony Pollard goes to the Titans, 3 years, $24 million.
Wild.
That one was a bit of a head scratcher, but I did find out a little more context. He is from Memphis, so he is coming home of sorts.
Yeah.
With this move. James Winchester, the Chiefs long snapper, staying in town, where he's been a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Drew Sample, 3 years, $10.5. David Quisenberry, full details to be announced there. Blake Brandel with the Vikings. Brandon Jones, 3 years, $20 million with the Broncos, 12.5 guaranteed. Lloyd Cushenberry with the Titans. Dorrance Armstrong going to the Commanders, 3 years, up to $45 million. The Jags go Gabe Davis, 3 years, $39 million, as Calvin Ridley still remains on the board. The Jags trying to find a cheaper alternative of sorts here?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to pay him less than Calvin Ridley, but I thought there were guys that can be far more effective as a route runner on your football team than straight line Gabe Davis, who really is not that good, man.
Cam Lewis, 2 years, $4 million. Gunnar Olszewski, 1 year with the Giants. We got Tyler Badaz, 3 years, $30 million. Lonnie Johnson, 1 year, $2.5 with the Texans. Jonah Jackson, the guards are getting paid. 3 years, $51 million, $34 guaranteed. Rams already had a good O-line. They got better today.
They re-signed one of their best interior offensive linemen in Kevin Dotson, and then Jonah Jackson is a Pro Bowl player from the Detroit Lions who they poach away from the team that they lost to in the playoffs.
Darnell Savage to the Jags. Colby Parkinson to the Rams. 3 years, $22.5, $15.5 guaranteed.
These next two rows here, arguably the most star-studded of all the free agents. This was a crazy little frenzy we had.
With Parkinson going to the LA Rams, this was a situation we found out after the fact where the Seahawks put in an offer, but they felt like the Rams' offer was too high for them to match. They didn't want to get to a bidding war, that they let him walk. And now, with him gone and Will Dissly gone, we'll talk about Will Dissly here in just a second, still waiting to see what happens to Noah Fant. The Seahawks tight end room is going to look a whole lot different in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody in it right now, so it's definitely going to look a lot more different. But hey, who knows? They could re-sign Noah Fant potentially.
Josh Jacobs, 4 year, $48 million to go to Green Bay. They also release Aaron Jones as well.
That's the first details I've heard of that deal, actually.
The Packers investing in Josh Jacobs. We know this team loves to run the football, that they're still a run-first football team, even as well as Jordan Love has developed and come along. We saw it in the second half of the year. You had Josh Jacobs here, and that's going to be a scary offense.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to be really good in that offense.
Bryce Huff to Philly, 3 years, $51.1, $34 guaranteed. Will Lutz, 2 years on that. And then now the stars.
This is crazy.
Cousins leaving Minnesota to go to the Atlanta Falcons. 4 years, $180 million, $100 million guaranteed. The Vikings didn't get a deal done with Cousins before free agency. Cousins tests the waters out, and now he goes to an Atlanta team that's got some young talent, that's looking to take that next step. They got a new head coach in Raheem Morris and everything there. I like this for Kirk Cousins. I think that you look at that division, it's pretty weak. Tampa Bay is the only team that's any good in that division. There's a real opportunity for the Falcons to make some noise in the NFC.
When you go from two guys outside the top 35 in starting quarterback caliber to a guy who's probably top 9, top 8 potentially, you're going to win a lot more football games. It's looking really good for things in Atlanta. They got to get more defensive pieces in the draft.
Saquon Barkley, 3 years, $37.75, $26 million guaranteed to go to Philadelphia. We found out the Giants ultimately did not offer Saquon Barkley, so he ends up going to the division rival. The Eagles love to run the football. They got a really good run game. You pair him with Jalen Hurts there. The Eagles, last year, disappointing season. This may have been the spark they were looking for.
I think this is, good on Saquon Barkley. It's the first time he's ever going to play behind a competent offensive line in his career. Don't be surprised if he averages the most yards per carry of his career so far.
Antonio Gibson to the Patriots, 3 years, $11.25, $5.3 guaranteed. Sean Murphy-Bunting to the Cardinals, 3 years, $25.5 million, $17.5 guaranteed. John Ruyan, 3 years, $30 million to the Giants, $17 million guaranteed. Andrew Van Ginkel, 2 years, $20 million, $14 million guaranteed to Minnesota. The Colts get Tyquan Lewis, 2 years, $12 million, $7.7 guaranteed. Blake Cashman going to the Vikings, 3 years, $25.5. The Vikings, pretty interesting that you don't go Danielle Hunter, you don't go Kirk Cousins. They spent their money elsewhere.
They decided to go with depth pieces and just building more of the foundation of this football team rather than taking big contract chunks and throwing it at Kirk Cousins and Danielle Hunter. You're right.
Meanwhile, Robert Hunt, 5 years, $100 million, $63 million guaranteed. Bill Nichols, 3 years, $21 million, $14.4 guaranteed. Charlie Water, 3 years, $12 million with the Falcons. Jeff Okudah, 1 year, $4.75 million, $2.5 guaranteed. Texans, they lost some pieces today. This was kind of trying to find something in the midst of losing things.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, there was a scoop off for this for this deal. It was reported that he might go back to the Falcons, and then it ended up being that the Texans came out with that deal.
Danico Autry to Houston, 2 years, $20 million. Xavier McKinney, he's a guy that the Seahawks had their eye on. Ultimately, he goes to Green Bay, 4 years, $68 million. Green Bay, the big winners of day one of free agency. Yeah. And at 4 years, $68 million, I feel like that was a missed opportunity. I think the Seahawks could have very well paid that type of money.
I mean, what is that? Legitimately $14 million, $14.5 a year? You tell me you can't match that? Like, Geno Stone gets 7.5. You can't match that. You can't match 14.5 for a top-tier emerging safety. Like, I just think the Seahawks need to have had a little bit more urgency with some of these players.
Devin Singletary goes to the Giants, 3 years, $16.5. Cam Johnston to the Steelers, still waiting on details there. The Colts go Grover Stewart. They bring him back at a 3-year, $39 million deal. Smitty, his name had been talked about for the last couple of years with the Seahawks. Colts bring him back at 3 years, $39. That's a reasonable deal for a guy his talent level.
Yeah, I think the Colts are another winner of today as well. I mean, they lock up their top receiver for what's less than $30 million a year, which is the kind of the going rate for top wide receivers right now. And then they bring back a team-friendly defensive lineman. I think the Colts are looking really up right now in this era of Anthony Richardson.
Another name that was talked about for the Seahawks, Geno Stone. He goes to Cincinnati, 2 years, $15 million. That one a bit of a head-scratcher. You're Seattle. You definitely could have paid that for a guy that had 7 interceptions last year.
A little bit of spite against his former Ravens going in division there. Geno Stone looking to win more football games than he might have last year.
Mike Ford to the Texans, 2 years, $4.25. Gardner Minshew to the Raiders, 2 years, $25 million.
Good for the Raiders.
Guaranteed.
Good deal.
Good for Gardner Minshew, too. Devin Duvernay to the Jags, 2 years, $8.5. Greg Gaines to the Bucs, 1 year, $3.5. Carter Coughlin to the Giants. Details still waiting to be confirmed. Leonard Floyd to the 49ers on a 2-year, $20 million deal, $12 million guaranteed. Not the news we wanted to hear in the division of the 49ers getting even better.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like I said before, everybody's talking about me whining and whatnot. I'm only upset because Seattle's not making moves and teams in the division are. I'm not saying the Cardinals are making crazy moves, but they're still signing players, and so as are San Francisco and LA.
By the way, a couple comments coming in on players moving.
Mm-hmm.
Tiki Barber, Giants legend, has told Saquon Barkley, "You're dead to us."
Ooh, well, Tiki Barber's like not that universally loved, but okay.
And then Lamar Jackson has tweeted out to Geno Stone, "You're dead to us. You're dead to me."
I don't know if that's a joke or if that's like playing off of Tiki's.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's interesting. I think he's playing off Tiki's.
I think he's got to be playing off Tiki. I don't think Lamar is that kind of spiteful, especially on social media.
Yeah, especially for when the Ravens weren't going to pay him.
Yeah.
Anyway. Cheeto going to the Titans, 3-year deal. Justin Jones to the Cardinals, 3-year, $30.1 million. Frankie Laveau going to the Commanders, 3 years, $36 million.
There's a potential Seahawks target there.
Yeah, another one. Will Dissly, former Seahawks tight end, was released a couple days ago. He goes to the Chargers, 3 years, $14 million, $10 million guaranteed. I think Will Dissly's going to be a nice fit in that Harbaugh offense.
Yeah, I'm good for him. I mean, it's tight end friendly, and he's really good at receiving the ball and finding open holes in the defense, catching the ball, and making plays with it.
AJ Espinoza to the Bills, 2 years, $20 million. Anthony Walker to the Dolphins on a 1-year deal. Zadarius Smith to the Browns, 2 years, $23.5 million. I like that for the Browns.
I think so as well. It's a team-friendly deal. But Zadarius Smith did show a little bit of signs of his career coming on the decline this season.
And
Last
then,
three up.
Mac Wilson to the Cardinals, 3 years, $12.75. Maurice Hurst, 1 year, $3.2 to the Browns. Marcus Davenport, 1-year deal with the Lions. And then that reunites him with Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn, by the way.
Yeah.
And there you go. We are caught up to speed. Those are
speed.
all your signings today.
Crazy.
It has been an eventful day, folks.
Yeah.
Despite nothing going on for your Seahawks, we had a great time today. We thank you guys for being here with us.
You know who I don't thank is this Jaden Loves You Green guy. Guess what, my friend? You're gone.
Oh. Sorry, Jaden.
He's out. He's out. See, he was the only person just talking complete shit for no reason, and I didn't necessarily. Listen, I mean, Metcalf and Ada can catch it too. Don't worry. I'll throw the band hammer around.
Oh yeah.
I will throw the band hammer around.
All right. If the Seahawks make another move, If they make a big move of sorts, we'll come back live. We might even be live back tonight, potentially speaking. So stay tuned for that. All the free agency updates on the channel. We got you covered throughout free agency. So subscribe if you haven't already. Get that sub number up. Let's get to 51,000 subs.
Let's do it.
Lock us in. If there's not any major signings between now and Wednesday, we're going to be live again Wednesday for our normal Wednesday live show. So make sure and join us then. And we will see you then, maybe even sooner potentially. Lock us in. Subscribe to the channel here on Seahawks Today. Thanks to the 12s for being here with us. For Smitty, I'm Tyler Jones.
Whoa. Hold on. We got to come on.
What?
Can we just honor the last couple super chats before?
Oh, yes. I didn't know
we
we
get
had
out of
super
here?
chats to catch up on. Yes.
Got a couple.
Let's catch up on these super chats, then we'll sign off.
Yeah. Well, JSN is not happy with me right now.
He says, take my jersey off.
I'm not going to do that. Actually, I'm going to do that because it's getting hot.
Okay.
Shout out to you, my man. Appreciate you letting me wear your jersey all day.
Yes. Thank you, JSN, for super chatting. At $2, I feel like JSN's got a little more money than that, though.
Yeah, JSN, don't you got millions, brother?
JSN, thanks for that $2 super chat. Much appreciated, my guy.
And then
another.
for my guy Eric, who reminded us that we needed to
Have
hit
any other teams not made any moves yet?
So
Ravens, Cowboys.
yeah, Ravens and Cowboys. The Jets have made moves. The Lions have made moves, right? Have the Lions made moves?
The Lions just made a move.
Yeah, they got Marcus Davenport, so there you go. They're involved. And they made another move anyway. They got Craig Reynolds earlier.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for that. Anything else?
Yeah. I think we're all set here, my man.
All right. We got to run. I got to get to the bathroom again.
So do I.
Folks, thanks for joining us. Stay locked in the channel. Anything happens, you'll be the first to know about it. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us here on Seahawks Today. So long.
So long, guys.